Hey guys. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was Doflamingo's Reincarnation. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 11. Which one of you is Danzo? He looked at the three elders, but he already knew which one he was looking for. There was utter calmness and composure on his face, not even fazed by his arrival. His haki ran over the old man, sensing his strength. He used to be a powerful shinobi, but age had gotten to him, not even mention that he was now a cripple. Why an old man like this thought he could be Hokage, he would never, what the hell? He continued to analyze Danzo, making sure his face never changed as he did. There was something wrong with this guy, more specifically his arm. It was like it wasn't even there. No, that's not it. It was like the arm wasn't his. There was more, even the eye behind those bandages had that exact same feeling. Just what had this Danzo been up? One of the elders spoke up, the other older man. What is the meaning of this? He glanced over at the council member, chuckling. He was about to reply when the door slammed open, Tsunade and Shizen stepping inside. Naruto! What do you think you're doing? Tsunade screamed. He was laughing now, placing his hands in his pockets. He. Me? I'm just here to say hello to a respectable member of the council. He looked over at Danzo, leaning in close to look him in his only visible eye. I'm a huge fan of yours. He. Daffy jumped off the table, walking over to Tsunade. Now that I'm done with that, you can continue your little play date. Send the bill for the window to Jiraiya. He walked past her, entering the hallway and making his way out of the Hokage tower. While he would have loved to continue having his fun, he wanted to get back to everyone else. He headed home, thinking about what to do about Danzo. He was a powerful man if only politically. Still, he obviously had connections, and could make an obstacle for him later down the line. He would give the Leaf the chance to take care of him properly, but if he continued to be an issue, Daffy would take care of it himself. While he wanted him dead for killing the old man, he had bigger things to worry about right now than simply revenge. That fight with Kisame and Itachi had been rather eye-opening. He wasn't too upset that he wasn't strong enough to fight them on an even playing field. There was only so strong a 12-year-old body could get after all. Even so, Daffy had found that he was running out of tricks to use. His strings were not the same ones he had in his previous life. They weren't as durable, not as powerful, and were made of chakra. Still, that meant something else, that unlike his devil fruit strings, he could improve them, make them stronger than they were before. But he needed more than that. He needed to focus on the skills his new life offered him, ninjutsu. Already, with just the Rasengan, he was able to create another powerful technique. He needed more things like that, and Virgo would as well. They can't rely on pure strength alone. His fight with Shikaka had taught him that. Usually this wasn't something that he had to worry about. His haki would make it so his attacks were always able to his opponents. But what if he were to run into something like Shikaku again, something whose physical form was immune to physical attacks? He wasn't sure what he could do. He needed more training, more techniques. He arrived at his apartment, opening the door and walking inside. He felt that everyone was here, sitting in the kitchen. He walked in, seeing them at the dining room table. Virgo, Temari, Gaara and Sakura were sitting down, playing cards. He looked up slightly, chuckling at the small eye of sand looking at Sakura's cards. They turned toward him as he walked in, Temari and Sakura greeting him. Naruto! Naruto! He smiled slightly, giving a light wave. He sat at the table as well, using his strings as a makeshift chair. Hello everyone, I'm back. Temari spoke up first, putting her cards down. So? How did everything go? Were you able to find Tsunade? He grinned, nodding at her. Sure did. She's at a meeting with the council now, but she'll be coming here as soon as she's done. They nodded, Virgo getting up from his seat. As expected of you, Naruto. Now I shall make some food to celebrate your return. He nodded at him in thanks, watching as the rest of them returned to their game. He listened as they talked to them, telling him about what they had been doing while he was away. Virgo had done well, making sure they all were acquainted with each other, eating and training together. Sakura and Temari seemed to become good friends, something that made him glad. The girl needed a female friend, someone to replace that Ino girl. Gaara was unsurprisingly quiet, but he could see that he was simply enjoying the moment, something that he understood very well. Virgo finished making food, all of them relaxing and eating together. He looked around, remembering the last time his family had gotten to eat together. The members of the family may have been different, but it felt as nice as always. He watched as Sakura berated Virgo for eating so sloppily, trying to wipe his now messy face off with a napkin every few minutes. Temari was busy fretting over Gaara, asking if he wanted more food or something else to eat, with Gaara shaking his head every time, smiling lightly. Sakura and Temari would talk as well, gossiping about something or other, but Daffy wasn't very interested in gossip of all things. He brought his chopsticks up, about to eat a slice of beef that Virgo had made. Yeah, not to mention those two boys that were hitting on us the other day. The chopsticks stopped, slowly being put back on the plate. He looked up, turning toward Temari. Temari, you wouldn't happen to know where those two would be right now, would you? She gave him a questioning look, tilting her head slightly. Well, they said they would be in the forest of Training Ground 14 for a couple days. Why, is something wrong? He grinned, getting up slowly and making his way to the door. No, nothing's wrong, I just have a quick errand to run. He walked to the door, waving behind him as Temari told him to not be gone for too long. He walked out, making his way to Training Ground 14, eager to protect his family once again. They had come back. The village was apparently raving, celebrating the return of Tsunade Senju thanks to the efforts of Jiraiya and Naruto. He didn't care about that, all that mattered was that Naruto was back. Sasuke had to speak to Naruto, he couldn't just let go of that fight he had witnessed. Sasuke had been completely outclassed by his brother. As soon as he felt Itachi's hand on his wrist, he knew that he had lost that fight. His Sharingan had been active in that moment, burning it into his memory. Itachi batted away his Chidori like it was a joke, a simple toy. Naruto had jumped in and saved him. Naruto took on Itachi and the strange blue man all by himself. Naruto looked at him, told him to run, as if he were in the way. He scoffed at the thought, walking through the village and searching for Naruto. Of course he was in the way, he could never do any of the things that Naruto had done in that fight. The attacks Naruto performed, the blows that he was able to block, not even his Sharingan let him do those things he had tried. Sasuke tried to make Naruto's strings, but the amount of chakra that the blonde put into them was incredible, and Sasuke just couldn't do it. He tried that other attack, Naruto's storm leg. No matter how many times he kicked his leg forward, he just didn't have the strength required to perform it. How? Just how was Naruto and Lee so powerful? Whatever it was, whatever secret method the two were using to improve, he needed to know. He would drag it out of the blonde, no matter what it took. He needed that strength, that power of theirs. He had seen it with his own eyes, Itachi going down on his knees, with Naruto standing in the air before him. It was something he had thought about in only his twisted fantasies. Yet there it was, played out before him in stark reality. Sasuke knew that Itachi wasn't invincible, and now he knew that Naruto's power was the key for defeating him. So here he was, searching endlessly for the blonde. Honestly, he didn't even know what he was going to say to him. He had no plan, no real goal or conversation in mind. He just wanted to know, had to know how to get as strong as he was. He was looking for almost an hour when he found him, in a random training ground no less. He was standing in front of two older boys, some genin by the look of their headbands. One was on his back, slowly crawling away as Naruto held up the other by his face. Sasuke watched the interaction from one of the branches of a tree. Heh. So, do we have an understanding? Sasuke could hear the boy's muffled screams, trying to nod his head while clawing at Naruto's hand. Good, then get out of here. He dropped the boy, who immediately began to sprint away, his friend joining him. Naruto laughed as they ran away, turning towards Sasuke and looking upwards at him. Hey there, Sasuke. Need something? Sasuke jumped down, looking at Naruto, his heart beginning to quicken. Naruto, I need to ask you something. Naruto raised his eyebrow, the grin falling from his face as he did so. It seemed that Naruto was taking this seriously. He didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. I need you to tell me how you got so strong. I need you to teach me, Naruto. He silent for a moment, looking at him. It seemed like an eternity, one that Sasuke loathed. He didn't like this, asking for someone help, especially Naruto's. He had always seen the blonde as a rival, a goal to meet, the next level to attain to get closer to killing his brother. He never expected it to turn out like this. Uchiha were supposed to be proud, powerful and unyielding. So, what did that make him, practically begging for Naruto's strength? He couldn't help but feel like he was disappointing his family, but they had to understand, this had to be done. Naruto finally broke the silence, Sasuke eager to hear his words. No. Sasuke's eyes widened, shock appearing on his face as Naruto began to walk away. That couldn't be right, he had to have heard him wrong. He knew that Sakura had asked the same of him, and he knew that Naruto didn't refuse her. So why? Why wouldn't he do the same for him? Didn't he understand how much he needed that strength, how important it was for him? He walked closer to him, snarling as he grabbed Naruto and spun him around. The hell do you mean no? Tell me why. Naruto just looked at him, his taller height making him look down. He never noticed it before, but Naruto had grown, now almost 4 inches taller than him, where it was only a couple when they had first graduated. I don't have to explain my reasoning to you, Sasuke. He hesitated at that, Naruto's tone and frown intimidating him slightly. He forged on anyways. Don't give me that crap. If you could train Sakura, then there should be no reason why you couldn't train me as well. So what is then? His breathing was heavy, staring up at Naruto and waiting for his answer. Why do you want me to train you, Sasuke? Sasuke's eyes narrowed at his teammate, getting frustrated. You know why. I have to kill Itachi. I have to make him pay for everything he did to me. I need to avenge the Uchiha clan, no matter what it takes. That's why I won't take no for an answer. Naruto looked at him, his frown deepening. He sighed, turning back around. That's exactly why, Sasuke. If I trained you, made you stronger, you would just rush on to Itachi, throwing everything away. I won't let you do that. He stood there for a moment, trying to take in Naruto's words. He felt anger well up, as he yelled at Naruto's back. And what the hell would you know about it? You don't know what it's like. You were always alone, with nothing to lose. I lost everything. You don't know what it's like to lose your family. Naruto didn't stop, simply walking further along. Sasuke was seething, unable to take the excuse Naruto had given him. The further Naruto walked away, the more Sasuke wanted to follow. He needed him now, he knew that much. Naruto was someone who could help him achieve everything he wanted, so what did Naruto want from him? His shoulders sagged, looking up and staring at the sky through the leaves of the trees, trying to think of a solution. He barely heard Naruto's voice on the wind. I know more than you think, Sasuke. He returned to his apartment, meeting back up with everyone else. Tsunade had stopped by finally, looking over Temari and coming up with a cure for her. She said it would take a few days to figure out completely, but she would have it done by then. It was quite the relief for everyone. Tsunade had more news, of course. Apparently, he had been made a Chunin, not that he really cared too much, the only good thing was no more D-rank missions. Shikamaru had been the only other Leaf ninja to make Chunin, though Sasuke, Neji and Sakura had been close to the promotion. He refused the jacket, of course, not seeing the point in wearing it. Eventually, Tsunade left for the night, Sakura along with her, leaving just the 4 of them there. Lee, I want to talk to you in your room for a second. They all looked at him, Virgo nodding as they left. They walked into his apartment, an almost exact copy of his own. They sat on the table, Daffy not really sure how to start. He decided to be blunt. I found a fish man, Virgo. Virgo didn't react, looking as composed as ever. Eventually he simply nodded at him. I see. So, what are you thinking then? He looked at his friend, deep in thought. He folded his hands above the table, placing his forehead against them. They're still out there, Virgo. This isn't some different or other world, just another damn island in that same miserable world. Are we continuing then? He looked at his friend, surprised but not at the same time. Virgo had done his duty, died for Daffy's dream, and yet here he was, ready to go again. The question ate at him, uncertainty in his mind. The rage he felt for the celestial dragons had not waned. He couldn't help but fantasize about tearing down those world nobles and making them pay for everything they had done to him, to his mother. Still, I don't know, Virgo. Every time I think about it, I can't help but think of Temari, Sakura or Gaara. I can't help but think of hearing their final words over a transponder snail. He had lost everything in his quest for vengeance, losing everyone he had for his own selfish gain, and he wasn't sure he could ask them to do it again. They were just kids, they needed someone better, someone who could truly guide them. Someone like him, who would throw it all away for just a chance at vengeance. They deserved better than that. That was why he refused Sasuke. He had witnessed that road firsthand, and he couldn't let Sasuke go through it as well. Daffy was old, technically in his 50s now. In some ways, he was a bitter old man with a grudge, and he couldn't let Sasuke become like him. He wanted the Uchiha to be better, to find a different answer than throwing his life away. The boy had nothing, no one to help him, and could barely ask for any help in the first place. Sasuke asked him to train him, not to help him. He intended to fight that battle alone, and anything in his way. It was a path of destruction that he saw from a mile away, he had seen it before after all. Still, what was the point if he just threw it all away again? What was the point of helping all of them, building his family just to repeat history? His mind told him that he should just live in ignorance, forget the celestial dragons and move on in this new life. His heart showed him the image of a dead woman, a father shot in the back of the head, and a pair of brothers who had betrayed one another. He looked up at Virgo, his friend waiting for his next words. "We'll forget about it for now." Virgo nodded to him, Daffy getting up and returning to his apartment. He placed a grin on his face, walking back in. He looked over to Gaara, ready to have the next conversation for today. "Gaara, when are you planning to return to the hidden sand?" Gaara looked at him, surprised at the subject being brought up so suddenly. "I still have to talk to the Hokage, but I plan to leave in a couple days." Daffy went over to the side of him, an arm wrapping around his shoulder. "Alrighty then, you make sure to send us letters, alright?" Gaara nodded to him. "Good, now I have to get going for a little bit, so I won't be back till later tonight. Temari, you can stay here for now, but we'll try and find a place for you tomorrow." She nodded as he walked to the window, opening it and waving at them. He jumped through, heading a few rooftops away where the toad sage was standing, leaning on a railing. He walked up to him, sitting on the railing beside him with his arms crossed. He looked at Jiraiya. "We need to talk, Jiraiya." The old man looked over at him, his face serious. "I figured you would want to ask your questions." Daffy looked at him, trying to see what he was thinking. "The Akatsuki, who are they and what do they want?" Jiraiya was silent for a moment, before he began his explanation. "The Akatsuki are a group of S-rank missing ninja that have gathered together for some mysterious goal. We don't know what they're planning, but whatever it is, they need the 9 tails for it, and the other tailed beasts as well." Daffy raised an eyebrow at him, while Jiraiya continued. "These ninja are dangerous, Naruto. You've seen what just 2 of them can do, and that was them holding back, making sure they kept you alive. If you're gonna protect the ones in that apartment of yours, you need to grow stronger, because they won't hold back against them." His eyes narrowed, fists clenching at the very thought. "So, what do you suggest then?" Jiraiya looked at him with determined eyes. "I have info that the Akatsuki are going into hiding for a few years, gathering supplies and funds for whatever they're planning. During that time, I want to take you with me on a training trip. I'm going to teach you as much as I can as well as how to use the 9 tails chakra." He was surprised at the last part. "The fox has chakra as well?" Jiraiya nodded to him. "Yes, I'm guessing you haven't used it yet then, which is all the better. That just means that when you finally can control it, you'll be even stronger." That was interesting. He never considered the fox possessing chakra before, nor how powerful it could be. He would have to talk to the fox tonight about it. He was going to anyways. Honestly, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Shikaku was able to use a technique after all, so it made sense that the 9 tails would have chakra and be able to do the same. "When are you planning for this trip?" "In a couple weeks. It will last for about 3 years." He dipped his head in thought. He wasn't comfortable with the idea, leaving everyone behind for 3 years. It was asking a lot. "Why are we leaving the village in the first place?" Jiraiya looked at him. "We need to keep you on the move, Naruto. We have no idea when or if the Akatsuki will try and capture you again. While my informant is reliable, that doesn't mean we shouldn't play it safe." "And you think it would be that easy to avoid them?" "It would be much better if we stayed in the leaf, with more ninja to help drive them off and being able to protect everyone here as well." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. "And you think that's safe? What if all the Akatsuki invades the village, Naruto? What then?" "Then we would have a much better chance in the leaf than by ourselves." Jiraiya looked at him for a moment, before sighing. "This is about them, isn't it?" he said, gesturing toward his apartment building. "So what if it is?" The two stared at each other, in a deadlock. Jiraiya gave in first. "Fine, we'll take them with us then. As much as I don't like it, it's better than you staying here until you can hold your own." Daffy looked at him, absorbing his words before nodding, satisfied. Jiraiya was a powerful shinobi, clearly, and would be able to help each of them. Now he just had to tell everyone the big news. "All right then, I have to go out of town, but I'll be back in about a week, and we'll leave soon after." He nodded, watching as the old man disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Daffy sighed, checking another conversation off the list. He sat down on the roof cross-legged, entering the fox's cage. There was a conversation to be had between the two of them, and it was put off for long enough. The constant distractions of training and missing ninja were gone now. He walked toward the cage, looking up at the pair of red eyes looking down at him through the gate. He waved at them. "Yo!" The fox leaned down toward him. "Naruto!" He put his hands in his pockets, kicking slightly at the water at his feet. "I know you were listening, So tell me what you think. We got some S-rank ninja coming for us, and we have to do something about it. The fox looked at him for a moment. You mean my chakra, right? He nodded, continuing their conversation. If you're as strong as everyone says, and these Akatsuki are as powerful as Jiraiya thinks, then we're gonna need every advantage we can get. The fox was silent, pondering what to say at his words. Naruto, these Akatsuki aren't just after me. They are after the others as well. What will you do about them? He raised an eyebrow, not expecting the question. He eyed the fox, curious at what he was getting at. He understood. You're worried about them, huh? Heh heh heh. I never expected a guy like you to be so worried about his friends. The fox began to growl at him. Be quiet, Naruto. I do not care about their well-being, but it is important that they aren't taken as well. The more of my siblings they gather, the more powerful they will become. Daffy chuckled, not believing his reasoning for a second. Whatever you big tsundere, I get you. You want to protect your family, right? That's something I can get behind. So you lend me a hand, and I'll help you save your siblings, deal? The fox let out a large sigh, the water rippling and rushing at the force. I'm afraid it is not that simple, Naruto. And what do you mean by that? The fox visibly pondered his next words, an explanation forming in his mind. Some of us tailed beasts have eventually grown an ability or power unique to ourselves. Shikaku was able to control sand, and I was given the ability to sense the negative emotions of others. There is hate within you, Naruto. Daffy's brows furrowed, frowning at his words. Why is this important? The fox continued. My chakra acts as a catalyst, bringing forth the negative emotions in the ones who wield it. If I were to give you my chakra, there is no doubt in my mind that you would go berserk. I cannot allow that to happen. Naruto, before I can give you my chakra, you must rid the hatred in your heart. I refuse to lend it to you until then. Daffy stared up at him, frustrated. He knew that the fox was telling the truth. There would be no reason to lie. The fox wanted to help him, to save the other tailed beasts, but he couldn't. Just another thing to blame the celestial dragons for. He sighed, not liking the answer, but accepting it anyways. All right then, I guess I'll have to do this the hard way. Don't worry, I'll train hard, and get strong enough to protect both our families. He turned around, thinking about the fox's words. Let go of his hate. That was almost impossible. He couldn't imagine it, forgiving or forgetting everything that had happened. He wanted this to stop, this hate constantly interfering in his new life, creating hesitation and now creating an obstacle for him. He wanted to overcome it, but he didn't even know where to start. He began to walk toward the darkness of the tunnel leading to the gate, waving back at the fox. See you later, fox. Kurama. He stopped, turning around to look at the fox. My name, fool, is Kurama. He grinned, walking backward into the darkness. See you later, Kurama. Heh heh heh. Kabuto sat in his cell, his home for the last few days. He waited as he heard his approach, the clack of the cane he was very familiar with. Sure enough, the elder of the Leaf Village had come to grace him with his presence. He greeted him. Well, hello there, Danzo, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see any visitors today. The man looked angry, but then again, he almost always looked angry. There were two ninja at his side, the ninja guarding his cell stepping aside to let them speak. He must be another one of Danzo's men. Kabuto, this is a very dangerous game you're playing. I don't know if I should play along or simply kill you. Kabuto chuckled at him, knowing that the threat was just empty words. Come now, you wouldn't kill me. After all, Orochimaru is relying on me to help grab his latest vessel, relying on you. If we fail, I'm sure he would be a lot less willing to give you your latest arm. Now wouldn't that be a shame? Danzo grunted at him, gesturing over to the guard of his cell. They unlocked the cell door, one of Danzo's ninja coming in. They undid the seal locking away his chakra, and placed a scroll in front of him. Danzo addressed him afterward. There is all the things Orochimaru wanted to give you. I expect to see my payment soon, Kabuto. He chuckled, stretching as he released his hands with a chakra scalpel, stretching for the first time in days. I'll be sure to let Orochimaru know. Danzo began to walk away, his ninja following as the guard locked the cell again. He grinned, placing the scroll in his shirt to take out when the time was right. Gaara had left yesterday, so Daffy saw fit to gather everyone together and spend some time with his new family. They had gone out to eat, walked around the village, and now they were on a training ground, Sakura wanting to get some training done. She decided to train with Virgo while he trained with Temari. Well, I suppose you can use a leaf to train as well. You know, I didn't expect you to be a wind user. Especially since you use fire. Any reason you decided to learn fire first? He chuckled at her, holding the leaf in between his hands. Heh heh heh. Just felt like it. She rolled her eyes at him, smiling. Well, anyways, the thing to remember about wind is that it's like a blade. It's sharp and used to cut through things. So, imagine that in your mind as you create wind chakra. He nodded, closing his eyes and concentrating as his chakra moved toward the leaf. They had stayed like that for a few hours. Temari teaching him to use wind chakra as Sakura and Virgo sparred. Sakura lost every time, of course, but she seemed to be having a good time. She was different now. She used to hate training in the academy, but now she almost looked forward to it, couldn't wait to get stronger than she was. He opened his palms again, seeing the leaf split halfway down the middle. Wind chakra seemed to be much easier for him. Jiraiya's advice to start with wind coming back to him. He already had a few plans for wind chakra, using it to make his strings sharper and maybe enhance his storm leg attack. He looked over to Virgo, wondering what affinity he had as well. The abilities the people in this land had were quite incredible. Never did he think someone could control the elements like this without a devil fruit, and that wasn't even considering what else they could. Walking on water, creating illusions and clones. Most of that was all common among ninja. He couldn't even imagine what people like the Akatsuki would reveal to be capable of. Orochimaru had shown the ability to raise the dead themselves, and he was just one S-rank ninja. He looked down at the split leaf, then back toward Temari and Sakura. They needed to be stronger, they couldn't handle the Akatsuki. He thought about what he could do, what he and Virgo could teach them. There was always the 6 powers. It was a powerful set of skills that provided nothing but benefits. There was hockey as well, but that was a bit different. Everyone in this land had never heard of hockey before, something that was very strange for a land full of nothing but warriors. It was possible that they were unable to use hockey, or it was just very difficult for them to. Even then, it may not be worth trying to teach them. Hockey was difficult to learn, requiring a mix of talent and willpower. Some could learn hockey very quickly and become masters at it, others had to train for years just to use it. Would it even be worth trying to teach them? It was more than possible that they would be better off training up the skills they had now. Hockey was powerful, but it wasn't their only option. He would have to wait until the time came. For now, he had to tell them about their little training trip. All right, everyone, come here for a second. He called out to them. Virgo stopped, still holding Sakura in the air by her leg. He set her down, both of them walking over to him and waiting for what he had to say. In about a week, all of us are going to be going with Jiraiya on a training trip together. Sakura and Temari looked at him with surprise, Sakura asking the first question. For how long, Naruto? He grinned at her, waving his gnat at her. Just a couple years or 3, not too long. What? What? He chuckled at their reaction, Sakura freaking out the most. But wait, I still need to get my parents' permission first. I've never been away from the village for that long. He looked at her. It'll be fine, Sakura, Jiraiya will be with us and so will we. It'll be perfectly safe. Besides, this'll be chance to see the world, and I doubt your parents would stop you from doing that. She nodded hesitantly, clearly nervous about the conversation. He grinned. All right then, let's all head home then, it's getting late. They all agreed, heading back to their homes, Sakura having to separate from the rest of them. Temari had gotten her own apartment as well, from a different complex than their own though. Theirs was already full. She would become a leaf ninja officially tomorrow as well, having finally finished all the paperwork. She was a bit peeved that she would still be a genin. Daffy entered his apartment, closing the door behind him. There had been a lot happening the last few days and needed some time to rest and think. He already had plans for multiple techniques to train and create on their trip. His main concern was Danzo. He would be out of the village for almost 3 years, and Danzo would not be simply staying idle. The man was crafty, and he would have to prepare for him. His best chance at defeating Danzo was to either expose him to the leaf, or get above him in rank, meaning become Hokage. Both would not be easy, but whatever happened, he would be ready for it. He made food, staying up for a bit as night fell. He went to bed later, falling asleep and hoping to avoid nightmares. He was awoken later by an explosion. Sasuke ducked underneath the kick, sweeping his leg along the ground to try and trip his opponent. Kakashi hopped over it, reaching down and grabbing him by his shirt. He threw him behind him, Sasuke throwing several kunai at the jonin. Kakashi plucked one from the air and deflected the rest, waiting there as Sasuke landed, panting. They had been at it for a couple hours now, and it seemed it was time to rest. Sasuke fell backward, landing on his backside and supporting himself with his arms. Kakashi walked forward, stopping in front of him. You've been pretty aggressive these last couple days. Something on your mind? Sasuke looked up at his sensei thoughtful. I asked Naruto to train me. Kakashi looked at him with a veiled amused expression. Oh? Am I not good enough for you, Sasuke? He scoffed at the man. Kakashi was a powerful shinobi, but he was an ordinary one as well, not like Naruto. Naruto was unordinary, using strange techniques and skills to beat his opponents. Sasuke needed those skills, and Kakashi wouldn't be able to teach that to him. TCH, that's not what meant. Naruto said no, said that he wouldn't let me throw everything away. Kakashi was silent for a moment, before speaking. He's right, you know. Sasuke glared at the man. Don't try and tell me that. What if I killed everyone you ever loved, huh? Would you still be able to say that? I'm afraid that's not possible, Sasuke. You see, Kakashi tilted his head, a smile on his face. Everyone I love is already dead. Sasuke stared at the man, shocked at his words. I've been around for a long time, Sasuke. I've been a ninja for 20 years, and I've seen many men do what you're doing now. Trust me, it never ends well. Take Naruto's advice, and move on, Sasuke. He didn't answer the Jonin, looking toward the ground and thinking about his words. He heard Kakashi take a deep breath. Well, I guess I'd better get going. I'll see you tomorrow, Sasuke. Bye now. He poofed away with a wave, leaving Sasuke alone. He got up, making his way home. He walked into the Uchiha compound, the only sound being the gravel and dirt crunching under his sandals. He looked around, eyeing the empty buildings. They were beginning to become worn, the wood rotting and falling apart. Without anyone living in them or the proper maintenance, the entire place was falling apart. He made it to his own house, walking inside and taking his sandals off. He walked through the hallway and into the kitchen, grabbing some rice balls he had made that morning. He walked toward his room while he ate, looking at the first door to his left. It was the living room, closed off ever since that day. He walked in, standing at the center of the room. He looked down, a dark stain still burned into the floor. The blood of his parents. They wanted him to forget this. To just go and live on like nothing had happened? No, he couldn't do that, he refused to. He didn't know what Naruto wanted, but he would convince the blonde to give him his strength, no matter what it took. He was an Uchiha, and Uchiha didn't give up so easily. He walked out of the room, heading back to lay in his bed and rest. It was nighttime now, and Sasuke could use the sleep. He wouldn't get the chance. He ducked suddenly, dodging the small barrage of kunai coming through the front door, which was now open. Someone burst in, rushing toward him and trying to tackle him. He jumped off the ground, going above the very large man. He felt someone grab from behind. A second one? He snapped his head backward, hearing a crack as he broke his captor's nose, freeing himself. He landed back on the ground, jumping upward to dodge a punch by the large man behind him. He kicked backward, landing a hit in the large one's face. There was an explosion of wood, a third enemy bursting through the wall nearby and landing a solid punch on Sasuke's stomach. He slammed into the wall on the opposite side, the wood cracking and creaking at the blow. He quickly got up, looking around as the three figures surrounded him. He looked at the Veros headbands they were wearing, sound ninja. Honestly, can't you idiots do anything right? He turned toward the door, seeing a redhead walk in, her headband around her head like bandana. Alright, now listen here, Orochimaru was kind enough to send you a little offer. You come with us to the hidden sound and let Orochimaru analyze you and your Sharingan. In return, he'll train your bitch ass to something actually worthwhile. He looked at her, shocked at the offer. The others had stopped as well, waiting for his answer. And if I refuse? There was another voice, someone else entering behind the new girl. He had stark white hair and pale skin, his face emotionless. It would not be wise to refuse the Sound 5, Sasuke. You will either come willingly, or we can drag you back with us. An oppressive aura saturated the air, filled with a disgusting but powerful chakra. He looked around, seeing marks begin to appear on the other four figures. They all looked very strange, one with multiple arms, one with two heads, but the other guy was just very large. He looked at the white-haired one, most likely the leader. He thought about the offer, to be trained by one of the Sannin. It lined up directly with his goal. Through Orochimaru he could gain the power necessary to kill Itachi. After all, Orochimaru was the one who killed the third Hokage, the supposed god of shinobi. He still remembered the fear and awe he felt in the forest, the seemingly invincible figure that Orochimaru held. Still, he remembered something else. Naruto had fought Orochimaru, and he had come back alive, not a scratch on him. He realized it with shocking clarity. There was a choice to make here. He could either go with Orochimaru, abandon everything and everyone and gain the power he needed to kill Itachi. Or he could stay in the leaf, trying to gain Naruto's powers to kill Itachi once and for all. It was a difficult choice. If I trained you, made you stronger, you would just rush on to Itachi, throwing everything away. I won't let you do that. He gritted his teeth at the memory, looking at the leader of the Sound Five. Take Naruto's advice and move on, Sasuke. Why was everyone telling him that? Why couldn't they see it his way for once? Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, detest me, curse me, and survive in an unsightly way. Run and cling to your pitiful life. Then, when you possess eyes like mine, come and face me. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He faced the Sound Five and made his decision. The seal began to burn. His mission had begun. Kabuto took out the scroll, rolling it out in front of him and releasing the contents with a small puff of smoke. A stack of high-powered explosive notes, a map of the TNI building, and a brand new leg made from the first Hokage's cells. He grabbed the leg first, attaching it to his stump. He felt a rush as the leg connected to his body, feeling the first Hokage's power flowing through him. This was dangerous. It was more than possible that the first Hokage's cells would overpower his own, but it was something that he had to risk. The Sound Five were grabbing Sasuke and taking him back to the hidden sound, and it was his job to create the distraction that would cover their tracks. If they were worried about a small invasion of saboteurs, they would hesitate to send Jonin and Chunin to chase after them. He got up, testing and stretching his new limb. It felt odd, almost numb, but it would work. He walked over to the cell, the guard opening it for him. The guard nodded as he turned around, Kabuto quickly killing him by snapping his neck. It had to be believed that he escaped on his own. Danzo didn't want thoughts of him letting Kabuto escape. He moved quickly, going through and escaping the TNI building using the marked map on his person. Danzo had conveniently marked the best way of escape for him, and he didn't hesitate to use it. In less than a minute, he was out, burning the map when he was done. He went across the village, planting explosive notes on various buildings such as the Academy and Hokage Tower. He placed some on some apartment complexes but avoided Naruto's, not wanted him to sense his presence. He was almost done, only having one more tag left, and he knew where to use it. He went toward the house, picking the door lock and walking inside. He placed the note on the floor in the center of the house. Naruto had angered him quite greatly by taking his leg from him. He would take something from Naruto as well. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, going to meet up with the Sound Five and leaving Sakura's house. When he reached the village walls, he made a hand sign, explosions ringing throughout the night. Chapter 12. His eyes snapped open, the sudden explosions waking Daffy from his brief sleep. He got off the bed, standing up now. Looking at the window, it was still the dead of night, and the explosions were coming from almost every direction. Firing up his haki, he checked up on everyone. Virgo and Temari were still okay, and he stretched his haki out towards Sakura as well. She was still there, but the floor beneath him shattered, his strings flying outward as they cut through the wall in his way. He sped through the air, on his way to Sakura's house. He looked around as he went, seeing the village in flames. The Hokage White Tower, the academy, the hospital, along with several other structures were on fire, smoke riding into the night. He could hear screams as the people began to panic and ninja scurrying around the village, trying to find the source of it all. He ignored it all, making his way closer to Sakura. She was still alive, his haki told him that much, her parents on the other hand. He couldn't sense them, and he doubted they would be out at night, coincidentally at the same time as the village went up in flames. No, more likely they were dead. He could see the house now, it had collapsed, flames spreading over the debris. He went there quickly, using his haki to find Sakura as quickly as he could. Using his strings, he gently pulled the debris upward, freeing Sakura's trapped body. He picked her up, gently examining her wounds. There were lacerations across her body, the debris digging into her flesh as it collapsed on top of her. She was covered in burns as well, half of her face scarred, it was most likely permanent. His teeth clenched as he looked at her, but he didn't have time for anger, Sakura was still in danger. He moved quickly, being careful not to jostle the unconscious Sakura around as he moved. He stretched his haki once again, seeing if Tsunade was still at the Hokage's tower. She was, and he bolted, making it there in record time. The tower now had gaping holes in it, fire spreading throughout the building, but there were already ninja putting them out. He went to the Hokage's window, his strings opening it before he crashed through. Tsunade was there, giving orders to various ninja, turning toward him when he appeared. "What, Naruto?" He ignored her, clearing off the desk and placing Sakura onto it gently. He looked up at her with a determined look on his face. "Help her quickly." She was dazed for a moment but nodded, going to Sakura's side with glowing, green hands. Naruto, I'll take care of her. I need you to grab Kakashi and Sasuke, begin searching the village and find out who did this. Kakashi should be heading towards Sasuke's house now. He nodded, leaving through the window that he entered and back into the night. His anger was starting to build, the fact that someone had almost killed Sakura was sinking in. He hurried his pace, wanting to get to the rest of his team and begin the hunt. Whoever had done this, they were going to pay. He reached Sasuke's compound, finding his house among the rest of the barren buildings. He looked around for a moment, thinking about Sasuke's home. This couldn't be good for the Uchiha, living among his memories, reminded of the past every day. He shook the thoughts from his head, it didn't matter right now. He saw Kakashi, but not Sasuke, not even with his haki. Kakashi was standing in the doorway, looking inside. Don't tell me. He went up to Kakashi, looking inside. There was blood, but there wasn't a body. The walls and floor had been destroyed, indicating a struggle, a fight between Sasuke and someone else, perhaps multiple people. Kakashi spoke up. 5 people besides Sasuke. They burst in, taking him by surprise. The struggle stopped for a moment, most likely trying to convince Sasuke to give up. It resumed a bit after. Daffy accepted Kakashi's analysis, not doubting the experienced ninja. Sasuke had been taken, kidnapped for some reason. It could be a rival village, trying to acquire the Sharingan for themselves, or... He stretched his haki out once again, toward the TNI building. The guards were scrambling, most likely a response to the sudden assault on the village, or perhaps the missing prisoner. Kabuto wasn't there. He looked toward Kakashi. Kabuto escaped his cell somehow, meaning that Orochimaru is probably behind this. Kakashi looked at him before nodding, turning away from Sasuke's house. Let's get back to the Hokage then. We have to report this immediately. They moved, heading back to the Hokage tower. The ninja were still putting out the fires throughout the village while searching for the culprit, Kabuto. He gritted his teeth, regretting not simply killing the traitor. Danzo's defeat wasn't worth Sakura's life, and without Kabuto, Danzo would likely get away with his crime. They made it back, Tsunade still healing Sakura with 2 other medical ninja beside her. She turned toward them, her eyes narrowing as she noticed their missing team member. She looked toward Daffy first. She stabilized for now, but these wounds are pretty bad, Naruto. She'll probably be scarred for the rest of her life. He frowned at the news, not happy but not surprised either. He had hoped that Tsunade would be able to heal her completely, but the fact she was alive in the first place was a miracle. The Hokage continued. Now, where is Sasuke? Kakashi gave her an explanation, his voice firm and holding complete seriousness. Lady Hokage, why? When Naruto and I arrived, Sasuke's home showed signs of struggle, and he was nowhere to be found. I found his blood at the scene, meaning he was most likely taken by force. Naruto said that Kabuto has escaped as well, meaning that Orochimaru's men may have taken him. Her eyes hardened at the news, immediately giving orders. Kakashi, I need you to gather a team together and comb through the village. Find and eliminate an enemy ninja you come across. We cannot have this destruction continue, so we must make sure the village is secure. Lady Hokage, why? I don't thin. Naruto, she said, ignoring Kakashi's distress. This will be your first mission as a Chunin. Gather a team together and track down Sasuke Uchiha. Bring that boy home and kill the ones that took him. Kabuto has shown that we can't keep them secured in the village. I want no survivors, understood? He grinned at her. Crystal clear. He he he. Kakashi continued his earlier statement. Lady Hokage, why? Don't you think I should be on this mission as well? Sasuke is a member of my team. Tsunade merely nodded to him. That's true, Kakashi, but there's work to be done in the village. As important as Sasuke Uchiha is, the village comes before all else. I know that this is hard, but I trust in Naruto's abilities. He can get the job done, Kakashi. The elite Jonin was silent for a moment, before nodding. All right, then I'll get to work. He jumped off into the village, Daffy following soon after. He went back to his apartment first, meeting up with Virgo and Temari. Temari was in Virgo's apartment, probably going there to wait out the situation. He landed in front of the door, opening it with a spare key and walking in. Naruto! Temari exclaimed, surprised at his entrance. He simply nodded at her, not having time for pleasantries at the moment. Temari, Lee, Sakura has been hurt and Sasuke has been kidnapped by Orochimaru. Temari, I need you to head to the Hokage Tower, where Sakura is. Stay by her side until we return. Lee, we're going to gather a team and head after Sasuke. Temari was visibly shaken at the flood of information. Wait a minute! If you guys are going, then I'm going with. Daffy interrupted her. Temari, Sakura's parents are dead, and I don't want her waking up alone. Besides, I trust you to protect her. We don't know if someone is still going to be after her. She stared at him for a moment, before nodding, heading out the door and on her way to Sakura. Who are we going to get? Virgo asked, curious. Daffy looked at him for a moment, before turning around and walking out the door. Everyone. It had taken quite some time to find and gather the rest of the Konoha rookies. Team Asuma had apparently left on a mission just yesterday, meaning Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino weren't available. Luckily, everyone else he was able to track down, bringing them to Sasuke's house so Kiba could get to work. Well, Kiba, are you going to be able to track their scents? Asked Niji. Kiba merely scoffed at the jab to his pride. PSH, please, of course we can. Right, Akamaru? The dog atop his head barked in agreement. Daffy nodded at the boy, addressing the rest of his team. All right, Kiba will be guiding us to Sasuke, so I want him leading with Lee and Shino just behind him. Niji and Hinata, you two will be in the middle. I want you to use your Byakugan to scan the area for traps. Ten will be just behind them with me leading from the back. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads, eager to begin the mission. He nodded toward them, a small grin on his face. Then start moving, Kiba. All right. Let's move, Akamaru. The wild boy laughed, jumping off the ground and into the air. They headed north, to the land of sound probably. They traveled as quickly as they could, Naruto sending his haki out to see if he could sense them, but there was no such luck. They must have been traveling quickly to make it so far in such short time, especially while carting Sasuke around with them. Sasuke must have been taken before the explosives went off, meaning they had less time to get to Sasuke than they thought. They had been moving for a couple hours now, still moving in the direction of the hidden sound. They had to reach them before they got to the border, otherwise they would be in enemy territory, and who knew how many enemy ninja were waiting at the border for them. Hinata and Niji used their Byakugan in intervals, trying to conserve chakra for the fight ahead. Then, Naruto spotted something ahead. Everyone stop. They did as ordered, Naruto moving ahead of the group and eyeing something in the air, suspended just in front of them in the branches. It was a string. Looking closer at it, it seemed to be a web. The only thing that let him spot it so easily was his own experience at tracking and seeing his own strings. He doubted this thing was as dense or as sharp as his own. That still left a question: what was the purpose of it then? He looked over at Niji. He gestured to the string in front of him. Niji, look at this string with your Byakugan, see if you can find where it leads or if there are more. Niji nodded, concentrating for a moment before speaking. I can't seem to find where they lead, it's too far away from here. But there are hundreds of them all over the area, spread far out. All of them are in front of us, so we must be getting closer to them. There's chakra running through them as well, meaning they're creations similar to your own strings, Naruto. He nodded at Niji, thinking about what he had said. They were far too weak to be just a simple trap. They had to have a different purpose than that. More likely, it was an alarm of sorts, a way to detect if they are being followed and to detail how many were following. If it was true, it was an impressive ability. Not even Daffy had that kind of ability, and he would be sure to remember it. For now, he thought about how to take care of this. If what Niji said was true, they were just entering this area of string, and it seemed to stretch far. To go undetected would mean they would have to slow down considerably, which would work in the enemy's favor. That left them no choice. He looked behind him to the rest of his team. All right, we're going to move through these strings. They're probably here to alert the enemy of anyone following them, but we can't afford to slow down. Everyone stay on your guard, we're getting close and could be attacked at any moment. Kiba, let's move. Kiba nodded, a rare serious expression on his face. Daffy followed from behind, resuming their previous formation. They moved for only a half an hour before the strings went away, and they were getting closer to the border. It was only about a day away, and they were beginning to push it. Fortunately, it seems they caught up. Daffy sensed the enemy along with Sasuke, meaning he was still alive. He grinned, telling his team they were catching up. They could see them now, Kiba throwing a kunai toward them. The enemy broke left, jumping down into a clearing, and they went to join them. They landed in front of them, allowing Daffy to analyze the enemy. There were 7 of them, with Kabuto among them. Strangely, he had a new leg, which was stark white and barefooted. Some of the others were strange as well, one with multiple arms and 2 of them melded together, only their heads showing they were 2 different people. Sasuke was inside of a large barrel, slung over the shoulder of the white-haired one. Besides Kabuto and the one carrying Sasuke, he recognized the rest of them. They were the ones who had created the barrier during the invasion. He was very happy about Tsunade's orders. He had no quarrel killing these people. Kabuto spoke up first. Well, it seems that the leaf was able to catch up to us, though they only sent a few kids our way. A shame, really. The white-haired one spoke next. Kabuto, we have no time to play with these ninja. We have to bring the next vessel to Orochimaru. Vessel? What did he mean by that? Was Orochimaru going to take over his body somehow? He continued to listen to their banter, trying to grab more information. All right, Kimimaro, relax. Jirobo, Taiya, you two slow them down for a bit and make your way back toward us. The large one and the redhead nodded, moving forward to protect their team. The large one, probably Jirobo, made several hand seals and put his hands on the ground. Earth style, Earth Dome Prison! The ground around Daffy and his team raised upward in a circle, forming a dome prison as the name entailed. Daffy simply ignored it, thinking of what to do next. The fastest was to get to Sasuke would be to leave some people behind to take care of these guys while the rest moved on. These two seemed to be the weaker ones, based on what his haki was telling him, so the others would probably be moving even faster than before. He looked behind him after hearing a loud crash, Kiba trying to break through the barrier. It seemed to be regenerating as he struck. He shook his head, making a game plan. Lee, take care of this. Virgo nodded, calmly walking toward the barrier, directly in front of Jirobo. He reared a fist back, punching forward and piercing straight through it. Virgo had struck the large boy, his haki sensing the boy flying backward. The barrier began to crumble and Daffy gave out his orders. All right, Hinata, Shino, Tenten. I want you three to take these guys on. The rest of us will be moving forward. Once you're done, head back to the Leaf Village. We'll be too far ahead for you to help any further. Shino, you're in charge of this group until you return to the Leaf. They nodded as everyone moved, Daffy leading the way as they chased after Sasuke. He heard the sound of battle behind him but ignored it as he moved forward. Shino nodded as Naruto, Lee, Kiba and Neji moved on, Tenten and Hinata at his side. He looked over at the enemy, quickly thinking about how to engage them. Jirobo seemed to be a close-range and physical fighter. The girl was more likely a mid- to long-range fighter, a genjutsu user. The best option would be for Tenten and Hinata to fight Taiya, prevent her from using her genjutsu and take her down quickly, while he fought the other, using his bugs to drain his chakra. He gave out his new orders, and the two girls rushed over to their opponent. Shino looked at his new enemy, watching as he got up from the ground and walked over to him. I don't know whether you're brave or stupid, fighting me by yourself. Whatever you are, it doesn't matter anymore. You and your friends are about to die. Jirobo charged forward, a heavy fist flying through the air. Shino jumped back, his bugs flying through his sleeves as they crawled onto the large ninja. Jirobo roared at him as they sucked out his chakra. Jirobo surprised him, ignoring the bugs and charging at him once again. Another fist was sent, Shino blocking it with his arms. The force sent him skidding along the ground, his arms completely numb. Shino backed away trying to stay away from Jirobo as much as possible. Then, he saw something odd. His bugs were beginning to fall off him, dead. He called them back immediately, trying to figure out the problem. When they left his body, Shino could see something running along Jirobo's skin, black chains or triangle-like markings slowly spreading. Whatever those are, they've made his chakra almost toxic to my bugs, meaning that I'll be less effective against him now. That didn't mean he didn't have a plan though. He brought the bugs who had survived the attack and made sure they stayed within his body. Shino pulled out a kunai, abandoning the use of his bugs for now. Jirobo laughed at him. Ha ha ha! Do you think you'll be able to beat me with that? Now that your little insects don't work, you don't stand a chance! Jirobo charged forward, much faster this time. His steps were cracking the ground as he sped along, reaching Shino a split second later. Shino ducked under the punch he sent, his kunai slashing at Jirobo's stomach. The larger ninja grabbed Shino's wrist, stopping the blade before quickly turning around, throwing him into the air. Shino quickly turned in the air, throwing his kunai at Jirobo. There was the ringing of metal as it struck stone, Jirobo now carrying a large sphere of stone. Earth-style, Sphere of Graves! Jirobo threw it, the large boulder hurtling through the air toward him. Shino moved quickly, using ninja wire to grab a nearby branch and pull himself out of the way. The boulder went past him, nicking his leg as it did. He heard a small crack, and then pain. His leg was injured, and as he landed on the ground, he found it was only just able to support his weight. He looked up, seeing Jirobo slowly walk toward him, laughing as he did so. Man, you leaf ninja sure are pathetic. Jirobo was standing over him now, a fist raised as be prepared to bring it down. Time to die, kid! The fist fell, and Shino rolled out of the way, his bugs flying through his sleeves and surrounding the larger boy. Jirobo laughed as the bugs began to feed on his chakra. Ha ha ha! You should already know that one. What? What's going on? The bugs were dying, but nowhere near as much as before, and were draining Jirobo's chakra dry. Shino slowly got up, eager to explain. My insects have a very short lifespan, only living for a couple hours, but they can breed extremely quickly. This also means that they can pass on their traits to their offspring, making them very adaptable. I took the ones that had survived eating your chakra and used them to quickly make a new generation of bugs. Those bugs quickly made new ones as well, making an army capable of somewhat surviving your toxic chakra. It isn't perfect, but it doesn't have to be. Jirobo was waving his arms, trying to get the insects off him. Soon they enveloped him completely, beginning to drain his chakra dry. Shino relaxed at the sight, letting his insects do the rest of the work. He tensed when he saw large amounts of them begin to drop to the ground. He pulled out another kunai, trying to call his bugs back, but they all died on the way there. Jirobo was there, but he had transformed. His orange hair had lengthened, running down his back. His skin was red, having various bumps along his face and shoulders. The sclera of his eyes had turned black while his iris was now yellow. Damn you, forcing me into this state! I'll kill you for this! Shino didn't see the point in mentioning that he was already going to kill them, using the time to use his good leg to dive to his left, avoiding the giant's fists as they slammed into the earth. The ground shattered, the force of the blows sending Shino a bit further away. He was on the ground, Jirobo quickly making his way in front of him with a fist reared back. Just die already! The fist launched forward, Shino unable to dodge it. Just before it landed, the sound of a flute was heard, stopping Jirobo's fist. The world around him began to shift, turning red as something began to hold him in place. A genjutsu? It must have been Tayuya's, and it seemed to be sound-based as well. But that meant she couldn't control who it hit, meaning Jirobo was struck as well. Shino couldn't move, and his chakra wouldn't dispel the technique. Acting quickly, he sent out his bugs, dispersing in the air around his ears and eating the chakra in the sound waves, preventing them from reaching him. It worked, the illusion going away as it revealed Jirobo's fist in front of him, staying stock still. He pulled out a kunai, quickly slitting the giant's throat while he was immobile, and backing away. Jirobo bled out as he stayed still, Shino looking over to see the other battle. It had moved into the forest now, and Shino wouldn't be able to do much there with his damaged leg. He limped to a nearby tree, sending his bugs out to help his teammates. Hinata was in a bind, the fight against Tayuya had not gone well so far. As soon as she and Tenten had gone to fight the girl, Tayuya had retreated into the woods, making it difficult to chase her. The area was littered in various traps, her Byakugan being the only thing that had saved her. Not to mention the large creature that the girl was controlling. It was strong and surprisingly quick as well. One hit from its studded bat would probably kill them, and killing it was looking to be very difficult. Tenten had covered the thing in weapons, but it just didn't stop. Now, they were stuck in a genjutsu. The creature was approaching when it struck and would probably be swinging its club at them by now. She kept flaring her chakra, trying to break the genjutsu to no avail, when she heard the sound of buzzing. The genjutsu disappeared, Hinata gaining back her mobility and jumping backward, avoiding an attack that crushed the tree branch she was on. Tenten joined her, having regained her mobility as well, with bugs buzzing around her head. It must have been Shino. He was using them to eat the chakra in the air, making the genjutsu no longer effective. So, what's the plan here, Hinata? Hinata squeaked slightly, not expecting for the older girl to look to her for a plan. She calmed her breathing, remembering Niji's lessons on remaining confident, and spoke to her teammate. Well, I don't think we can beat this thing, and it seems like Tayuya is controlling it somehow. We should ignore it and try and go for Tayuya instead. Tenten nodded at her. Alright, but I don't think we can just ignore this thing. It's too fast, and if we take our EY dash, well, my eyes, then I'm probably dead. I don't have 360-degree vision. She nodded shakily at her, mentally berating herself at the mistake. Tenten wouldn't be able to track the thing as well as her without a Byakugan, and if they messed up they were dead. She looked over to her. Do you have anything that would kill this thing then, something you haven't used? Tenten put on a small thinking pose, before nodding toward her. Yeah, but I'll need to get in close to do it. Hinata thought up a new plan, trying to think of a way to take out the ogre. Alright, I'll get in close and distract it. With Shino's bugs we don't have to worry about Tayuya's genjutsu, so I should be able to stay up close for a bit. Tenten nodded, Hinata getting ready to go. The giant jumped toward them, Hinata and Tenten separating as it swung its bat at them. Hinata moved in closer, using her gentle fist on the creature's leg. Its skin was tough, and its large size reduced the effectiveness of her martial art, but she continued, pressing her fingers into the creature's legs. It stumbled around, trying to crush her underneath its feet, but she kept moving as she struck, staying clear from its attacks. She was able to get behind it, then targeted the back of its knee. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Her hands blurred as they attacked the joint, bringing the creature down to its knee. Hinata jumped back, seeing the opportunity. Now 10-10! There was a yell, making Hinata look up above the creature, seeing 10-10 in the air. She had a large scroll waving in the wind, and she was slowly falling downward toward the creature. Suddenly, there was a large puff of smoke, covering 10-10 for a moment. When she reappeared, there was a large sword in her hands, falling toward the creature. Well, it seemed like a sword, but it was almost too big to be called such. Looking at it with her Byakugan, it was massive, thick, probably very heavy and far too rough. It seemed more like a heap of raw iron than a sword. Whatever it was, 10-10 roared as it slammed into the ogre's head, blood exploding out as it was both sliced and crushed in half. The sword kept going though, its mere weight ripping through the creature. Her Byakugan watched as it started to slice through its ribcage, before giving up and reducing it to dust instead. 10-10 sheared through the beast, her sword clunking down into the branch beneath them, as she bisected the monster straight down the middle. Hinata gaped at her as the two halves of the creature fell over and landed on the ground beneath them, 10-10 merely giving a small thumbs up as she was covered in blood. Pretty cool, huh? I went to one of the local blacksmiths about a week ago and apparently they hired some new kid. Only thing was that he was really bad and ended up making a bunch of junk. So I asked if I could have all the scrap that he left over and got it for a real cheap price. Then I forged it all into a big blade, stuck a handle on it, and this baby was born. What do you think? There were stars in her eyes as she talked, her speech getting faster as she continued to talk. Hinata was at a loss for words, deciding to merely shake her head and focus on their enemy. That's really great 10-10, but we should probably take care of Tayuya first. 10-10 looked a bit disappointed at her answer but nodded, putting the sword back into its scroll. Right, I can't actually lift this thing normally so I have to carry it in a scroll. Listen, that probably won't work again, so if she has any more of those things we'll have to take her down as quickly as possible. Hinata nodded, using her Byakugan to track down Tayuya. She was behind a tree, and there were marks appearing on her skin as well. She could see dark chakra emanating from her neck, obviously planning something. There were 2 large puffs of smoke appearing on either side of Tayuya, 2 more large creatures appearing. She gulped, trying to think of a way to deal with 2 of them. 10-10 was right, they had to take care of Tayuya quickly, or they wouldn't stand a chance. Tayuya's music shifted, the ogres rushing toward them as it did. Wait a minute. She strained her ears, listening closely as she dodged the attack. The music shifted again, prompting the creature in front of her to swipe the claws attached to its wrist. That was it. She looked over to 10-10, yelling over to her. 10-10, it's her flute. She's using her flute to control them. 10-10 looked over, the brief look of confusion turning into understanding as she nodded. They just needed to get rid of Tayuya's flute, that would stop these monsters and make it so they could fight her 2-on-1. Hinata moved, using her Byakugan to track the monster behind her. She weaved through its attacks, turning around the tree at Tayuya, who was surprised at her sudden appearance. She sent her palms move forward aimed at her heart. Tayuya jumped away, playing her flute and making the creature continue its attack. Hinata jumped upward, dodging the creature's slash and kicked off the trunk of the tree, moving closer to Tayuya. Tayuya stopped her playing for a moment, sending a punch at her as Hinata was in midair. Hinata knocked the fist aside, using her foot to kick the flute into the air. Tayuya kicked Hinata in the chest, stopping her forward momentum. She fell toward the ground, looking up as Tayuya jumped upward and reached for her flute. A giant shuriken flew through the air, slicing the flute in half before she could reach it. Hinata looked over, seeing a smiling 10-10 as she rushed over and caught Hinata. They landed on the ground, 10-10 putting her back on her feet. Thanks, 10-10. She smiled at her. No problem. They looked up, Tayuya looking at her destroyed flute. You guys are so fucking dead. Her body began to change, her skin darkening as horns began to grow from her head. The foul chakra began to permeate her body as well. They both tensed, waiting to see what Tayuya would do. The redhead launched herself forward, snarling at them as she did. She was faster, much faster, and Hinata barely managed to dodge the backhanded fist aimed at her head. Tayuya lashed out with a kick, hitting 10-10 and knocking her away. She turned her attention to Hinata, her fists flying at her. Hinata dodged, her palms striking at Tayuya's chakra points in her arms as she did. It wasn't working well. The foul chakra coming from Tayuya's shoulder seemed to be pushing through the blocked chakra points. A punch landed, Hinata being thrown to the ground. She looked up quickly, Tayuya about to throw another before Tenten attacked, a katana in hand as she slashed at her back. There was a hiss of pain from the redhead, who quickly turned around and dodged the next slash. The two were dueling, Tenten slashing at Tayuya, who dodged the blade as she sent punches and kicks at her opponent. Hinata got up, rushing to help as Tayuya pulled out a kunai, blocking the sword strike and kicking Tenten away. Hinata caught her, getting her on her feet as they attacked together. Tayuya was good, very good, and was keeping up with the both of them. She ducked over sword slashes, slapped away her palms, all while attacking back at the same time. But she was beginning to tire. A nick there, another chakra point closed there. She was wearing down, and soon enough someone had messed up. Tayuya slashed at Tenten with her kunai. Tenten stepped closer, her shoulder hitting Tayuya's inner elbow as her hand grabbed Tayuya's wrist, keeping the arm in place. Her katana flipped around in her other hand, stabbing downward into Tayuya's foot. Tayuya screamed and Hinata saw her chance. She circled behind the girl, her chakra coursing through her as she used the technique Niji had taught to her. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. She struck forward, targeting the chakra points around Tayuya's shoulder and going outward. They began to close at a rapid pace, Hinata quickly closing any that reopened. Soon Tayuya's transformation reverted, and she dedicated the other 32 palms to her heart. She heard the redhead cough up blood, falling to the ground soon after. Hinata sighed, exhausted at using the technique. Both her and Tenten collapsed for a moment, catching their breath and letting the adrenaline leave their bodies. A couple minutes later they got back up, heading off to meet back with Shino. He was laying against a tree, Hinata's Byakugan seeing the injured leg that was causing him distress. "I'm guessing you two were able to win," he said, the bugs around their heads returning to his sleeves. The two of them nodded, Tenten speaking up. "Sure did. Mission complete, boss." The two hurled Shino onto their shoulders, beginning the trek back to the Leaf Village. Hinata looked behind her, hoping that everyone else would be okay. Daffy and the rest of the team kept moving, chasing after the sound ninja. They caught up quickly, it seems, as they had to avoid several arrows that were fired at them from various directions. The one with multiple arms was here, trying to slow them down like his friends. He looked at the others, but Niji interrupted him. "I'll take this one. You guys move on ahead." Daffy looked at him for a moment, before nodding. The team moving to get past the sound ninja. He was standing in front of them, gold stakes made of some type of metal in all of his hands. He threw them, Daffy using his strings to knock them out of the way. Daffy sent an overhead kick at the ninja, who used 4 of his 6 arms to block it, the other 2 sending punches toward him. He brought his other foot down, using it to drive him forward and above the ninja, while sending the ninja stumbling. He moved forward, Niji turning back to face their enemy and stop him from following. There were only 3 of them now, Kiba, Virgo and himself. There were still 4 more enemies on the remaining team and they were getting closer to the border now. They kept moving, running into yet another enemy, the 2-headed ones. He grit his teeth, Kiba volunteering this time. He nodded to him and Virgo and himself kept moving. They had to be quick now. They couldn't let them escape and Kabuto and the other were clearly the fastest in the group. They needed to defeat them, grab Sasuke and come back, just in case anyone needed help defeating the others. They kept running, finally catching up in a large grassy field. The other 2 stopped, turning around to greet them. Kabuto began to speak first. "So you made then, huh? What a surprise, but I wonder if it was worth losing all your friends. First Sakura and now the rest too? What a shame. Kimimaro, take Sasuke back to Orochimaru, I'll take care of this." Kimimaro nodded, continuing to run toward the land of sound. Kabuto's words condemned him. He admitted to being the one who planted those explosives in Sakura's house. Daffy looked over to Virgo. "Follow him, Lee. I'll take care of Kabuto." Lee nodded, moving to go past Kabuto. "As if I'd let you." Kabuto moved as well, aiming an attack as Virgo. Daffy moved behind Kabuto, grabbing him by the back of his shirt and throwing him. He gathered his chakra, creating the strongest strings that he could and threw them into the air. They came down, impaling into the ground and creating a small cage, trapping Kabuto and himself inside. "Demon strings, birdcage!" Kimimaro ran toward the border, coming up to the legendary Valley of the End. Moving quickly, he grabbed the barrel on his back and threw it, turning around to block the punch aimed at him. The fist was heavy, and he brought up the bones in his arms to reinforce himself, blocking the strike. The force still sent him flying, skidding over the water and onto the other side of the river. He got to his feet, running over the water to meet his opponent, a strange-looking boy with a bowl-shaped haircut. Whoever he was, his physical strength was impressive, but his bones were more than enough to take the impact. Looking over, The barrel had broken, a still unconscious Sasuke laying on the ground. Kabuto's sedative was still in effect, and he should be out for a couple days still. This fight would have no interruptions. Raising a hand, he fired bones through his fingertips, sending them at the enemy ninja. The boy pulled something from his vest, a stick of bamboo, and slapped the projectile out the air. He rushed forward as well, meeting him in the water. Kimimaro made a sword of bone, their weapons clashing at the center of the river. There was a shockwave, the force of their attacks making the water around them fly outward. Kimimaro quickly sent a bone out from his shoulder, trying to impale his enemy. The other dodged, using his other hand to send a fist at his stomach. Kimimaro jumped back, his bone sword slamming down onto the other outstretched hand as he dodged. He watched in curiosity as the boy's fist turned black, his blade striking the hand but doing no damage. An interesting technique, hardening his body to such a degree. It went on his clothes as well, meaning he can probably harden that bamboo shoot of his too. Such a dangerous opponent, a mix of immense physical strength and unyielding physical defense. I can't afford to get too carried away. Orochimaru is waiting for that boy, but I don't see a way to defeat this ninja quickly. The two separated for a moment, Kimimaro using the chance to speak. Tell me, Leaf Ninja, what is your name? The other looked at him for a moment, before holding the bamboo in front of him. Rock Lee. Kimimaro nodded, the first stage of the cursed seal spreading across his body from his chest. Rock Lee, I, Kimimaro, will take great pride in defeating you. You're a worthy opponent, so I won't bother playing around with you. He had to get Lee away from Sasuke. He needed just a few moments with the boy. It was less than ideal, but he saw no way of getting Sasuke out of here with Lee on their heels. He moved, rushing toward Lee while stabbing his blade forward. Lee dodged to the side, his bamboo lashing out. Bones grew from his body, bending as they absorbed the impact of the attack. He lashed out with a kick, watching as Lee caught the attack with his hand. Even in this state, his physical strength is greater than my own. Bones grew from his foot, wrapping around Lee's hand. Kimimaro jumped into the air, tilting his body and using his grapple on Lee's hand to throw him toward the water below. Lee began to fall, and Kimimaro stabbed forward again, slightly shocked when the black armor returned again, blocking the attack on his chest. Lee fell into the water, and Kimimaro withdrew the bones so he wouldn't be dragged in. He jumped away, or tried to at least. A hand grabbed onto Kimimaro's ankle, pulling him into the water with Lee. The water was cold, but he forced his eyes open to keep track of his opponent. There was a fist heading toward him, which Kimimaro dodged as he sent his own, spiked bone replacing his knuckles. Lee used his other hand to nudge the attack aside, pulling his arm back and sending an elbow toward his head. Kimimaro threw his head backward, dodging the punch as his leg came up. The foot stopped just in front of Lee's face, a spiked bone shooting outward a second after. Lee moved his head to the side, grabbing the outstretched leg and pulling. Lee was below him now, Kimimaro's back to the other boy. He saw his intent and grew plated bones on his back just as a pair of fists thundered into him. He was thrown out of the water, exploding out of its surface. He reoriented himself as the plates of bone disappeared, landing back on the water and waiting for his opponent to surface. His hand reached and stroked his back lightly, thinking about the strike. That was most likely one of his armored attacks. He felt those plates of bone crack slightly at the attack. A hand burst out of the water, slamming onto its surface as it pulled its owner up. Lee was back on his feet. He grabbed the floating stick of bamboo and prepared for the next engagement. Kimimaro charged forward again, slashing his sword at Lee. The other dodged, Kimimaro making bones just out from his body to impale the boy. He dodged again, but Kimimaro wasn't done. He kept moving, using his sword and bones to attack his enemy. There was another ability Lee had, a crafty one as well. No one could easily react to the attacks he sent at the boy. The bones he grew from his body had caught Jonin off guard. No, Lee was doing something to predict his attacks, most likely reading his intent somehow. So, he had begun to spin quickly, his bones tearing at the boy as much as he could. He saw a weakness. Even the boy's skin seemed to be naturally hard, but the blackened armor required concentration and purpose. If he couldn't see the attack coming, and if even Kimimaro didn't know exactly where his attack was going to land, he could pierce his defenses. A punch landed on him, heavily impacting his stomach and sending Kimimaro flying backward. He skidded along the water, eyeing his opponent and spitting out the blood that the punch had caused him. There were cuts all along the other boy, but they were minor. Even without the ability to predict his attacks, Lee was skilled to survive such an assault. He needed more strength. If he wanted to open a window of opportunity, he needed to use the second stage. He felt the transformation and worked on a strategy. He couldn't die here, meaning he couldn't use the second state for too long. He just needed enough to take down Lee for a moment, so he could get to Sasuke and get back to the Land of Sound. He didn't even have to make it back to Orochimaru. The ninja waiting at the border would do the rest for him. The transformation was complete. He was slightly slower in this form, but only because his bones became denser to provide better protection and more powerful attacks, something that was greatly needed against Lee. He moved forward, abandoning his bone blade to rear back a punch, sending it forward. Lee crossed his arms, the black armor reappearing to protect him. Kimimara's fist landed, the force of the attack sending Lee flying backward into the waterfall behind him. Kimimaro chased after him, his bones forming spiked gauntlets around his fists. He considered using his Dance of the Clematis but decided against it. It took a lot out of him to forge the necessary weapons, and he needed to survive this battle. He reached Lee's body that was buried in the rock. Kimimaro's fists flew, closing his eyes so he didn't know where his punches would land. After a few seconds he stopped, opening his eyes. He jumped backward, eyeing the waterfall and not seeing Lee emerge. He deactivated the curse seal, moving to Sasuke's body. He reached him and began to work. It took less than a minute, but he was done soon after. Now, he just had to get to Orochimaru. He heard something behind him. Turning around, he saw a fist flying toward him, impacting his ribcage. The bones inside cracked, his body lodging inside the canyon wall due to the attack's force. He coughed up blood, and looked up, seeing Lee standing there. His trench coat was destroyed, revealing the body underneath. There was a mass of muscle there, a body that a 12-year-old shouldn't possess. His face was impassive, but Kimimaro couldn't help but feel rage emanate from the boy. More worrisome was the black armor that now covered his entire upper body. The rock under Lee's feet crunched and splintered as he walked, slowly approaching Kimimaro. Whatever Lee was doing, it made him much stronger than before, and he didn't want to test his strength, he didn't have the time. He moved forward, sending a fist covered in a gauntlet of spiked bone. Lee raised a hand, sending it forward with a single finger outstretched. Kimimaro watched in shock as the bones were pierced, Lee's finger digging into his hand. Gritting his teeth, he pulled his arm back, his bones growing to form a protective cage around himself as he forced his way to Sasuke. He could feel Lee grab at the bones, trying to pull them apart and get closer to him. He could feel them quickly begin to break and splinter in his hands. His bones weren't strong enough to hold him back for long. He reactivated the second state of his curse seal, making the bones larger and stronger before Lee could break them. He was just about to reach Sasuke before he felt a pull, Lee grabbing him and throwing back toward the canyon wall. He landed on his feet, kicking off the wall to give him momentum. He didn't have a choice, Lee was a monster, and he needed to get away from him. He formed a drill of bone onto his right arm, made of the densest and strongest bone he could muster. He sent it forward, trying to stab Lee through the chest. Lee used both his fists, slamming into either side of the drill and trying to stop it. It was working too. Kimimaro landed on the ground, using his legs and tail to force the drill forward. Just die! He pushed Lee off his feet, sending him into the air and onto the river. His attack didn't land, just merely pushing Lee backward. Kimimaro saw his chance and didn't waste it. He quickly grabbed Sasuke, applying a paper bomb to him and threw him away from them both, making sure that Lee was watching. As soon as he did, he deactivated the curse seal and ran away, sprinting to the Land of Sound. He could hear Lee rushing to catch Sasuke and save him, giving Kimimaro ample time to escape. He could feel pain running through his body, his sickness and the fight making his body sore and ache. He sighed quietly, not liking how the mission turned out. They couldn't bring Sasuke back, but this would have to do. Daffy watched as Kabuto eyed the cage curiously, seeming to laugh at his situation. Wow, who knew there was so much that could be done with just a few strings? You are pretty impressive, Naruto. Daffy grinned at him. Heh. You know, it seems like you don't really understand what kind of situation you're in, so let me tell you. I'm quite angry, Kabuto. The silver-haired ninja smiled at him mockingly. Oh really, then why are you smiling so much then? His grin widened. I'm smiling just because I can't get any angrier. Daffy raised his palms, molten strings shooting outward to his opponent. Kabuto jumped through the air, dodging the attacks as he moved forward. Kabuto sent his chakra scalpels forward, Daffy blocking the attack with a hockey-covered knee. He was surprised to feel pain in his leg and jumped backward. He used strings to repair the damage, eyeing Kabuto curiously, who was chuckling. Surprised? I saw that armor last time we met, when you had attacked me, but don't think it's gonna protect you now. Want to know why? Kabuto removed his shirt, revealing his upper body. His skin was changing colors, the same shade as his new leg. Extraordinary, isn't it? The cells of the first Hokage are a part of my body now, making me stronger. But there is a risk, you see. I didn't stay behind because I wanted to fight you, Naruto. The leg that I attached to myself was an early prototype, and the first cells aren't stable. They're slowly taking over my body. I'm afraid I'm going to die soon. Heh. Yes, you are. But that leg won't be the cause of it. Daffy charged forward, sending another drop kick at Kabuto. The traitor raised his hand to apply his scalpel once again, just as expected. A string appeared connected to his shin and thigh, slicing into Kabuto's hand. Fret saw! The hand was severed, Kabuto not making a sound as it was removed. Daffy headbutted his opponent, knocking him to the ground with a sickening crack. Kabuto lashed out with his remaining hand, nicking Daffy's side and cutting through his haki. His strings quickly repaired the damage, Daffy slamming his leg down onto Kabuto's arm. He could feel the bones inside crumble as Kabuto cried out slightly. Daffy jumped back as Kabuto sent a poisonous mist from his mouth, quickly getting to his feet. Ha! It's truly incredible, just look! Kabuto gestured toward the arm he had just broken, watching the arm twist and turn, the bones inside healing rapidly as the flow of blood came to a stop. My own regeneration technique with the first Hokage's cells amplifying it, truly fascinating. Daffy was done, moving quickly to take down the deranged ninja. He sent a string forward, watching as Kabuto jumped left to dodge it. He was in front of him soon enough, a hand grabbing at Kabuto's remaining wrist. Kabuto was about to open his mouth again before Daffy's other fist rocketed upward, closing it and shattering his teeth. He wrapped his strings around Kabuto's other wrist, pulling and tightening the string, slicing his other hand off. He headbutted him again, knocking Kabuto to the ground. He sat cross-legged on the ninja's chest, sending his strings upward and having them crash down, nailing his limbs to the ground. He looked down at the screaming ninja, grinning at him. Kabuto made to speak, but he stopped that quickly, sending a tendril of string into his mouth and down his throat. Heh. You know, Kabuto, there is some joy to be had here. I get to take joy in the fact that you'll be going to hell tonight. His strings didn't stop, going down his throat and further into his body. They began to get thinner, digging into him as they spread throughout his body. But call me greedy, I can't just let you leave without knowing what it's going to be like. Kabuto was trying to scream, blood coming out of his mouth and soaking his strings. Now I know what you're asking. Daffy, what do you mean till you know what it's like? The strings were spread through his entire body. No, Kabuto stopping his screaming to listen intently on his next few words. Well? Daffy leaned in, looking directly into Kabuto's eyes, his grin stretching across his entire face, painfully so. I've always wanted to know what it's like to burn in hell. He sent fire chakra down the strings, watching as Kabuto's screaming resumed. He did it slowly, roasting the man from the inside. Eventually, Kabuto stopped screaming, getting used to the pain. He sent more chakra, watching with interest as he could see his strings glow through Kabuto's skin. Heh. You know, those healing powers of yours sure are incredible. Let's see how much it takes to burn through them. Black smoke was coming off him as he writhed in pain, Daffy laughing all the while. He got up, standing above Kabuto and looking down at his face. He amped up the heat even further, now using the same amount as his overheat attack. It didn't take long after that, his skin beginning to melt and turn black. Kabuto stopped moving, his healing no longer taking place. He was dead. Daffy removed the birdcage, all his strings quickly disappearing. He looked up, not realizing that he had been torturing Kabuto for such a long time. Time really flies when you're having fun. He looked over, seeing Virgo approach with Sasuke in hand. He grinned at his friend, looking at Sasuke as Virgo approached. He frowned, not liking what he was seeing. He sighed, gesturing for Virgo to follow as they moved to check on everyone else, towing a one-eyed Sasuke Uchiha with them. They had all returned to the village, bringing an injured Sasuke Uchiha with them. Everyone had survived their battles as well, though it seemed Kiba had the hardest time out of all of them. Still, Daffy had succeeded in his mission, though he wished it had gone better. Orochimaru had the Sharingan, and he would be a dangerous opponent the next time they met. It had been a couple days since then, and Jiraiya had returned to the village. Neither Sakura nor Sasuke had woken up, but Tsunade said that Sasuke's sedative should be wearing off soon. Having been given that information, the rest of the Konoha rookies had stayed in his hospital room for the last couple hours, waiting for him to awaken. Daffy was in the corner of the room, his arms crossed as he waited, listening to the others make idle conversation. Sasuke began to stir, and everyone went quiet. They watched as he slowly sat up, looking at the rest of them with his remaining eye. The other side of his face was bandaged up. Sasuke slowly placed a hand on the bandaged side of his face, Daffy stepping forward, a serious expression on his face. They took it, Sasuke. Your right Sharingan eye. We weren't able to get to you in time. Sasuke looked down, the rest of the room silent as they watched. An expression of pain appeared on his face, slowly looking up toward him. Naruto. His voice was quiet, surprising Daffy. He didn't make a move though, waiting to hear Sasuke's words. Help me. Help me kill Itachi, please. Daffy was quiet for a moment, absorbing the boy's words. He smiled a moment later, offering a hand to the boy. They were leaving now, Sasuke deciding to go with them to train. Sakura had to stay behind, her injuries had not yet healed, but Tsunade offered to train the girl while they were away, and he had faith that she would be alright. The girl had cried when she awoken, Temari holding the girl, reminding her that she still had a family. It was a tough decision for them both, but they would reunite soon enough, and be even stronger for it. He looked over to Jiraiya, who was waiting at the gate. Lee, Temari and Sasuke were there as well, waiting for him. There was training to do, strength to gather, and a collection of missing ninja to kill. He walked forward, joining them as they walked out of the village. He couldn't keep the grin off his face. Asuma watched as the Nine Tails left the village, deep in thought. He had spoken to Jiraiya, told him about his concerns. The Toad Sage brushed him off, telling him he was being paranoid. It was possible he was right. Naruto really could just be another talented ninja. But still, he couldn't shake the feeling that the eyes behind those glasses hid something dark within them. Now he is off, going to gather new strength. Asuma turned, seeing someone come up behind him. They continued to talk. You know, he burst into the Hokage Tower, interrupting a very important meeting just to send a message. Naruto Uzumaki is a wild and dangerous boy. If he is not put under control soon, who knows what could happen? Asuma was silent for a moment, listening to the other man's words before speaking. And what are you suggesting here? That we chain him down and put a collar on him? The other man chuckled. No, of course not. All I'm asking is if you will support me when the time is right. Well, Jonin Asuma? Asuma looked the other man in the eye, before returning his gaze to the Jinchuriki leaving the village. Of course, Lord Danzo. He never saw the Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning underneath the elder man's bandages. Well, Itachi, how strong is the Nine Tails? Are the rumors true then? Pain watched as Itachi nodded. So it would seem. He was able to hold off both Kisame and I. An impressive feat. Kisame began to laugh as well. He sure did. The kid has some interesting abilities. I can't wait to get in a fight with him again. Pain nodded at him. Very well. We will start our temporary disbanding for 3 years. Begin gathering funds however you can and meet back here when I call for you. When it is time to hunt down the Jinchuriki, we will gather in larger numbers. If the Nine Tails has shown such a large amount of strength already, then we will need as many of us as possible to defeat him after we return. The rest of the Akatsuki nodded, agreeing with his orders. Now dismiss. Now hold on there, leader. His hologram and the others turned, looking toward the newcomer. I want to propose a little deal between us. I'll help you grab your Jinchuriki and grab the nine-tailed fox as well. In return. He looked down at the figure, slight surprise at the lone Sharingan in Orochimaru's right eye. I want Naruto Uzumaki's corpse. Chapter 13. He had been walking for a long time, seemingly forever. The trees passed him by, slowly as he stumbled further and further, no destination in mind, no salvation in sight. It was raining now, like so many days before. The winds would grow harsh sometimes, the chilly air and freezing rain biting at his skin through the rags that he had found in his travels. Even so, he didn't stop moving. How long had it been? How many sunrises had he seen, and how often had the moon looked down at him, pitying him? He didn't know anymore, he had lost count. But he moved ever onward, hoping for an answer, a reason to rest his weary legs. He stumbled through many towns, surviving off scraps and whatever else he could find. It wasn't a pleasant experience, but he had no other choice. His body was weak, frail even, and he had no way to defend himself anyways. He was not a fighter, and there was no chance that anyone would hire someone like him for any type of job. He had grown rather thin as the days went by, and the rags he had gotten had begun to wear down as they were battered by the elements. Through it all, no one had bothered to help him. After all, who would bother helping something so pitiful? His existence was a humiliating thing, and he had come to realize that there were few who would go out of their way to give him anything other than looks of pity. He didn't need pity, he needed help. He continued to walk, coming across a large bridge. It was massive in size, probably one of the biggest structures the man had ever seen. It would be even more fascinating if he wasn't so hungry. Desperate to get to a nearby town, he moved across the bridge, aching for whatever treasures he could find in this town. He ignored the other passerbys, various merchants and travelers eyeing him with suspicion and concern. He ignored them, and just kept walking, not daring to look into their eyes and reveal himself. There was something about him, something about his face that unnerved those around him. It was the only thing visible underneath his clothes, the rest of him covered in torn cloth and bandages to avoid sickness and conserve warmth. He looked up ever so slightly, trying to find the end of the bridge. It was far, unfairly so. He could feel his body weakening, his stomach craving any kind of sustenance. It hurt. Still, he had to continue. He wouldn't die like this, not like this. Every part of his failing body refused to die in this way, as if it were yearning for a more fitting death, or perhaps a more fulfilling life. His eyes widened, his hands quickly jutting outward to catch himself as he stumbled onto the ground. His hands hit the ground, his arms almost immediately buckling under his own weight. His face hit the ground with a wet splat, the rain-covered concrete meeting his cool, pale skin. He lay there for a moment, his breast labored as he tried to gather the energy to get up. His eyes watched the feet of the others, the various people walking around him, ignoring him. He felt tears sting his eyes, slowly falling to join the freezing rain. Why was this happening? Was he being punished? He blinked away the tears, his arms shaking as he pulled himself up and back onto his feet. His eyes narrowed with determination, moving at a slightly quicker pace. He leaned forward slightly, fighting through the rough winds as he slowly weaved through the moving crowd. He didn't know how long it took, but he had made it, his feet touching down on a dirt path as he stepped off the bridge. He smiled lightly, proud of what he had accomplished. It didn't last long. He moved through the small town that the bridge had led him to. It was more of a village really, with small wooden buildings and huts. Nonetheless, he had done this enough times by now, he knew what to do. He went into an alleyway, spotting a small dumpster behind a food stand. He moved quietly, looking around and making sure no one spotted him. His travels had taught him that townsfolk didn't appreciate people rummaging through their garbage, and it had gotten him into several scrapes and thrown out of a village or two. Seeing no one, he peered inside, his hands shaking but desperately shoveling into the container, looking for anything edible. It was disgusting, what little he had found was barely edible and tasted even worse, but it meant he would live, whatever that was worth. There was the crunch of gravel, causing his hands to freeze as his head swiveled around. His eyes were met with a fist, flying toward his face. He reared back, his hands coming out of the dumpster and flying upward to protect himself. He was too slow. The force of the punch sent him to the ground, pain exploding on his face. He fell to the ground, his eyes opening slightly to see his attackers and a couple others coming closer to him. They began to kick him, bruising his flesh and making pain swell throughout his body. He curled up, trying to protect himself as much as he could. He couldn't fight back, and he had been in this situation before. People in a state like his own, trying to find a way to survive. Or just some sick thugs looking for a way to pass the time. Either way, it didn't make the blows easier to handle. The attacks began to slow down, hands beginning to search him for whatever he had. One of them spoke up. "Ah man, I told you guys he wouldn't have anything on him." There was a more forceful kick landing as he finished his words, another voice taking his place. "Yeah, but I mean, look at him. Is it really that surprising? This guy's at rock bottom, I almost pity him." The kicking began to stop, the trio not finding anything on him. He looked up at slightly, trying to identify them through darkening vision. They looked down at him as well, the third one speaking for the first time. Hey, what's up with this guys? Hey! What are you kids doing?" The three looked over in another direction, shock and alarm appearing on their faces. Shit! Come on, let's go guys!" They ran away, a large figure blurring past him to chase them down. He continued to lay there, his vision beginning to fade as the pain settled in his body. The figure came back, an older man wearing a straw hat. The man knelt toward him, his hand shaking him slightly. "Hey, you alright, kid?" He tried to speak, but he found he couldn't, weakness and fatigue taking over his body. Through the darkness, he saw a young boy appear, clutching the older man's sleeve as he looked down at his prone body. "Grandpa, what are we gonna do?" The grandpa looked at the child, before settling his gaze back on him. "We're taking him with us. Come on, Inari, help me drag him up, I'll have to carry him on my back." He felt them move his body, trying to help them but not able to in the slightest. His eyes began to close on their own will, darkness enveloping his vision. His eyes opened, a steady rhythm of footsteps rumbling through his body. He was on someone's back, the old man's. He looked around seeing them walk through a forest. The old man noticed his waking state, looking back to gaze at him. "I see you're awake. Did you have a nice nap? He nodded slightly, trying to speak but immediately abandoning the attempt, his throat dry and hoarse, ironic considering the rain that dripped through the leaves. The old man saw his struggles, and simply nodded toward him. Don't speak for now. I'm taking you back to my house. We'll get some superfood and drink in ya, then we can talk. He nodded toward the man dizzyingly, closing his eyes and leaning against his shoulder, enjoying the steady rhythm of the man's steps. It was nice, being able to rest like this, to not have to worry about someone mugging him as he slept or sneak around bandits that littered the roads. It was a nice feeling. His eyes slowly opened, feeling the rain come to a stop. They had exited the woods, the sun appearing through the clouds and shining down on a small house, overlooking a small, blue pond. It seemed peaceful, and he couldn't help but smile slightly at the realization that he would be going into that home. The man walked inside, a child running past him as he did, Inari if he remembered correctly. There was a woman waiting inside, Inari's mother perhaps. He learned her name quickly, the old man providing it a moment later. Tsunami, get some food for this kid, something light, like soup. The woman turned around, her eyes widened as she spotted him being carried by the older man. Father? Who is that? What's going on? She was panicking slightly, unsure what to do for a moment before the man reassured her. Everything's fine, Tsunami, he's just a kid that needs some help, that's all. She visibly calmed at his words, grabbing various pots and pans as the old man carried him over to a couch, lightly placing him down. He let himself fall into the seat, admiring the comfort and bliss the furniture brought him. It was heavenly, a ray light in the gloomy shade that was the feeling of sleeping and resting on the cold, hard ground. He leaned back, closing his eyes as he rested. He lay there for a while, opening them as he began to smell something wonderful. He looked down, seeing a small table set up in front of him, a bowl of soup laid before him with a small glass of water. He looked up, seeing the woman smile down at him. He looked down at the bowl, hesitantly beginning to eat, not believing the current situation. He grabbed the bowl, bringing it to his lips and praying this all wasn't just a dream. He sipped, having his first taste of a cooked meal. It was indescribable. Time seemed to suddenly pass, and he found the bowl and glass of water both empty. He looked up, slightly embarrassed at his actions. The old man had a wide grin on his face as he watched, Tsunami giggling into her palm. The man grabbed a chair, placing it in front of the small table in front of him. Well, now that you've eaten, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Tazuna, and this is my daughter, Tsunami. The boy behind her is my grandson, Inari. He looked at the small trio, nodding to them before looking at the old man, waiting for him to continue. They stared at each other for a moment, an awkward look appearing on Tazuna's face. Well, what's your name, kid? He tilted his head at the question, an answer coming to his lips. He cleared his throat, gently stretching his vocal cords. His voice was quiet and whisper-like, but the small family could hear them easily in the small room. And my name is... He tried to answer, but he couldn't. Who was he again? He couldn't remember. The answer was there, he knew it was, but it simply sat there, just out of reach. Tazuna had a look of pity on his face. See, can you not remember? He looked toward the ground, shaking his head slowly. The room was quiet for a moment, everyone trying to think of something to say. Tazuna decided quickly. Well, that's fine. You can stay here with us for as long as you like, but this isn't a charity. As soon as we get some more food in you, you're gonna help around here, deal? He looked up, his neck disagreeing with the quick movement. That was something he absolutely couldn't refuse. It was an end to it, an end to the constant roaming and struggle for mere survival. He nodded his head, eager to show his acceptance. They smiled at him, Tazuna letting out booming laughter. Ha ha ha! All right then, we have a spare bedroom in the house. That'll be your room, We'll come up with a name for you in a few days if you don't remember it by then, all right? He nodded, feeling hope spring up within for the first time in recent memory. It had taken several days until Tazuna had decided to let him out of the house. They were surprised at the recovery he had made though. His once skinny limbs and stomach had filled out quite quickly, and they thought he looked much healthier than before. Tazuna had decided to take him fishing in the nearby pond for now, just to get him outside again. According to him, he needed the sunlight badly. Whatever it was, he didn't really mind, happy to be able to enjoy moving and walking properly, the previous ever-present weakness and fatigue purged from his body. It was a relaxing experience, sitting on the dock with Tazuna, catching fish. He wasn't very good at it, having lost several fish and pulling up mostly random junk and litter. Still, he enjoyed it greatly, and couldn't help but wish that it never ended. Soon, the sun began to dim, and a heavy rain began to fall. He tried to pull up the tattered hood of his clothes, but quickly remembered that Tazuna and his family had gotten him actual clothes. He didn't have to worry about the rain long, something being placed on his head to block the rain. He looked over, seeing Tazuna wearing his straw hat, with an arm outstretched over his head. His eyes peered upward, seeing Tazuna place a hat on his own head, blocking the rain. A memory, a flash of images and sound. It was loud, bright and incomprehensible, a cacophony of noise and color that he couldn't understand. But through it all, two things stood out. He looked over to Tazuna. I remember. Tazuna gave him a confused look. He smiled at the older man. My name, I think I remember my name. Tazuna gave him a great grin, a hand being placed on his shoulders and shaking him slightly. That's great. So, let's hear it then. He smiled at his enthusiasm, eager to tell the man his recollection. It's Kabuto Yakushi. Tazuna looked at him for a moment, before giving another booming laugh. Kabuto, huh? Well, that's quite the super name if I ever heard one. Tazuna got up, dragging Kabuto with him to his feet. He walked back to the house, gesturing for him to follow. Well, let's get out of this weather and go introduce you properly, Kabuto. He smiled, following the man to the house. Tsunami cooked them a large meal to celebrate. Inari even looked happy for him, being unusually gloomy for such a young child. The meal was nice, pleasant and warm as he was surrounded by such a caring family. They had brought him into their home, with no other reason than to help him. He only wished there were more people like this in his travels. The meal ended far too soon, but night had come, and he needed to rest. Tazuna said they would begin some real work tomorrow, working on various things in the nearby villages. He was apparently an expert builder and contractor, having been the one who had constructed the massive bridge that led him to this land. He walked into the bathroom, turning on the faucet and washing his hands. Gathering a small puddle in his palms, he splashed his face, and looked up at the mirror. He had remembered his name today, that was what he had told Tazuna. He didn't mention anything else, didn't mention the blood, the screams echoing throughout the dark, underground hallways. He didn't mention the feeling of something digging through his body, burning him from the inside out. He looked at his face, eyeing his strange, white skin. He brought a pale white hand up, feeling the texture of his face. It felt wrong, unnatural even. As he looked himself in the eyes, he couldn't stop the thought ringing in his head. Just who are you, Kabuto Yakushi? 2 years later. She ducked under her sensei's punch, returning it with her own, aimed at his chest. Kakashi jumped back, making hand seals all the while. Fire style, fireball jutsu! Sakura formed her own seals, creating a wall of earth to block the intense heat. She jumped upward, dodging the pair of hands bursting from underneath her, trying to grab her ankles. She began to fall, and reared a fist aimed at the ground below her. She let loose, a battle cry coming from her throat as her fist impacted the ground. It shattered, the earth splitting and crumbling apart at the force of her attack. The hand sticking out of the ground puffed into smoke, revealing itself to be a shadow clone. She turned around, seeing Kakashi appear a few meters away from her. She grabbed a slab of stone, remnants of the wall she created before it was destroyed by her punch. She threw it toward the Jonin, making hand seals as he dodged stone projectile. She ran forward, silently preparing her ninjutsu as she went. She reached Kakashi, her hands glowing with chakra as she lashed out. Kakashi dodged her chakra scalpels expertly, weaving through the deadly attacks. She raised a foot, slamming it into the ground as a scalpel lashed out. The ground shuddered, throwing Kakashi off balance and vulnerable to her attack. There was a puff of smoke, a shadow clone appearing and throwing Kakashi out of the way of her scalpel. The clone had a kunai in hand, slashing toward her. She ducked underneath it, a hand slashing at the clone's side and dispelling it as she slammed her hands on the ground, casting the ninjutsu she had been waiting for. Earth style, earth and stone shoots. Spikes of hardened stone shot out from the ground, stabbing through the air to pierce through her sensei. Kakashi moved quickly, his hands and feet taking advantage of the perception-enhancing powers of his Sharingan, using it to grab the pillars and launch himself off them, dodging them completely. She kept her hands to the ground, the spikes continuing to follow Kakashi as he weaved and flipped through them. Kakashi messed up, tripping slightly and allowing several spikes to pierce through his body. She quickly dispelled his genjutsu, not believing the scene for a second as she turned around, and jumped back, ready to fight against the wolf of lightning that was now charging toward her. She formed her hand seals. Water style, water vortex jutsu! A large cyclone of water appeared before her, tearing through the lightning wolf and heading straight toward Kakashi. She watched carefully as he formed hand seals, a wall of earth rising to block the torrent of water and electricity. She ran, racing toward the wall and driving a fist into it. The wall exploded outward, revealing a slightly shocked Kakashi who still had his palms on the ground. She landed in front of him, her foot stomping onto his hands to hold him to the ground and a kunai in her hand, now around Kakashi's neck. The two stood there for a moment, eyeing each other, before she smiled at him, panting slightly. Looks like I finally win this one, Kakashi-sensei. Her eyes widened as she felt something tapping her shoulder lightly. She sighed, turning her head slightly to see another ruffled Kakashi, a double-eye smile on his mostly hidden face, and making a peace sign with his other hand. Yo! She looked back at the shadow clone before her, who was laughing sheepishly. Her eye twitched in frustration, and she quickly vented it by hitting the clone as hard as she could. It disappeared far too quickly. She sighed, then put on a light smile as she turned to her sensei, who commented on their spar immediately, pulling down his headband and hiding his Sharingan. You've improved greatly, Sakura. Honestly, you could probably start testing to become a Jonin soon. You have a wide array of skills already, and you're only going to get even stronger at this rate. She nodded at her sensei, thinking about her spar and what she had learned in the past 2 years. Tsunade and Kakashi had driven her into the ground with all their training, and she was more than ready for it. Taijutsu, Genjutsu, ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, she took in as much as she could as quickly as she could. She needed to grow stronger. Naruto and the others were training right now, working hard to protect her and each other. She wouldn't let herself become some damsel in distress, she wanted to protect them too. She looked up to her sensei, happy that he was acknowledging her progress. Yeah, maybe, but I want to wait before I do that. After all, Naruto isn't even a Jonin yet, and there's no reason to rush toward a promotion. He nodded at her, pulling his infamous orange book from his back pouch. True. Either way, you're making great progress. At this point, you just need to gain some more experience. You have all the techniques down, now you just have to get used to using them in combat. Though, it seems you have quite the talent at that as well. She laughed lightly at her sensei, stretching a bit and letting the adrenaline of the spar wear off. I guess we should call it quits for the day, huh, sensei? He nodded toward her, giving a light wave as he prepared to leave. It would seem so. I'm going to be on a mission for a few days starting tomorrow, so don't expect to see me for a while. She nodded toward him, waving back as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. She looked up, watching the sun begin to set over the tree line of the forest in the training ground. She began walking back to her apartment, eager to get home and relax for the rest of the night. She walked slowly, enjoying the slight breeze that went through the village. She looked around as she went, watching the various villagers as they went about their day. It made her wonder sometimes, made her think what she would be doing if she were like them. If she never went to the academy, and instead became an ordinary citizen of the Hidden Leaf, where would she be? Perhaps she would be running a small stand or store, another everyday merchant trying to make a living. Maybe she would be dating someone instead of training every day or studying to become a great scholar. Maybe her parents would still. She opened the door to her apartment, walking in and turning on the lights. It was quite small, but that was fine, she didn't need much. Naruto had forced his sensei, Jiraiya, to give her a hefty sum of money so she could buy a new house, but she rented a small apartment instead. Part of the reason was to save money, the other part was so she wasn't left in a large home by herself. She removed the headband from her forehead and placed it on the dresser next to the bed. She took off her Chunin vest as well, throwing it on the bed as she grabbed some new clothes from the dresser. She walked into the bathroom, turning on the shower and stepping inside. It felt nice, the warm water soothing her sore muscles. She stayed there for a while, relaxing blissfully in the warm water as she cleansed herself of the sweat the day's training and spar had brought. She turned the water off, stepping out of the shower and drying herself off. She stood in front of the mirror, drying her hair as she stared at her reflection. She still hadn't gotten used to it, the scars. Her body was covered in them, the burns that night's explosion had given her. It covered almost an entire side of her face as well as the majority of her body. They weren't nearly as bad as they were before, now only rough, pink skin. Still, it was dreadfully noticeable, and the only way she could hide it was to cover her face like her sensei, Kakashi. She refused to do that though. Tsunade had said that she wouldn't be able to heal the scars normally, but she could cover them with skin grafts. Ino, bless her, had offered to donate immediately, but Sakura refused the treatment. She couldn't cover this up, she didn't want to. These scars were a reminder for her, a symbol for what happened when she was too weak. Because she was weak, she never heard Kabuto enter her home, placing that explosive. Because she was weak, her parents were dead. Because she was weak, Sasuke had almost been taken from the village. She refused to be weak any longer. She refused to let what happened to her parents happen to everyone else. These scars drove her, reminded her that she had to go further, had to surpass her mentors. The only way these scars would go away was if she healed them, no skin grafts, no loopholes. Tsunade may not be able to remove these scars, but one day, Sakura Haruna would. That was a promise. She finished drying her hair, returning to her bed and properly hanging up her chunin vest. She prepared to lay down, only to raise her guard as her window opened suddenly. "Gah! Calm down, lady, it's just me." She relaxed as she saw who it was, letting the messenger toad inside as she kneeled toward him, smiling. "Well, Kosuke, what do you have for me this time?" The small red toad reached behind him, pulling out a small scroll and a series of letters. It surprised her. Normally Naruto and everyone else only sent a series of letters. This was the first time she received a scroll from them. The toad held it out to her, a small grin on its face. "Got this for you this time. Looks like Naruto sent you something special." She took the letters first, setting them down and holding the scroll in her hands, curious. She looked back to the toad. "Thanks, Kosuke, I appreciate it." The toad nodded, giving a small salute as it disappeared in a puff of smoke. She opened the scroll, reading the message at the beginning of the scroll. "Sakura, it would seem you've learned most of what you wished to from Kakashi and Tsunade. Therefore, I thought I should send this scroll to you. It's a difficult technique to learn, one that even I haven't perfected yet, but I have a feeling you will learn and use it well. Good luck." She smiled at the message, taking the scroll with her and laying in bed. It seemed she would be in for a long night of studying. Oh well, she was used to it. She raised the scroll above her head, reading the first paragraph of the skill Naruto wanted her to learn. Humans are able to, from the hair on their head to their intestines, their toes, even to their most minute hairs, to concentrate their senses and stretch them to their limits, making it possible to control every part of their bodies. This skill is said to take 3,000 years to achieve, but those that do are revered as one who has achieved enlightenment. This skill is known. Daffy was laying on his back, looking up at the bright blue sky. The deck of the ship was warm on his back, and the sway it made as it traveled through the sea was oddly comforting. He looked over to his right, seeing Sasuke spar lightly with Jiraiya, and beginning to watch with interest. It was nothing special, plain taijutsu and nothing more. The two had an interesting dynamic. Sasuke was fast, very fast, and attacks with light attacks aimed at an opponent's weak points. Jiraiya was rather slow compared to other fighters at his level, but his attacks had weight to them. Jiraiya was larger than most of the population in the elemental nations, and he used that to his advantage, using powerful attacks that would beat down an opponent through pure force. The spar didn't last long, Sasuke losing to Jiraiya without his other skills to help him. Daffy got up, stretching as he did so. Temari came up, formed the underbelly of the ship, while Lee was steering, making sure they maintained their course, wherever that was. Daffy walked toward Jiraiya, who was helping Sasuke off the ground while laughing uproariously. "Ha ha ha! It'll be a long while yet till you're able to beat me in a spar, kid. Still, you're getting a lot better." Daffy reached Jiraiya's side, grinning at him. It was quite strange, seeing how tall he was. Daffy seemed to have had a growth spurt, almost reaching Jiraiya's height now. He wondered idly if this was because of his previous life, his former 10-foot frame perhaps influencing his new body's growth. Would the real Naruto Uzumaki have grown this tall? Who knew? Still, he doubted he would ever come close to his previous height. His growth had already slowed considerably, and there weren't many that were taller than the white-haired sage. "Jiraiya, just where exactly are you taking us, old man?" The sage looked over to him, surprising him with a rather somber look on his face. "Don't worry, Naruto, you'll see. It'll be a while before we get there still, probably a couple hours. So, let's eat. I think it was Sasuke's turn to cook, right?" The other two passengers made their way to them, Temari audibly groaning. Can someone else cook, please? I'm starting to get tired of eating rice balls all the time." Sasuke visibly bristled at Temari, slightly annoyed at the criticism. Daffy simply laughed. "Heh heh heh. Now, Temari, you know Sasuke is just trying his best." She gave him an exasperated look, hands waving in the air. "But that's all he ever makes. And he puts tomatoes in them. Who puts tomatoes in rice balls?" Jiraiya was laughing now, giving Temari a light pat on the back. "Trust me, girlie, after eating ration bars for a month straight, tomatoes and rice balls is practically a delicacy. But I can cook for you if you like." She glared at him. "Yeah, no thanks. At least a rice ball is edible." Jiraiya fell to the ground comedically, feigning depression. Daffy grinned at their antics as Sasuke went through the small door on the deck of the ship, leading into the kitchen and dining room. They soon followed him and waited as Sasuke made the food. Daffy couldn't help but chuckle as Temari fumed, watching Sasuke slowly and carefully dice up several tomatoes. He spoke to her, pulling her attention from Sasuke. "Temari, how is that new tempest kick of yours coming along?" She blinked at him, surprised at the subject but grinning at him soon after. "Pretty good so far. I just need to increase my strength a bit further, and then I'll have a really powerful attack." He nodded at her, proud of her progress. The two had been experimenting with wind chakra and the tempest kick, trying to combine the two for a more powerful attack. They had succeeded, but Temari wasn't satisfied with that. She wanted to be able to perform the attack using her fan, creating a powerful and near unstoppable slash of wind using the concept and technique of the tempest kick, and the slicing ability of wind chakra. She wasn't there yet, not having enough upper body strength to swing her fan hard enough to create the attack effectively, but it seemed she was close. "What about you, Naruto? Any luck with learning how to?" "Here, they're done." They looked over, Sasuke handing out plates of rice balls with cubes of tomatoes mixed in. He looked over at Temari's plate, seeing that hers was just plain white rice, no tomatoes in sight. They began to eat, Daffy chuckling as Virgo ate as messy as usual, having to dodge a few stray grains of rice. Daffy was just about to bite into his own food, when he heard the creaking of wood. Looking over, he saw Temari gripping the table tightly, the wood beginning to crack at the strength of her grip. She was looking directly at Sasuke, who was sitting across from her, her other hand holding a rice ball with a large bite mark. Sasuke ate his rice ball quietly, his eyes closed as he ignored her. Her voice was quiet and filled with veiled malice as she spoke. "Sasuke? Care to explain?" She turned her hand, showing the side of the rice ball she had taken a bite out of. Looking inside, one could see a whole, bright red tomato buried inside the rice ball, with a large bite mark in it. Sasuke refused to speak, simply continuing to eat. Temari snapped. "Die!" She lunged at the boy, who still hadn't reacted as Jiraiya quickly grabbed the girl, trying to calm her down. Daffy couldn't help but laugh at the scene, enjoying another entertaining meal with his family. They had reached land, and Daffy would finally see why Jiraiya was so insistent on visiting this place. They had walked for a while, going toward the center of the island they found themselves on. Eventually, they had reached a large village. It was empty. More so, it had been destroyed. The buildings had collapsed, the wood rooting away with burn marks evident. There were bodies everywhere, skeletons. They were everywhere, littering the open path they were using and clearly crushed underneath the rubble of destroyed buildings. Many of them were small as well, suggesting they were mere children. Daffy walked up to one, kneeling to examine it. The clothes it wore had clearly degraded over time, but there was still something that had stood the test of time. He grabbed it, pulling it off the skull of the corpse, a headband with the engraving of a spiral inside of a circle. He rubbed it with his finger, brushing off the dirt and dust. He looked over, hearing footsteps as Jiraiya walked over, standing next to him as he stared at the destruction. "Jiraiya, where are we?" The sage was quiet, seemingly pondering his next words. "This is all that remains of the Hidden Eddy village, the home of the Uzumaki clan." Daffy's eyes widened at his words, looking back down at the corpse at his feet. What happened?" Jiraiya began to chuckle lightly, but it wasn't out of amusement. "What happened? I wish I knew, kid." Daffy stood up, his eyes narrowing at the sage. "What are you talking about? Tell me what happened here, Jiraiya." Jiraiya sighed, looking down at the ground. "A long time ago, the Uzumaki and Senju clans were rather close. So, when ninja villages were established, the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Eddy quickly formed an alliance. The Uzumaki were powerful, Naruto, possessing incredible vitality, immense chakra and the genius and intellect needed to create powerful sealing techniques." Jiraiya stopped for a moment, letting his words sink in before continuing. "But one day, the Uzumaki were invaded, and their village was razed to the ground. To this day, the Leaf still isn't sure what happened to them. We received no word from them, no request for aid, and no one had reported seeing an invasion force approaching. One day, the Uzumaki were our strong and close allies, the next, they were wiped from the face of the earth." Daffy looked over at the destruction, hearing everyone else listen to Jiraiya's story, fidgeting slightly. "Why did you bring us here, Jiraiya? Why did you bring me here?" Jiraiya turned toward him, looking directly into his eyes through his sunglasses. "It was always a dream of Kushina's, to bring you here and teach you about the history of your family. She and your father wanted to teach you the Uzumaki sealing techniques, but they never had the chance. So, I brought you here in their stead." Daffy was silent as he looked at the sage, contemplating what to do. Jiraiya rarely talked about his parents, but that was more because Daffy never asked. He never knew what to think about them, the ones that had brought him into this world. He didn't know what they were like, his only memory of them being blood-red hair. Still, if what Jiraiya said was true, they seemed to care deeply about their family, and that was something he could reciprocate. You said my parents, wanted me to learn our family's sealing techniques? Jiraiya nodded, and Daffy grinned. Then show me. He walked down the hallway, the sound of his cane hitting the floorboards echoing throughout the compound. 2 years, it seemed that was how long it took. It was better than he feared, but worse than he had hoped. Shusui's Sharingan was a powerful thing, able to implant thoughts, suggestions and memories into a person's mind without them ever being aware of it. It was truly a powerful tool, and when Danzo had heard of the technique, he knew he had to have it. But there was a problem. He wasn't completely sure the limits the technique had, and he was a man that did not like to leave things to chance. When he acquired Shusui's Sharingan, he was unable to use its incredible Kodo Amatsukami. When he had heard rumors of the technique from his spies in the Uchiha clan, he decided to take the eyes for himself. It could have been just a rumor, but the idea of having such a powerful ability was too great to pass by because of uncertainty. For years he thought the rumors were indeed false. He could activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it had no special properties except for enhanced abilities that the regular Sharingan had already displayed. But 2 years ago, that had changed. It was strange, a feeling in the back of his mind, an instinct telling him how to activate the technique. He didn't know why this had changed, but he imagined that it had a time limit of some sort, a limit on how many times it could be used within a certain period. The problem was, Danzo had no idea how the technique truly worked. The eye seemed to give him a sort of instinctual way to use the technique, but it was vague. He guessed that an actual Uchiha would have a greater connection to this instinct, but he was not an Uchiha. He would have to learn the old-fashioned way. So, 2 years ago, he used the technique on Asuma Sarutobi, testing his ability and how much he could influence others. When he first began, he considered simply intensifying his mistrust of Naruto Uzumaki, but considered that far too simple. Instead, he made Asuma appeal more to his own philosophy and beliefs, turning him away from Hiruzen's teachings and trying to gain the Jonin's loyalty. It worked, but only barely. Asuma Sarutobi respected him now, but didn't serve him, didn't become his loyal follower. Still, it would give him something to work with later down the line. Before, there were certain lines that Asuma wouldn't cross, his morality and upbringing not letting him. Now though, Danzo was far more confident that Asuma would do what must be done, if he pushed the man far enough. The experiment had given him valuable information. Kodo Amatsukami was a powerful tool, but it had limitations, at least in Danzo's hands. But it was something he could work with, an advantage that he didn't have before, and he wouldn't hesitate to use it. Already a new plan had formed in his mind, and he was working toward that new goal already. Naruto Uzumaki had proven himself to be a threat. He was wild, brash, and not afraid to shove off authority. Worse, he was powerful, and Naruto knew it. That interruption of the Hokage meeting told him all he needed to know, that Naruto Uzumaki was after his head, but Danzo could use Naruto Uzumaki. To enact his plan, he needed support, and who better than the Hyuga clan, one of the most wealthy and influential clans in the Hidden Leaf. The Kodo Amatsukami had recharged, ready to use again, and now he would see how he could use it in this meeting with the Hyuga Council. He continued to walk down the hall, reaching a set of double doors that a pair of guards swiftly opened for him. Danzo walked in, taking a seat at the table that was inside. He sat alone. The other side of the table sat the 4 elders of the Hyuga clan, and the clan head, Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi Hyuga spoke first. Danzo, we, the Hyuga, welcome you to our home. Now, we ask what it is you came here for. Danzo mentally smiled at Hayashi's words, the man speaking so formally at their meeting. His polite words hid the suspicions of this meeting, one that Danzo had arranged. Lord Hayashi, I have come here for a request of the Hyuga clan. One of the Hyuga elders raised an eyebrow at him, curious at his words. Oh? And what would Danzo want of the Hyuga clan? I wish to ask for your support, your help in the next decision regarding the election of the 6th Hokage. He watched in amusement as the Hyuga adopted a brief look of surprise, Hayashi speaking next. Is that so? Why is it you think that the Hyuga clan should support you, Danzo Shimura? Danzo straightened his back, explaining his reasoning to the Hyuga. During the last election, there were many that thought Naruto Uzumaki should be the one to take up the role. He was young, yes, but he was also powerful. He was capable of defeating the one-tailed beast in single combat, and was very close to the 3rd Hokage, an almost surrogate grandchild. However, you should know well, Hayashi, that Naruto is not one to go along with the perception or expectations of others. Hayashi narrowed his eyes, confusion almost visible on his face as his formal tone began to drop. And what do you mean by that, Danzo? He nodded toward the younger man, continuing. In the past, the Hokage have stayed out of the affairs of the clans, believing it was not their place to interfere with their beliefs and customs. Naruto has shown to be friends with both Neji and Hinata Hyuga, members of your branch family. Should Naruto become Hokage, and these two ask for help in eradicating the caged bird seal, a man like Naruto Uzumaki would not hesitate to remove it by force. Is that what you are saying, Danzo? He nodded at Hayashi, waiting for their reply. The 5 Hyuga stood up, one of the elders speaking. We will discuss this in private briefly. Wait for our return. They didn't wait for him to answer, stepping out of the room. They were gone for several minutes, eventually returning and sitting back down. So, what have you decided, Hayashi? The man was silent for a moment before speaking. Danzo, what has to be remembered is that Naruto interrupted that meeting because of you. He was looking to confront you, and no one else. He has shown no contempt for the Hyuga clan or any other clan for that matter. Therefore, there is no evidence that he would perform such an action if he were to become Hokage. With this in mind, we have decided to decline your request. While this doesn't mean we will not be supporting you by the time the next election comes up, this also doesn't mean we will not support a different candidate, or even Naruto himself. Danzo nodded toward the man, not too surprised at the result. He doubted they would support him at this time, but he had confirmed his suspicions. The Hyuga thought they were untouchable, but he knew that he could change that, and prove that Naruto wouldn't hesitate to do exactly as he said. He couldn't use the Koto Amatsukami to force them to support him, there were 5 of them after all. But he could certainly use it to prove his point. The Mangekyo spun behind his bandages, aimed at Hayashi. It would take time for this suggestion to manifest, but he didn't doubt the events that would unfold because of it. He stood up, bowing to the Hyuga council. Very well, thank you for your time. He turned around, and walked out of the Hyuga compound, knowing that when Naruto returned to the village, he would soon be adding the Hyuga to his list of allies. He jumped through the air, his speed making the wind sting his eyes slightly as he rocketed toward his opponent. His leg blurred as he kicked at his opponent, his leg covered and saturated in lighting chakra as he did so. His opponent blocked it with his arms, a shockwave appearing in midair as they clashed. Sasuke pushed, trying to knock Lee away, but the other boy was too strong. Lee grabbed his ankle with the arm he was using to block, pulling him closer while using his other fist to punch at Sasuke. Sasuke saw the attack coming, quickly making to block the attack with his arms. Just before it impacted, he tensed his muscles as much as he could, using the technique that Lee had been trying to teach him for the past few weeks. Lee struck, the force of his attack sending him hurtling toward the ground. Sasuke kicked off the air, slowing his descent and landing on the ground, looking upward as Lee followed. Sasuke stood there, waiting for Lee while examining his arms. The punch had still hurt slightly, but he knew it had worked. Normally, an attack like that would send pain going up and down his arms. Lee landed in front of him, his arms behind his back as he walked closer. It would seem you are now able to use the iron body technique effectively. Sasuke nodded toward him, smirking slightly. Yeah, it's pretty difficult though. So, what's next then? Next, we shall continue to train you in the iron body technique. You now know how to use it defensively, but it can be used offensively as well to enhance the power of your attacks. Sasuke glanced down at his hands, activating and deactivating iron body to test something. I see, since I can't move during, I have to be already moving when I use iron body, or quickly begin using it as I attack. Lee nodded toward him, Sasuke sighing slightly. That would be tough. Iron body took a lot of concentration and stamina. Using it so quickly like that wouldn't be easy, and it was something he could only train while he was fighting someone if he wanted to do it effectively. Still, it was a powerful technique, enhancing his strength and durability to great levels. With it, he could take on even some of Jiraiya's blows, though the sage didn't seem to worry about, implying he had something else up his sleeve. Probably whatever Naruto was trying to learn from those weird toads. He looked back up toward Lee, getting into a fighting stance. Shall we continue then? Sasuke nodded toward him, rushing at Lee with a punch hurtling toward him. Lee dodged it, his own punch slashing out toward him. Sasuke saw his chance, sending his other fist out to match Lee's, and hardened it with iron body just before impact, his lone Sharingan helping him get the timing down perfectly. He flinched slightly, the impact of their fists making the bones in his arms rattle slightly. Lee sent another punch, Sasuke following suit and meeting it with his own. This continued for a few seconds before Sasuke jumped up, sending a kick toward his current mentor. He channeled lightning chakra through his leg, increasing his speed and giving his attack more power. Lee brought his arm up to block it, and Sasuke once again hardened his muscles just before impact. His eyes widened as the lighting sputtered out, Lee easily blocking the attack. He landed on the ground, now looking at his leg curiously. You seem to be quite talented with iron body, your Sharingan helping you use it at the most crucial times and conserving your stamina. Though it seems you cannot use those lightning-enhanced attacks you like so much while you use it. Sasuke nodded toward him, thinking about what had happened. His use of lightning chakra had improved greatly over the years, mainly because he had helped Naruto train in its use. Eventually, he had gotten to the point where he could coat his limbs in lightning, enhancing his speed and durability. He wasn't the only one capable of doing this. According to Jiraiya, the fourth Raikage was famous for his use of his lightning armor, and that was no doubt more powerful than his own lightning enhancements. But if he could combine that with the iron body technique. We should stop for today. It seems that there are things you wish to think about for now. Sasuke looked up, Lee interrupting his thoughts. He nodded toward the older boy. Yeah, that's fine. I was just thinking what all I could do with this new technique. They began to walk back to the ship. They had been staying at the Land of Whirlpools for a while now, though they may be leaving sometime soon. They couldn't stay forever, they didn't have enough supplies, and Jiraiya seemed to have more places to visit before their return to the Hidden Leaf. He looked over to Lee, thinking about how everyone's training had been going. He himself had improved greatly, Naruto himself training him most of the time. It seemed that Naruto and Lee were incredible martial artists, creating these techniques that he had never heard of, and achieving physical power that was almost unreal. Leg strength so great that one could kick of the air, seemingly teleport from one place to another or create blades of wind that could cut through a building. Muscle density that could be used to make themselves as hard as iron, while being flexible enough to bend their body to dodge attacks. Hell, even their damn fingers were deadly, using them as spears to pierce through opponents. Sasuke had learned a few of these techniques, mostly focused on the ones that required improving his legs. He was a fighter that relied on speed, so techniques that let him travel quickly such as moonwalk and shave were very appealing. He also learned the Tempest Kick, or Storm Leg, and was now working toward Iron Body. The training to achieve these techniques was brutal, and the only reason that he learned the techniques so quickly was probably due to his Sharingan. It let him copy and analyze how Naruto and Lee were using the techniques, meaning he only had to acquire the strength necessary to perform them, and not the skill. Iron Body was different though. He couldn't merely copy that technique and had been training day and night to achieve it. Lee had said that he was talented in its use though, so he was curious how far he could take it. It was very powerful, but had a few weaknesses, the first being that you can't move while you use it. He would most likely be training Iron Body for the rest of this trip, already eager to see what he could do with it. Still, as much as he had grown, Naruto and Lee were still stronger than him, not that it was too much of a surprise. But he could feel himself catching up and could tell when they had to take him more seriously than before. The two still had techniques that they didn't wish to teach them, the ability to further enhance their body and predict their opponent's attacks. According to them, it was extremely difficult to learn, and if these two were saying that, then it had to be true. He didn't let it bother him though, more than happy with the skills they were teaching him. Lee was a good opponent for him, being a very powerful, physical fighter. His strength and durability were probably the greatest out of all of them, Naruto being the only contender, and even then, Sasuke thought Lee was superior in that regard. Jiraiya had been teaching them all various elemental ninjutsu, and Lee had an earth affinity, and the way he used it made him a terrifying opponent. His range had increased now, his preferred attack being to cover his fists with hardened stone, then fire spikes of rock at his opponents by punching toward them. He had others too, Jiraiya being very skilled in earth ninjutsu, creating large swamps or mudslides, changing the very landscape to give him the advantage or trap his opponent in close range. Lee was very effective with his ninjutsu. More worrisome was the other ability he had created, one that Jiraiya didn't teach him. He had seen Sasuke's use of lightning chakra to enhance his attacks, and wanted to try it himself, but with earth chakra. It had worked, and looked similar to the technique that he and Naruto already used, but apparently was different. Lee had combined his old technique and used Iron Body in conjunction with this new earth-style technique and, well, it was very powerful. It had a weakness of course, which was lightning chakra, that dispersed and destroyed the earth chakra running through his body. Even so, his other two techniques made him difficult to take down, and any other fighter would have a rough time trying to find a way through his defenses. They reached the shoreline, seeing Jiraiya and Temari sparing as well. The sage was busy circling around Temari, dodging the small but sharp gusts of wind the small fans she held sent toward him. It was something that Naruto had gotten for her, a pair of small metal fans that she could use up close more comfortably, and if Jiraiya's movements meant anything, it was very effective. They stopped at seeing Sasuke and Lee's approach, Temari having a small smile as she ran up to them. So? How did it go? He smirked at her, Lee speaking before he had the chance. He is able to use iron body well. Naruto will be impressed. Speaking of, where is Naruto? Temari gave a knowing look when she replied. He's at the mountain again, continuing his training. Sasuke nodded, knowing what she meant. He had been training at the Toad Mountain, Mount Maiboku, for a while, several months in fact, and had been trying to learn a new technique from them. Apparently it hadn't been going well, and it worried them slightly. It was clearly upsetting him, especially since Naruto usually grasped and mastered techniques quickly, even more so after Jiraiya had shown him the shadow clone technique. He was able to learn every element, along with various ninjutsu for each of them, besides lightning since Jiraiya couldn't use lightning chakra. He had already been making strides in sealing as well, to where even Jiraiya was surprised at how much he was learning. He was fast, strong and intelligent, already creating his own techniques out of what he had learned. So, having something escape him for so long was very unusual. All right, he will probably return later tonight then, so let's take the time to get everything packed up. I want us to start heading back toward the Leaf. I've gotten word that we may have to cut our trip a little short. Sasuke nodded toward Jiraiya, everyone moving to get the ship ready to set sail tomorrow morning. It seems they would be returning a few months early, but that was fine. It would take a while for them to get back, so he had plenty of time to master everything else he wanted to. Also, he could get back to Kakashi, and learn some more lightning ninjutsu. He got on the ship, looking out toward the ocean for a moment. He was out there somewhere, Itachi, and Sasuke would be ready for him. Naruto and Sasuke both would defeat him, and then he could finally move on with his life. Damn it all! His fist crashed into the stone pillar, shattering it completely, and causing clouds of dust and dirt to rise into the air. This was growing increasingly frustrating, and it was honestly just pissing him off at this point. He had never run into something like this, a skill he couldn't master or a technique he couldn't grasp. He heard someone land behind him. Now Naruto boy, relax a bit would ya? Daffy took a deep breath, making hand signs and placing his hands on the ground, recreating the stone pillar. Sage Jutsu was difficult to learn, as he was now realizing. He had only just gotten past using the toad oil to gather and balance natural energy, and was now working on gathering it by himself. He grabbed the stone slab, jumping back onto the pillar's sharpened point, and balancing carefully. He looked at the toad who balanced on a pillar across from him, Fukasaku. TCH, I don't understand why this is so difficult, all I have to do is sit still. Of course, that wasn't really the issue. He could gather natural energy just fine, even without the oil. What came after that was the problem. His transformation was incomplete, imperfect. You know, Naruto boy, you shouldn't be so frustrated, you're making great progress. He gave the toad a disbelieving stare. I'm serious now. Jiraiya has been doing this training since before he was your age, and even still he hasn't mastered Sage Mode. He scowled at the toad, balancing on the slab to gather natural energy. I am not Jiraiya. There was silence for a few minutes, Fukasaku watching as Naruto entered Sage Mode once again. Just like before, his body began to transform, becoming more toad-like. He stopped gathering Sage Mode, expelling the energy from his body and reversing the transformation. You know, Naruto boy, I wonder, is there something that has been troubling you, perhaps? Daffy looked at the toad curiously. Something troubling? Why? The toad rubbed his small goatee and thought. Well, it's a small theory of mine, that those who are under great internal strife often have issues with Sage Mode. Jiraiya boy has been training for years yet has never mastered it, but I think both of us know that Jiraiya boy has many problems in his life. So I have to wonder if there is something bothering you, some stress dwelling in your mind, or a decision that you don't know how to make? He thought about the toad's words, agreeing silently. He knew what was giving him the issue the toad was speaking of. During their trip, they had traveled across the elemental nations, seeing new lands and cultures. They never visited another hidden village or anything, but they had been to almost every major nation. The traveling they had done had given him a better scope of just how large these nations were. He couldn't see how it was possible, how no one else had ever discovered this place. The world government, the four emperors, anyone. How had no one discovered this land yet? He thought he had found his answer with Kisame, but after traveling around the nations he wasn't sure anymore. Was he in a new and different world, or perhaps he was simply in a different timeline? Most importantly, were they still out there, the celestial dragons? He told Virgo that he would forget about it for now, but with his training progressing as much as it had, he couldn't help but think about it. He was growing strong, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed his former self, his new abilities and powers making that a guarantee. With this strength, he had no doubt he could take on the world government, and finally get his revenge against the world nobles. But his new family had no idea about any of this. They didn't know about the world nobles, about the world government. They didn't know that he wanted to burn the rest of the world and take away everything the celestial dragons loved so much. If he went through with it, he didn't doubt that there would be casualties. Someone would die, like Virgo did, just like Monet did. He didn't know if it was worth the cost. No one had discovered this place, and he doubted anyone would anytime soon. He could live here for the rest of his days, living his new life with his new family. Or, he could throw it all away, and introduce a new heavenly demon to the rest of the world. The world government would track down where he came from. If they didn't know his location now, they would discover it if they went looking. They would see these people, with abilities they had never seen before, and he knew what they would do. They would become an asset, a military weapon. They would take the women to create soldiers that had the abilities of devil fruit users with none of the weaknesses. By taking his revenge, he was dooming this land, exposing them to the world government. He had dreams about it, Temari and Sakura's reaction when they found out that he was considering it, and he hated it. He doubted they would join him, or if they did, they wouldn't agree with it as wholeheartedly as his previous family did. They didn't know anything about the rest of the world or what they had done to him, so they wouldn't understand his reasoning. He looked at the toad again, not answering his question. I should get back to everyone else. Fukasaku nodded toward him. If he offended at being ignored, he didn't show it. Yes, it's starting to get late. I'll take you back now. The toad made several hand seals, a plume of smoke appearing around them both. When it cleared, he was back on their small ship, everyone else moving small boxes into the lower deck. He looked toward Jiraiya. Are we leaving then? The sage nodded, putting away a small notepad he had been scribbling something down on. Yeah, we're gonna start heading back to the Leaf. We'll probably be getting back a month or two early as well. He nodded as Temari came out from the lower deck, walking toward him with a smile on her face. Yeah, and Sasuke was able to learn Iron Body today, and I was finally able to complete that technique of mine. He grinned toward her, happy to hear the news and slightly surprised as well. Iron Body was one of the harder techniques to learn, even though it was very simple in practice. Temari's new Tempest Kick, or rather Tempest Fan he supposed, was something he was eager to see. You'll have to show me it tomorrow, but for now let's go eat. Lee can make food this time. They finished packing and readying the ship, then headed to the kitchen where Lee made food for everyone. He was probably the best cook out of all of them, honestly. Doffy sat down when Lee was done, looking around as he ate. It brought back memories. There was less food and it wasn't as extravagant, but he couldn't help but remember the large feasts he used to have with everyone else. He always enjoyed it, watching his family interact around him. He always made sure to sit at the end of the table, to make sure he could see every single one of them. He eyed the two empty chairs that he left out, one for Sakura and another for Gaara. He wanted to come back and get Sakura, but she had apparently been growing quickly under Kakashi and Tsunade's tutelage. Instead, he began to send her scrolls explaining how to use some of the 6 powers. Gaara had become Kazekage recently, according to Jiraiya's informants, and it didn't surprise him. Gaara had also been sending letters to Temari and had taken up his own training routine. Like Temari, Gaara had been trying to increase his ability in close-range combat, relying less on his ultimate defense than he did before. They were all growing stronger, and Daffy doubted his family would stay as small as this. More would come, and more would join him. He looked down at the table, seeing that it was almost completely full. If he wanted to have a bigger family, he would need a bigger table as well. A small apartment wouldn't cut it anymore. He refused to let his family live too far away after he returned. Gaara was an exception, but he wouldn't let another incident like Sakura's happen again. He tried to think of how to acquire the money for such an expense. He wanted a large house, a mansion that everyone could live in together, instead of the collection of homes that many clan compounds had. He could get back into the black market like he had done before, but that wouldn't be very possible at this point. It would require him to be in 2 places at once, and while he could use shadow clones to do this, he didn't trust them to be able to last if he needed. They would most likely be separate for several weeks, and he wasn't sure if a clone could last that long. Not to mention the memory overload a shadow clone that was around for so long would bring after being popped. His best bet was to ask Sasuke to use the Uchiha compound, so they would have the land, and then ask Jiraiya for the funds to build his new home. The man was extremely wealthy, and he used very little of his money for his own purposes, mostly just for living expenses. The man would be able to finance him very easily, especially since the Uchiha compound was practically free, along with having all its utilities paid for. There were benefits being one of the founding clans of a hidden village, after all. They finished eating, Jiraiya speaking to him from across the table. Naruto, come with me for a second, I want to talk to you. He raised an eyebrow at the sage, seeing a rare, serious expression on Jiraiya's face. They walked back onto the deck, Daffy sensing Temari and Sasuke leaning against the door leading outside, trying to listen in on the conversation. Jiraiya leaned against one of the rails, looking out to the ocean. Daffy joined him. "What's this about Jiraiya?" The sage smirked as he reached into his vest, pulling out a small black book and tossing it over to him. Daffy caught it, opening it up and reading the contents. It was filled with information, names of various people along with passcodes and locations. He looked over at the sage. "It's your now, kid. In that book is information on how to contact every spy and informant I have. In the back is the info you need to access your new bank account. I already put half of the money I own into it." His eyes widened at the sage, surprised at the sudden gifts. "And just why are you giving this to me then, old man?" Jiraiya chuckled at him, still looking at the ocean. "I know it's probably hard to tell, but I'm getting old, Naruto, and we're about to be going up against some very powerful people. There is a very high chance that I'm going to die sooner or later." Daffy didn't reply, waiting for him to continue. "I don't have any kids. No wife or lover or anything like that. All I have is my godson, you. So if I die, I'm trusting you with everything that I have left. All my money, my spy network, every business and home that I own, all of it. I already talked with the Toads as well, and they'll be giving you the summoning contract after I pass." Daffy smiled slightly. "You shouldn't talk about your own death so readily, Jiraiya, it doesn't sweet you." Jiraiya laughed as a gentle wave rocked the ship slightly. "Ha ha ha! Yeah, maybe you're right. I won't talk about it anymore, but I'm sticking with my decision. You've gotten strong, Naruto. I'm sure Sensei would be proud of you." Daffy smiled lightly, getting off the railing and moving toward the lower deck to get some sleep. "I'm sure he would. Who knows, maybe I'll grab that hat of his someday as well." Itachi, this one only lasted for a minute, can we go get a new one?" Kisame held the unconscious missing ninja by the throat, shaking him around slightly. "Later, Kisame. Let's go turn him in and get our bounty for now." Kisame threw the ninja over his shoulder as they walked to the nearest collection office. Kisame chuckled at him as they walked side by side. "Heh heh. You know, Itachi, you've gotten a bit grumpy since Orochimaru showed up. Is something the matter?" Itachi narrowed his eyes at the name. Orochimaru. He should have known that the snake would go after his little brother, but he had faith that his village would be able to protect him. Sasuke was still alive, luckily, but he was missing one of his eyes, the eye now in Orochimaru's skull. It sickened him. He wanted nothing more than to track the snake down and rip it out of his socket, but he couldn't. Leader, or rather Pain, saw some use for the snake, and refused to let Itachi kill him. Itachi didn't want to get into a fight with Pain either. He wasn't sure if he could win, but he was sure that the fight would most likely kill him, either by Pain's hand or from the stress of the battle, his sickness acting up and killing him. For now, he followed orders. He would have the chance to kill Orochimaru later, or Sasuke would do it himself. It was only a matter of time. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what Pain wanted from Orochimaru. Whatever it was, he refused to tell everyone else about it. Now they were here, gathering resources for the Akatsuki. They traveled around, hunting down missing ninja and trying to make them join their forces. If they accepted, they were sent off to the Hidden Rain village. If they refused, they were swiftly beaten down to cash in their bounties. Whatever Pain was planning, he apparently needed an army to do it. Already, there were now thousands of missing ninja at the Akatsuki's disposal. They were now being sent out, going on missions to bring in even more money for the Akatsuki's purposes. Pain still hadn't given them the true reason for the Akatsuki, their purpose. All of this, the gathering of funds and forces, the capturing of tailed beasts, it was coming to fruition. The Akatsuki members alone were a great threat, but with an army behind them as well? Things were becoming dangerous. "Are you still awake, Itachi?" He was thrown out of his thoughts at Kisame's words, forgetting that Kisame had asked him a question earlier. "I'm fine, Kisame. I simply do not trust Orochimaru, that's all." "Heh heh ha! Well, I can't blame you really. Wasn't he your old partner that tried to kill you?" Itachi nodded, continuing along the pathway. He had caught Orochimaru by surprise that day, him having underestimated the Sharingan. That day, he saw a type of obsession in the snake, and he thought it was aimed toward himself. Now, he knew that Orochimaru was after the Sharingan itself. He knew that Orochimaru would eventually betray them, going after his eyes once again. The reason he went after Sasuke was because he didn't want to face him. Now that he had a Sharingan though, he would be more confident, and it would be a more even match as well. As much as he didn't like it, his eyesight was worsening, along with his sickness. He wouldn't last much longer. If he settled down, he would probably live another 10 years. But as he continued to utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan, his health would continue to deteriorate because of it. It was simply too stressful on the rest of his body. He guessed he had only a couple years left, maybe a bit more. Sasuke had to hurry. If Orochimaru came to him once again, he would have to use his more powerful techniques, further worsening his health. He didn't fear losing to Orochimaru, but he wanted to die by Sasuke's hands, and atone for everything that he had done. Well, anyways, we're supposed to be meeting up again soon, right? Think we'll have another chance at that Nine-Tails kid? He glanced over at Kisame. Not for a while yet. Leader said that the Nine-Tails had to be captured last. The first target is going to be the One-Tails, Gaara the Kazekage. Heh. It's such a shame that Leader is waiting so long before capturing the Jinchuriki. I mean, spending 3 years just to gather some money and missing ninja? Itachi nodded toward him. Yes, it would seem that, after seeing Naruto's level of strength, Leader wants to take no chances in the Jinchuriki's retrieval. They made it to the cash office, dropping off the ninja and collecting their money. Well, anything else? Itachi shook his head as they walked back outside. No, that was the last target for the day. The next meeting will be in a few hours. Man, finally capturing a Jinchuriki after all this time. I simply can't wait. Which one do you think we're gonna get? I've already talked to Leader about it, now let's get going. Kisame followed him. And just where are we heading off to? The Hidden Sand Village. This was it, they were out of time. The training trip was over, and they were now standing before the Leaf's entrance. Daffy had accomplished much over the trip, and he knew he was ready to take on the Akatsuki. He could only hope everyone else was ready as well. They walked closer to the gate, seeing everyone waiting there for them. Jiraiya had sent a letter ahead of time, announcing their return, and Tsunade had made sure the rest of the Konoha rookies were home to welcome them back. He grinned, watching as they waved over at them. It didn't take long to reach them, all of them finally meeting together again for the first time in almost 3 years. He looked over at Sakura, who was giving Temari a hug. Her scars looked much better now, though they hadn't disappeared. Sakura looked over to him, smiling at him. Welcome back, Naruto. Duffy grinned at her, happy to be back home. It had worked, this test trial had been quite the success. He couldn't help but grin maddeningly at the result, curious to see where else his research could take him. It still wasn't perfect yet, but it could be used, and that was all that mattered. He wrote down the results in his journal, putting the subject under once again, and exited the experimentation room, entering his new main laboratory. It was all state-of-the-art equipment, and it was something that he was beginning to get comfortable with. Pain was certainly a very wealthy man. Orochimaru had taken quite the risk back then, revealing that he had a Sharingan eye. Of course, he approached the meeting using the ring that Pain had given him, and that he had later stolen. The risk involved Itachi, of course. He knew that Itachi wouldn't go against Pain's orders, so if Pain saw use in Orochimaru, Itachi wouldn't hunt him down for his brother's eye. The two spoke in private, Orochimaru telling Pain what he could offer, and Pain accepting his proposal. There were several restrictions placed on him, of course. He was brought to the Hidden Rain Village, where Pain had given him a lab to perform his research. He wasn't allowed to leave, nor would he be meeting the other Akatsuki members either, but that was fine with him. He knew he could escape from here if need be, though he had to avoid a fight with Pain at all costs. He didn't dare think of fighting the man, the one who possessed the eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths. It was in his best interest to simply wait things out and wait for an opportunity to gather Itachi's Sharingan. The Sharingan was a powerful tool, and he couldn't help but revel in things he had learned. It revealed so many things and granted him so many advantages he didn't possess before now. The ability to see chakra, to see and watch his experiments at such a slow rate, memorizing every event with perfect clarity along with vision that let him see them happen at the cellular level. It was extraordinary. He had begun to experiment with the Sharingan almost immediately, trying to find the best way to maximize its potential. He found one, and very quickly as well, when he was applying his usual modifications to his new body. As soon as he implanted himself with Hashirama Senju's cells, the Sharingan's abilities clearly improved. There was a link there, somehow, the Senju cells could augment the Sharingan, though he didn't know why. He began infusing his body with as many as he could, but he was careful about it. He was never able to make the majority of someone's body from the Senju cells successfully, the subjects dying or becoming brain dead soon after. Even his experiment to clone the legendary ninja had failed. Still, there was some success in the practice. Danzo's limbs were made entirely from the cells, and he was able to use the limbs just fine. It would take more experimentation, and a lot of luck, but Orochimaru was sure that he would be able to find a way to make a body completely made from Hashirama's cells and make the Sharingan as powerful as possible. Once he did that, it was only a matter of gathering Naruto's body, and using his genes to find out what made him so powerful. He had no chance of simply taking Naruto's body. There was the 9 tails to contend with, along with the rest of the Akatsuki. But a clone or finding out how he was so strong in the first place? That was more than possible. Lord Orochimaru? We've found what you've asked for. There was some difficulty gathering them, as we had to avoid a ship traveling to and from the island. He looked over to the ninja, a servant that he didn't bother learning the name of. He grabbed the scroll in his hand, waving off the messenger. He opened it, unsealing the contents within. Waving away the plume of smoke, he looked down at the ancient documents of the Uzumaki clan. He began reading, soon putting the pieces together. This was what he needed, the instructions required to break the third's curse. With this, he could finally regain use of his arms, and fully utilize the Sharingan, not that it mattered too much at this point. He set the ancient text down, walking up to the large vat filled with a clear blue liquid. He couldn't help but grin at what he saw. Yes, one could tell with just a glance that it wasn't perfect yet, but it would be more than enough to satisfy Pain. Pain was building an army, and he wanted Orochimaru to make them powerful. With these, he could become truly unstoppable, and let Pain think he was still in control for now. He looked down into the vat. He reached into the vat, carefully pulling one of them out and holding it in a closed palm. His earlier experiment had been the first success yet, after using almost 100 of the missing ninja that Pain had brought him. The latest subject hadn't been overwhelmed by Hashirama's cells, and though it was nowhere near as powerful or efficient as a normal one, it still worked perfectly. The coloring was off, but that mattered little, it was just an after effect of cloning with Hashirama's cells. Besides, this was just the first step in his path to achieving his goal, to learn everything the world had to offer. It wouldn't be long until he perfected it. He opened his palm, grinning at the white Sharingan eye that rested within, eager to unlock its secrets. Chapter 14. Just what have you been feeding this kid, Jiraiya? The sage merely laughed at Tsunade's words, standing next to him, and placing a hand on his head, much to Daffy's annoyance. I know, right? The kid's as tall as I am now. Daffy shoved Jiraiya's hand away, addressing Tsunade once again. So, what all have I missed since we've been gone? Tsunade sighed, getting up from her chair and looking out the window in her office. He and Jiraiya had gone to visit Tsunade after catching up with everyone else. They needed to announce their return and see what has been going on in the village, if anything. She turned around to look at them. To be brief, it's been very quiet these last couple years. The Sand has Gaara as their Kazakage, and the new treaty has been doing well. We no longer accept any missions from the Wind Daimyo, and the Sand begins paying reparations for the damage on the Leaf. We've also been planning some joint missions with Sand and Leaf Ninja, a way to increase village relations. Daffy looked at her expectantly, and Tsunade looked back out the window. But I'm guessing you're more interested in Danzo, aren't you? Heh. Yes, tell what that old fool has been up to, Tsunade. She was silent for a moment, before finally speaking, looking back at them. He's been fairly quiet for the most part, or at least he's trying to be. I've gotten reports that he's been meeting with several important figures throughout the village and even in the capital. He's planning something, Naruto. Daffy nodded at her. Tell me again, why I can't just kill him and be done with it? She sighed, rubbing her temples with her fingers. Because Naruto, as much as I hate it, Danzo is an important member of the village, and simply killing him is out of the question. What would the other village officials do if they saw one of their own killed simply because we don't like him? Heh. Such a weak excuse, but I'll play along for now. Is there anything else? She took on a grave look, sitting back down into her chair. Yes. Tell me, Jiraiya, just what have you all been doing while you have been out of the village? Jiraiya looked slightly surprised at being addressed, before adopting a thoughtful expression. What have we been doing? Well, we traveled around as we trained, trying to gather information on the Akatsuki and their members. Didn't have much luck in that, I'm afraid. Other than that, though, not too much. Naruto here was rather insistent on spending most of the time training. Why, what's going on? She looked at him for a moment, before reaching into a pile of papers on her desk and presenting a large stack of papers to him. Jiraiya picked them up, reading through them at a quick pace. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't caught wind of this already, but it seems there are rumors going on about you, Naruto. Daffy raised an eyebrow, curious about what she meant. Rumors? And just what are they saying about little Olmi? The other villages are saying you've been killing several of their shinobi. He looked over at Jiraiya, who put the stack of papers back on the desk, explaining their content. Those papers are copies of several reports from other villages, warning about a Rouge ninja killing several of their own. All of them having been killed by what they suspect to be ninja wire. They also describe a tall, blonde man being the culprit. Daffy looked down at the report, curious. Heh. So, someone's going around and framing me for killing several shinobi internationally? Danzo must think he's clever. Does anyone already suspect me to be this person? Tsunade nodded her head. Yes, already the Hidden Mist and their new Mizukage have contacted us. Apparently, one of their ninjas suspected you to be the cause. Specifically, one's a bosom emoji. Any idea why? Team 7 ran into the guy on our first real mission. Kind of forgot about him in all honesty. So, what did you tell them? Tsunade sighed, looking at him intently. This is where things get tricky. We're in some trouble here, Naruto. While the death of a few nameless ninja won't be causing a war anytime soon, if your name and face is suddenly brought to the forefront of the world, we'll have some issues. He raised an eyebrow toward her. Such as? Jiraiya spoke up next, taking a seat in one of the chairs in Tsunade's office. Naruto, as I'm sure you know, your parents were very powerful ninja. Because of this, they were well known all around the world. If anyone was to discover that they had a child. Daffy scoffed at them. What? Are you saying they'll come after me? Fight me over some petty, unjustified grudge? Tsunade shook her head at him. No, Naruto, that's not what we mean. It's true that your parents had made many enemies, but no one would come after you because of that. Ninja know what war is like, and most are not willing to go after someone for the sins of their parents. The reason they would be after you is because of just how strong you are. They don't see you as Minato or Kushina's son, Naruto, Jiraiya said. They see you as their strength, the key to the flying thunder god, the Rasengan, chakra powerful enough to suppress a tailed beast. To them, you're the key to becoming the next Yellow Flash, and men have killed over far less than that. Daffy gritted his teeth, beginning to become irritated with the two Sannin. So, what is it you two are suggesting here? Do you just expect me to remain in the village, never going out in the world out of fear? That's not what we're saying, Naru. Then what is it then? He asked, interrupting Tsunade. I'm not afraid to take on anyone that comes after me, Tsunade. I've trained these 3 years to face the Akatsuki. A few petty thieves are not going to scare me. And what about the others then? Daffy looked over to Jiraiya questionably. Jiraiya continued. This isn't the first time we've seen something like this happen, Naruto. If someone does go after you for your parents' techniques and abilities, they'll do anything they need to achieve their goal. That includes targeting people close to you. We both know that there are very few people you can't take on alone, if anyone, but I don't hold that same confidence for your friends. Daffy was silent as he processed Jiraiya's words. He looked over to Tsunade. What exactly did the Hidden Mist want? She hesitated before answering. It hasn't been very long since the Mist has been under new management. That being said, there are still small pockets of the former Mizukage forces, fighting against their new Kage. The 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, has requested your aid specifically. You are to travel to the Hidden Mist and meet up with one of their ninja. Once there, they will give you the location and whereabouts of several known bases for the rebellion. You simply have to get rid of them. And just why is the Mizukage requesting me of all people, and why should I accept? This mission is for your benefit. We've already explained that someone is framing you, and if the Mist can see and meet with you, it would help prove that point. By helping them with their problem, they are agreeing to not reveal your identity to the world and post a bounty on you. It isn't much, but it's all we've got. And if it's a trap? Tsunade smiled toward him. Well, you said you can take care of yourself, didn't you? I don't see why I should worry. He grinned at her. Fine then, when do I have to leave for this mission? She pulled out a stack of documents from her desk, handing it to him. In a couple days. That there's everything we know about the situation in the Hidden Mist. I suggest reading it carefully. He turned around, leaving Tsunade's office. It was a real pain, having to leave the village so soon after arriving. He didn't like it, but he supposed there was no harm in accepting the mission. He had enough things to deal with already, so if he could avoid adding another problem to his list with one simple mission, then he saw no harm in doing so. He walked out of the tower, thinking about Tsunade and Jiraiya's words. His new parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Jiraiya had told him several stories about them, and he didn't know how to feel about them. They had never really been brought up too much before, so he never had to worry about them. Now, though, he couldn't help but compare them to his first set of parents. They both seemed like his mother in some regards, kind and compassionate, but they were ninja as well. The two were powerful and had killed many over the length of their careers, Not that he really cared about that. Did he miss them? Not really. It was hard to miss someone you had never gotten to meet, after all. But that didn't mean he didn't want to meet them. He wondered, if he ever got the chance to speak with them, what would he say? He shook the thought from his head, walking back to his old apartment complex. The others were waiting there, Daffy and Jiraiya wanting to meet with Tsunade really quick. He jumped into the air, traveling along the rooftops as he made his way back. The village had come far since he had been gone. The damage from Kabuto's attack had been fully repaired, and Tsunade now had her own monument on the mountain as well. He landed on the ground, appearing in front of his apartment door. He could already hear everyone inside, and he opened the door. As soon as he walked in, he knew that he would have to talk to Sasuke about that mansion he wanted to build. His apartment was packed, making it almost impossible to move around without having to squeeze by someone. The rest of the rookies turned over to him as he walked in, Kiba being the first to approach him. Kiba reached up and placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling brightly at him. Man, Naruto, who knew you would end up being so tall, huh? And what's with the pink jacket? During his travels, he had been lucky enough to find a pink feather jacket like his old one. It was smaller, of course, but he didn't hesitate to make Jiraiya buy it for him, and he had worn it ever since. He chuckled down at the other boy, brushing Kiba's hand off. Say's the one wearing a black leather jacket? He asked jokingly. Hinata and Neji came up to him next, Hinata surprisingly being the one to speak first. It's good to see you in the village again, Naruto. Daffy looked down at the girl, surprised at the change. She had grown her hair out, and she seemed to be much more confident as well. He grinned at her and nodded. You as well, Hinata. How have the two of you been? Neji spoke next, standing next to Hinata. We have be. Gah! Can we please get out of here? There's way too many of us. He looked over, seeing Ino next to Sakura and Shikamaru. Daffy chuckled, opening the door and calling out to the rest of the Konoha 12. He. Let's get out of here and grab some dinner instead. Choji had been quite adamant about going to a very particular restaurant, a grill and barbecue place. Daffy was usually very adamant about avoiding them, but he decided to make a brief exception, just this once. They walked in, getting a very large table in the center of the restaurant. Daffy made sure to grab the first seat, dragging one of the chairs over so he could sit at the very end of the table. Sasuke and Sakura sat on either side of him, with Temari next to Sakura and Lee next to Sasuke. They ordered their food, Daffy taking a good look at everyone around him. They had all changed quite a bit, taller now, and more mature as well. He never really noticed it with the others, considering he was around them almost all the time during the last few years. So, Naruto, how much did you learn while you were away? He looked over at Shikamaru, who looked back expectantly. Quite a bit actually, wanna go to a training ground and find out. He grinned at the lazy boy. Shikamaru gave a small smile while scoffing at him. Yeah, no thanks. I couldn't take you on when we were genin, let alone now. Besides, a spar on one of my few days off would be such a drag. Temari looked over to the boy in interest. Days off? Have you been that busy recently? Choji spoke up next, the large boy swallowing a mouthful of potato chips. Yep, Shikamaru here was selected as one of the proctors of the next Chunin exam. The group continued to talk, reminiscing about the last few years and talking about what they had all been up to. Taking advantage of everyone being distracted, he looked over to Sasuke. Sasuke, I wanted to talk to you about something. The raven-haired boy looked over, a curious look on his face. HM? What is it, Naruto? It's about your home, the Uchiha compound. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that, no doubt wondering what he could possibly want with the place. Yes. What about it? He offered a small smile to the other boy. I was wondering about something. I don't want us all to be separated and living apart like we are now. Jiraiya recently gave me a large amount of money, so I was wondering if it was alright if we could build a large house in the Uchiha compound for us to live in. The look of surprise on Sasuke's face, well, it didn't surprise him. He knew he was asking for a lot here, but he knew it was important. He was going to convince the boy one way or another, but he figured he should at least ask him first. Can I think about it for a bit? Daffy looked over, seeing several waiters coming by with their food. He nodded quickly towards Sasuke as the food arrived, everyone beginning to eat. It was a welcome experience, and he couldn't help but grin as he imagined waking up to this every day. Are you sure you want to do this, Sakura? It would be such a shame for you to fall on your face like usual after all these years of training. He grinned at Sakura's pout, who raised her arms up while adopting a small smirk of her own. Trust me, Naruto, things are going to be a lot different this time around. Daffy pulled his hands from his pockets, waiting for Sakura's approach. All right then, show me. She rushed toward him, a fist already flying forward. He couldn't help but smirk at the classic attack, his strings pulling him upward and making him float behind her, a light kick aimed at the side of her head. He was surprised when she quickly brought a hand up, catching his foot. He grimaced when he felt her grip, his bones beginning to groan at her strength. She pulled him closer and turned around, her other fist ripping through the air as Daffy brought his arms up, blocking the attack. He clenched his teeth as the fist impacted, sending him flying into the forest behind them. He dug his feet into the ground, slowly stopping his momentum. He looked up at her, a smirk on his face. I think you just fractured my forearms. Is that any way to treat family? She smirked, kicking off the ground and appearing before him. You're pretty tough, I'm sure you can handle it. She sent another punch toward him, but he was prepared this time. He jumped backward, dodging the punch that she had sent his way. He began to chuckle. Your strength is pretty impressive, but you'll need a bit more than that too. He stopped talking as he saw chakra extend from Sakura's fingertips, forming a familiar shape, a chakra scalpel. He wasn't surprised at the technique, expecting Sakura to have learned it by now. What did surprise him was the shape of the scalpel. It was growing, and it was growing fast. He used his strings to pull him to the side, dodging the scalpel that went further, impaling into the tree a meter behind him. He looked over, bewildered at the extreme display of chakra control. He looked back to see a smirking Sakura. Is that enough? She asked, confident. He grinned at her, preparing to escalate the spar. Nope. His strings pulled him forward, his armament haki surging forth, no longer holding back. He sent a kick forward, Sakura bringing up her arms to block it. His attack landed, and Daffy pushed, throwing Sakura through the forest. He rushed forward, following her body as it soared through the air, crashing through several trees. He sidestepped suddenly, dodging a spear of stone that erupted suddenly from the ground. He looked at it for a moment, contemplating. She was able to make this without hand seals, and while also in the air, not touching the ground. Her earth style is impressive, better than mine at least. Let's see how she handles this then. He looked upward, seeing Sakura rush to meet him once again. His hands gestured forward, strings erupting outward and toward Sakura, lightning chakra surging through them. She made hand seals, walls of earth erupting upward to protect her. His lightning-enhanced strings merely cut through them, revealing Sakura, who had finished making several hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu! Water erupted behind her, forming into a large dragon that began hurtling toward him. He grinned, making his own hand seals as well. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu! The two dragons met, an explosion of mist rushing outward into the forest. Daffy didn't rest though, rushing forward to drive a harsh knee into Sakura's stomach, coating it in haki. She caught it with one hand, the other sending a fist toward his face. He leaned backward, dodging the punch and pointing a finger toward her. Bullet string! Condensed orbs of strings fired outward, Sakura tilting her head to dodge them. Daffy used his strings to pull himself away from her, but Sakura moved, catching up to him in midair. Her hand was about to extend, sending another long-range chakra scalpel, but Daffy moved quickly, his strings tying around her hands and to the nearby strings. He grimaced, kicking off the air to dodge Sakura's next attack. Her lips pursed, a high-pressure jet of water spraying from her mouth, cutting through the trees behind him. He stood on suspended strings, looking down at Sakura as she pulled, snapping the strings that were holding her down. He. You have gotten pretty good. But... He brought a hand up, his pointer finger raised, and then swiftly bending downward. Sakura looked confused at the action, as the spool of strings at her feet tightened, wrapping around her ankles and pulling her feet out from underneath her. She fell, face planting into the ground. He jumped down, laughing all the while. You still have some ways to go before you're on my level. He. His strings dissolved, releasing Sakura as she looked up from the ground, a pout on her face. He merely grinned at her, watching as she slowly got up, brushing herself off. Yeah, I know. But I've gotten a lot stronger now, haven't I? He nodded at her, but he knew that it was just a rhetorical question. He was about to speak up, but Sakura was faster. Hey, Naruto? He looked at her curiously, gesturing for her to continue. There's something I want you to have. He raised an eyebrow, watching as she reached into her pouch, pulling something out and offering it to him. Here, it's for you. He grabbed it slowly, turning it around in his hand, examining it. It was old and was very damaged. It was covered in several burns, and the leather cover on the front was half gone. He opened it, wanting to see the contents of the pages. Like the outside, many of the pages were burnt beyond repair, but he could still make some of them out. They seemed to be several drawings, but he couldn't make out what they were supposed to be of. They were too damaged, and honestly, they weren't that good. He looked at Sakura, waiting for an explanation. She smiled at him. When I was in the academy, I didn't have many friends. So, to pass the time, I would draw a lot. At first, it was just random doodling and such, but eventually, I started to draw about what I wanted to grow up and be. She grabbed the book for a moment, opening it up to a certain page. There was another picture there. One he could clearly recognize as Sakura, though he didn't know the others. There was someone standing next to her, and they were surrounded by several other figures. This here is me and you, surrounded and fighting off several enemy shinobi. He looked at her, but she didn't meet his gaze, looking at the worn picture. I always wanted to be a strong ninja, just like you. I wanted to stand by you, and be a powerful and wise shinobi, just like you. So I would draw about it, hoping that, one day, the drawings would come true. And why are you giving this to me now? She paused for a moment, before looking away from the drawing, and staring up at him. Because I don't need these drawings anymore. I already know what I want to be, and how I'm going to become the person in this drawing. But... He looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to continue. She did so. But I don't think you know what you want to be, Naruto. I've watched you for a long time, and even now, I don't know what your goal is in life. Do you want to be Hokage, or just a really strong ninja? He paused for a moment, about to speak, but Sakura interrupted him. You don't have to answer, but I want you to keep this. So you know that, no matter what you choose, or what path you want to take, we're gonna be right here to fight for you. It's because of you that we are who we are today, so none of us will hesitate to help you become who you want to be either, okay? He looked at her, waiting so see if she would continue. When she didn't, he simply began to chuckle. Hehehe. I guess all those years apart made you pretty talkative, huh? She merely pouted at him, slapping his arm with a hand. Hey! This is a serious conversation here. Don't ruin it with jokes. He chuckled, grabbing the book and placing it in the pouch on his right leg. Don't worry, I heard you loud and clear. Now let's get going. We're supposed to be meeting up with everyone else soon. She nodded, joining him as they both began to walk toward the Uchiha compound. The two reached the Uchiha compound, seeing everyone else had already arrived. Sasuke was outside and standing in the road, looking at his house. Temari and Lee were behind him, both of them turning to look at him and Sakura as they approached. Daffy nodded toward them, standing next to Sasuke and looking around the compound. He turned toward him. Well, Sasuke, what do you think? He didn't answer for a moment, and when he did, his voice was hollow. You know, it's been a long time since there's been anyone else living in these walls. Not since the day Itachi. He stopped, and no one spoke a word, merely waiting for him to continue. It was bizarre, you know? One morning, the streets were filled with members of my family, all of them living out their lives and working together to further the clan. The next morning, I was the only one here. Walking through these streets, every day, always being reminded of what Itachi had done. I hated it. Sasuke took a deep breath, turning around and walking toward the clan wall, Temari and Lee moving out of his way. There was a symbol on it, the Uchiha clan's mark. Directly in the middle of it was a small hole with cracks spidering out from it, as if something had pierced through the rock. Sasuke touched the impurity gently, as if remembering something. I guess it wouldn't be so bad, having some life in this place again. Daffy smiled slowly, watching Sasuke turn toward him. He could make out a small smile on the Uchiha's face as well. All right then. I'll go to Tsunade before I leave on my mission tomorrow, and have her arrange everything. They looked toward him curiously. Temari began the first to speak her mind. Huh? What mission? Daffy suddenly remembered that he forgot to mention his mission to everyone, too caught up in, well, catching up with everyone. He nodded toward Temari. Yeah, Tsunade gave me a mission in the Land of Water, so I'll be gone for just a bit. Virgo took a step forward, Daffy recognizing a slightly worried expression on his face. And you're going alone? He grinned at him. Heh. Don't worry so much, Lee, I'll be just fine. It'll only be a couple days at most, so you'll barely notice I'm gone. They nodded toward him, and he looked toward the setting sun. He began to laugh, moving quickly as well. Heh. In the meantime, let's all stay at Sasuke's house, his treat. He rushed through Sasuke's front door, ignoring his cries. Hey, wait a minute. I don't have enough room for all of you. And don't you dare steal my bed, Naruto. Lord Kazekage, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Gaara shook his head at Baki, ending the council meeting. He waited as the other council members got up and left, Kankuro, who was standing behind him, speaking after they were alone. Well, they're certainly happy about all this, aren't they? Gaara got up, nodding at Kankuro's words. It was true, the rest of the village's council did not agree with his ideas. Wanting to increase village relations and begin fielding joint missions with the Leaf went against their ideals and customs, and the older generation was a stubborn one. They felt that they were showing weakness and not displaying their strength enough, that teaming up with the Leaf like this was being too over-reliant on a potential enemy. They failed to acknowledge that, when they did show their strength 3 years ago, they had lost, and they were at the Leaf's mercy as well. Still, Gaara ignored their suborned nature, knowing that he knew what was best for them. It was almost sad, really. Gaara didn't think of himself as egotistical, but he couldn't help but feel wiser at the age of 16 than these village elders who were well into their later years in life. He walked out of the room, walking onto a nearby balcony and overlooking his village. The meeting had run late, the sun already beginning to set. He felt Kankuro walk up to him as well, merely waiting for his shift to end. Things had not been well between the two of them, Gaara having to assign Kankuro as one of his bodyguards simply to spend time around his older brother. Have you written Temari at all, Kankuro? He waited for his answer, and he could practically feel Kankuro's head shake. And not yet, Lord Kazekage. He suppressed a sigh. You should do that soon. She should be back from her trip soon, and I want to head back to the Leaf in a few days to meet her and Naruto. You'll be coming with me as well. It would be best if the two of you shared at least some words before you next meet. I'll be sure to do that soon, Lord Kazekage. He couldn't suppress the next sigh, his hands on the balcony's railing as he leaned forward. Lord Kazekage, that was how Kankuro addressed him now. When he had first earned the title, he had been proud of it, ready to repay the debt that he had owed this village in full. But hearing Kankuro call him that time after time, the title began to lose its allure. He looked up suddenly, feeling something was off. There was a shadow on one of the roofs, one that he didn't recognize. He spent all of his time awake and sitting outside at nights, cursing his inability to sleep. Because of that, he knew the shadow and shape of every bird that soared over his village, and this was not one of them. He turned toward Kankuro. Kankuro, get Baki and tell him to put the village on alert. We have an intruder. He didn't wait for a reply, sand already bursting from his gourd and creating a platform for him to stand on. He took to the air, another cloud of sand chasing down the strange bird in the sky. It was pure white, and large as well. With the help of the moonlight, he could see someone sitting on top of the bird, wearing a dark robe with red clouds. So the Akatsuki are here, just like Jiraiya said they would. Naruto and Jiraiya had warned him about the Akatsuki, and how they were after Shikaku. It seems that they had reemerged, but he wasn't expecting them to come into his village so readily. He chased the Akatsuki member with his sand, trying to chase him out of the village. He knew this fight would be destructive, and he didn't want to get the villagers caught up in this. Whoever he was fast, his bird easily avoiding his sand as it chased him out of the village. When his enemy was finally outside of his walls, he pulled back his sand, his platform rising up to meet his opponent. Well, I wasn't expecting to be found out so quickly. How did you know I was here? He looked on with an impassive face, replying to the Akatsuki member. He recognized him from the bingo books, Deidara, a missing ninja from the hidden stone. There are no birds like that in this desert. Now, tell me what you want. The blonde bomber grinned at him. I'm gonna need you to come with me. But by all means, please feel free to resist. It'll make this even more fun. Gaara grimaced, looking at his opponent for the last few minutes. The fight hadn't been going very well. The two of them were both long to mid-range fighters, one focusing on defense, and the other focusing on offense. Deidara had the upper hand as well, Gaara having to prevent him from attacking his village. This wasn't working, he needed to switch things up, or he was going to lose. Man, you're pretty good, you know that. You're the perfect candidate, the perfect person to display my art to. He ignored his opponent's rambling, deciding to change his tactics. The two of them were still in the air, Deidara on his bird and Gaara on his platform of sand. Gaara extended an open hand, calling the desert toward him. He could see Deidara tense slightly, anticipating an attack, but none would come, not yet. The desert around them began to rise, forming tendrils that whirled and met his open palm. He concentrated, condensing the sand as hard as he could. Soon, the sand began to take shape, and Gaara started the next phase as well. His platform began to crawl up his body, covering his body, similar to the invisible armor of sand he always wore, but this was far from invisible. The sand covered parts of his arms, legs and back, leaving his torso open. His open palms suddenly gripped tightly, holding on to the weapon he had formed. Ultimately hard absolute attack, Spear of Shikaku. Gaara floated there for a moment, using the sand he had covered himself with to carry his body, the platform no longer underneath them. He watched as Deidara smirked toward him. Going on the offensive, I see, not that it'll do you much good. You couldn't catch me with your sand before, so why should it be any different now? Gaara ignored him, lazily throwing his spear at Deidara. The wing of his bird was instantly clipped, the spear rocketing through the air and surprising Deidara at its speed. He watched as the man began to fall, calling his spear back to him. There was a poof of smoke, a new bird replacing the old one, and Gaara grabbed his spear out of the air. The spear was heavy, yes, but its density gave him a superb control over the spear. Because of its shape, it cut through the air easily, meeting little to no air resistance, making it travel far faster than his ordinary sand. He moved, flying toward the Akatsuki member who seemed to be rushing toward a nearby rocky plateau. He threw his spear again, Deidara turning swiftly, and avoiding the attack, but his creation wasn't so lucky. He abandoned it immediately, falling toward the ground and onto the top of the plateau. He looked up, holding multiple clay creations in his hands. Gaara touched down onto the ground, his spear back in his hands as he began twirling it, one-handed. Heh, so you have some other tricks up your sleeve, so what? Now you're just more vulnerable to my AR. He was interrupted as the spear rocketed toward him once again, Deidara quickly sidestepping to avoid it. He wasn't fast enough, the weapon cutting his left arm clean off. To his credit, Deidara didn't even let out a grimace, his other hand opening and sending out several small, bird-shaped explosives. Gaara flew into the air to avoid them. Using enhanced sand armor along with Shikaku's spear took a great amount of concentration and chakra, and he couldn't control more sand to defend himself. He needed to avoid Deidara's attack now more than ever. He called back his spear, grabbing it within his hands. He drew the spear back, enhancing it with wind chakra, and slashed forward. It wasn't much, since sand wasn't meant to channel wind chakra very well, but the small storm of wind blades was more than enough to kill Deidara's creations. He moved quickly, dashing in front of Deidara and swinging his spear at him. He watched Deidara step forward, trying to block the blunt part of the spear's handle with his body, his remaining hand forming a fist and hurtling toward him. Gaara knew it was over by then, ignoring the attack and putting more force into his own. Suddenly, Deidara was launched up and backward, dodging his attack. He looked over curiously, seeing Deidara now kneeling next to another figure, another Akatsuki member. They were hunched forward, and had a black bandana covering their face, showing only their eyes. His voice was deep and harsh, as he chastised his partner. Deidara, you idiot! What were you thinking trying to block that attack? Deidara quickly got up, anger apparent on his face. I was perfectly fine, Sasori. You didn't have to interfere. The other man, Sasori, scoffed at him. It would seem that I did. If you were paying attention, you would know that you would be dead right now if that attack hit you. Deidara had a look of confusion on his face, as Sasori explained. Do you really think that the Jinchuriki is swinging that thing with his own strength? With all the sand he condensed into it? He's using his control over sand to swing that thing so casually, fooling you into thinking it's lighter than it really is, and if you had tried to block it like you did, it would tear right through you. Gaara reared back his spear, planning to attack while the two were bickering. Something struck his spear as he did so, and he could feel the chakra holding it together become unstable. He threw the spear off the plateau, watching as his spear exploded outward into a mass of sand, the chakra holding it together disappearing. He looked back toward his opponents, seeing that two more had joined them. Well, that was fairly disappointing, wasn't it, Itachi? I was hoping we would get here first. Oh well. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. A total of 4 Akatsuki members were here now, and Gaara knew that he didn't stand a chance against them all. He stretched out a hand, quickly forming a new spear while jumping backward. The Akatsuki members scattered as he threw the new weapon toward them, the spear striking the ground. The plateau shattered instantly, crumbling apart, and Gaara dropped to the desert. Abandoning his enhanced armor and spear, he needed the chakra. He slowly raised his arms, calling up the desert surrounding them. The 4 Akatsuki members landed in front of him, and he clasped his hands together. The desert formed walls surrounding them, quickly trapping them all together, and began to swiftly collapse inward. His only chance right now was to bring the entire desert onto them, and crush them all before they defeated him. He saw Kisame rush toward him, his unsheathed sword slashing through the air. He jumped back, trying to avoid it, but it was no use. It contacted his torso, sucking away his chakra and making his sand armor fall uselessly to the desert below. Kisame pulled the sword across his body while jumping backward, the scales ripping into his flesh through his clothes, the pain making him close his eyes. More chakra was lost, the dome of sand beginning to falter as it closed in. He opened his eyes, seeing a small, white bird gently fly in front of his face. There was an eruption of noise, his vision turning white for a moment, and then swiftly turning black. It had taken him about a day to get there, and he was hoping to get this done quickly. The land of water was far away from the Leaf Village, and he had a bad feeling that he would need to return there soon. The letter that the Mist had sent included an area to meet with a Mist ninja, who would tell him the location of his targets. He had just arrived. Honestly, they could have picked a better spot. A nearby village or inn, maybe even a tourist attraction. Instead, they picked the middle of nowhere, in the center of a foggy lake, of course. His haki assured him that there was no one else here, so it wasn't a trap. The only other person was Zabuza, who was trying to hide within the mist. He sent him a wide grin. Zabuza appeared not long after, a scowl evident on his face, even through the bandages. The man hadn't changed much, though he seemed shorter. That was probably just because he was slightly taller than the Mist Ninja now. Zabuza grunted at him. "Brat, you've grown." He grinned at his former enemy. "And you haven't. So tell me, Zabuza, what do you need my help killing that someone like you couldn't manage it?" He enjoyed watching the man glare at him in anger. "Shut your mouth, kid. The Mizukage simply wanted you to handle this instead. If she sent me, I would have it done in no time at all. And yet here we are, you simply being the messenger boy." Zabuza pulled something out of his pouch, a small map. "Watch it. Now let's hurry up and get this done. There are only 3 more encampments left, and this lake is the center of all of them. So, you can choose which one you want to attack first, they're all the same distance away from here." He took a look at the map thoughtfully, before looking up at him. "Is there any possibility of civilian casualties at all? They all seem to be in the middle of nowhere." Zabuza shook his head. "No, all of the enemy encampments in civilian villages and territories were taken care of first, since the Mizukage thought they had a higher priority. You can go all out on these last ones here." Daffy nodded, jumping off the lake and toward the base to the north. Tsunade sighed as she stamped the next document, putting it in the pile to her left. When she took this job, she never realized how boring it really was. She always saw it as protecting the Leaf Village and being its guardian, not endless amounts of paperwork. She eyed the closed door to her office carefully, and, not hearing any footsteps, opened the bottom drawer of her desk. She lifted the false bottom, and gleefully looked at the full bottle of sake that lay within. Her time as Hokage was seriously digging into her drinking time, and she needed a break anyways. Just as she was about to pull it out, her office door slammed open, startling her as Shizen walked in. "Lady Tsunade! It's an emergency!" She quickly closed the drawer, clearing her throat as she pretended that she wasn't about to just drink on the job. She sighed internally, wondering what could be so important so early in the morning. "Yes, Shizen, what is it?" Shizen handed her a letter, which she promptly took and began to read. "The Cipher Division just decoded it, ma'am. It's an urgent letter from the Hidden Sand." She nodded toward her as she continued to read, her eyes widening as she read the contents of the letter. She gestured for her Ambu, 2 of them quickly appearing in front of her. "Get Team Kakashi and Team Guy here immediately, and grab Temari as well. Go now." They nodded slightly and disappeared, and she looked over to Shizen, who had a confused expression on her face. She shook her head at her apprentice, telling her that she would explain when everyone else got there. She didn't have to wait long, the 2 teams and Temari appearing before her quickly. Kakashi spoke first. "You needed to see us, Lady Hokage, why?" She nodded promptly, not wasting any time. "Yes, you have an urgent mission. We received word, just a few minutes ago, that the Kazekage has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki." She ignored Tamari's gasp, continuing onward. "Team Kakashi, you will head out immediately to the Hidden Sand and find out more about what they know. Team Guy will stay here on standby until we receive more information from you." Team 7 nodded, and Tsunade looked over at Temari. "I'm assuming you wish to go with them?" She nodded, determination clear in her eyes. "Very well. Sakura, summon part of Katsuyu when you get more information about what's happening. I will have her summoned here in the Leaf to relay anything you learn to Team Guy." Her apprentice nodded at her as her other teammate Sasuke spoke up next. "What about Naruto? He'll want to know as soon as possible." She grimaced, knowing that Naruto would want to be informed immediately. She placed a palm on her desk, smoke erupting outward. When it cleared, a small piece of Katsuyu appeared, who was confused at her summons. "I will send a piece of Katsuyu in a sealing scroll, who will also tell him any information you gather." "Huh! What's going on, Princess Tsunade?" She looked down at the small slug, waving her off for a moment. I'll explain in a second, Katsuyu. Now, are there any questions? Both teams shook their heads. Good, then get going. Both teams moved out of her office, getting ready for their mission. She sighed, pulling open the bottom drawer of her desk and opening the bottle of sake. She ignored Shizen's rant about drinking in the middle of a crisis, as she gulped half the bottle in one go. She really needed to retire soon, she was getting too old for this shit. Kakashi and the rest of his team had gathered their things quickly and headed out as soon as possible. It took them just over a day to get there, but they had made it to the hidden sand. One of the Jonin, one that he recognized, Baki, was at the gate, ready to meet them. He introduced himself. This is Team 7, responding to a call for aid requested by the hidden sand. He made sure to keep things brief and professional, wanting to move as quickly as he could. Baki nodded toward him, his gaze lingering on Temari for a moment before looking back toward him. Yes, thank you. Last night, our village was attacked by the Akatsuki, and Lord Gaara was kidnapped and taken by them. Were you able to confirm any of their identities? Baki nodded toward him. Yes, we had several shinobi combat them on their way out of the Land of Wind. We were able to identify Deidara of the Hidden Stone, Sasori of the Hidden Sand, Kisame of the Hidden Mist, and Itachi of the Hidden Leaf. His eyes widened at Baki's words. 4 of them? 2 of them had been enough trouble already, but having 4 of them would make this mission much harder than anticipated. Especially with someone like Itachi on the field. He looked over at Sasuke, expecting to see a reaction, but was surprised to see almost none. He put that at the back of his mind, turning back toward Baki. All right then. Do you have anything that we can use to track them down? Baki nodded, gesturing to a nearby sand ninja, who brought over a small box. Yes, they had all fought on a large plateau a bit far from here that is now destroyed. When searching for Gaara inside of the rubble, we found this. He opened the box, revealing a rather mangled arm. Strangely enough, it had a mouth on the hand's palm. I take it this belonged to one of the Akatsuki members? Baki nodded his head. Yes, we believe so. Other than this, we don't have anything to help you track down the Akatsuki. I am sorry. Kakashi shook his head, placing a palm onto the sand at his feet. There was a large puff of smoke, revealing his tracking dog, Pakken. It's fine, this will be enough. Pakken, I need you to remember the scent on this arm and head back to the leaf. Team Guy will be on their way, and I need you to guide them to the owner of this arm. He watched the small dog sniff the arm, before sighing. Geez, Kakashi, you always summon me for the fun stuff, don't ya? Pakken hopped off, Kakashi turning to Sakura. Sakura, summon Katsuyu and let Tsunade know that we have a lead. The girl nodded, and Kakashi was about to say goodbye to the sand ninja when he sensed an attack coming. He jumped back, an old woman appearing in his previous position, driving a fist into the sand. Die White Fang of the Leaf Village! His eyes widened at the moniker, quickly shaking his head and hands to get her to stop. Wait, I'm not. The woman charged again or tried to. Baki quickly grabbed her, holding her back, and clearly struggling to do so. Calm yourself, Lady Chio. That's not the White Fang, that's Kakashi Hatake of the Leaf Village. The White Fang died years ago. The old woman stopped for a moment, leaning toward him slightly with narrowed eyes, as if trying to get a better look at him. He chuckled nervously at her. Yes. You see, the White Fang was my father, and I'm his son, Kakashi Hatake. Heh heh. They were silent for a moment before the old woman burst out in laughter. Oh ho ho ho. But of course I knew that. I was just messing with ya. Oh ho ho. His sweat dropped at the older woman, before turning back to Baki. Well, we'll be going now. We'll chase down Gaara and save him from the Akatsuki. Baki nodded toward him, and Kakashi made to take off with the rest of his team, before he was stopped. Hold it right there. He turned it around, looking at the old woman, slightly exasperated. Why yes? The old woman grinned at him. Don't think the hidden sand is gonna rely completely on the leaf to save their own Kazekage. You're gonna have some backup on this mission. That was actually pretty helpful. There were only 4 of them after all, and going up against 4 S-rank ninja was not something he wanted to do without some help. Team Guy was coming, yes, but they may not catch up in time. That's great actually. Who is coming with us? Why, me of course. Oh ho ho ho. He slumped forward, wondering why he even expected anything more. He really hoped this mission was over soon. With that, Team 7 and one old lady marched off to fight some of the world's greatest criminals. The 5 of them had been traveling for a few hours before they had managed to somewhat catch up. It seems they had noticed their approach somehow and had left someone behind to slow them down. It wasn't looking good either. Of all the opponents that Baki had listed off, this was the worst one that he could imagine fighting against. So, we finally meet again, my foolish little brother. I wonder just how far you have grown. Do you finally have them? Eyes like mine? Kakashi pulled out a kunai, getting ready for his second round against Itachi Uchiha. Pain looked down at the Jinchuriki, pleased with what he was seeing. The sealing was going well, and it was almost complete. Just another day perhaps, and the one-tailed beast would be theirs. Team Kakashi is approaching quickly, and Team Guy is heading out from the Leaf Village as well. Who knows, they might get here before the sealing is complete. Pain looked over at the two halves of Zetsu, thinking about his words. He looked over to the other members of the Akatsuki. Itachi, Kisame, I'm sending you two to take on the Leaf Ninja. Kill them or just slow them down, I don't care. Just make sure they don't interrupt the sealing. Heh. Oh boy. Did you hear that, Itachi? We get to have some fun. Which one do you want? I kinda wanna take on that green beast again. And what about Naruto Uzumaki? He traveled to the land of water faster than expected. If he receives word of Gaara's kidnapping, he could interrupt us as well. We could just take out the messenger bird if you like? Pain shook his head. No, we'll send another to take care of him instead. This is the perfect chance to test his abilities. He walked through the halls of the underground base, his hands swiping back and forth in a steady rhythm as they directed his strings. The screaming of his opponents was deafening as he sliced them apart. This had been fun the first couple times, but now that he was at the last base, he was beginning to get bored. He looked on as a ninja rounded the corner, finishing a set of hand seals. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Oh, a fire user in the land of water? How ironic, he thought dully, resisting the urge to scoff at the weak attack. He had to applaud the man though, using a fire technique in such an enclosed space was a good move, but it wouldn't be enough. His strings moved quickly, forming in front of him in a strangely shaped circle. They began to change shape, becoming one of the first seals that Jiraiya had shown him. The flames touched the string seal, immediately beginning to be absorbed by the strings, which became red-hot. He grinned at the look at the ninja's face, sending the red-hot strings at the ninja. He continued like this, moving room by room and killing anyone he found. It was boring work really, but it didn't take long, and he walked out of the underground base as soon as he was done. Zabuza was waiting for him, and Daffy couldn't help but glare at the man. He was the reason this was taking so long, and he knew that he was doing it on purpose. Zabuza would go in and check his work as if he were some academy student. To his surprise, Zabuza was holding something, a scroll. He raised an eyebrow at the man, as Zabuza handed it to him. Here, a messenger hawk just dropped it off to me. Surprised that the thing could track us down so easily. He grabbed the scroll and opened it up, a puff of smoke appearing as he did so. It was a slug, a small version of the slug that he had seen Tsunade summon years ago against Tsunade. What was its name? Oh, is that you, Naruto? It's been a very long time since I've seen you last. Yeah, how's it going? Tatsumo? The slug didn't respond for a moment. It's Katsuyu act. Yes, of course. Why are you here, Katsuyu? The slug somehow cleared its throat before addressing him. Listen, Naruto, it's an emergency. The Kazekage has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki, so Princess Tsunade sent me here to inform. He scooped up the slug and scroll and jumped off the ground. He rocketed through the air, heading toward the hidden sand. Katsuyu continued. Team Kakashi and Team Guy are currently in pursuit. Kakashi says they're most likely near the border of rain and river country. Sakura has a piece of me summoned as well, so I'll be able to guide you directly to them. He nodded at the slug, gritting his teeth in anger. Alright, I'm going to seal you back into the scroll until I get near there. I can't risk you falling off or getting hurt. You're my only guide back to Gaara. Katsuya nodded as he sealed her back in the scroll, grimacing at the situation. Of course the Akatsuki would begin moving when he was out of the village. He needed to move quickly and save Gaara as fast as possible. He was attaching strings to the clouds, kicking off the air and creating a cone of wind chakra in front of him to increase his speed further. He moved like that for hours, until he sensed something with his haki. There was someone approaching him from up ahead, and they were moving fast. But something was off, his haki wasn't telling him their actions, as if they were unconscious. He stopped for a moment, looking to see who was flying through the air. When they arrived, he saw that the man wasn't unconscious, he was perfectly fine, and he was in front of him now. He was floating there, just slightly above Daffy, and he had a hand raised with an open palm, like his own when he used overheat. His haki wasn't telling him anything, and it didn't warn him about the next attack. Almighty push! Chapter 15. He was flying through the air at a rapid pace, quickly slamming into the forest below. There was an explosion of dirt and wood, the power of his impact creating a large crater in the surface of the earth. Daffy shook his head slightly, getting back up on his feet and looking upward. The man was there, just at the edge of the 5-foot-deep crater his body had created. He grit his teeth in annoyance, glaring at the new Akatsuki member that came to impede him. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm afraid this is as far as you go. No matter how strong you are, even you cannot defeat a Go. He ignored that man's words, bursting out of the crater and landing a harsh, haki-enhanced kick on his side. The man flew through the forest, smashing through several trees as he traveled. Daffy turned away from him and leapt back into the air. He didn't have time for this right now, he needed to get back to Gaara. Universal pull! His momentum suddenly stopped, and then, quickly reversed, pulling him toward the man that attacked him. He used his strings to turn his body around, a palm raised at the man who was floating just above the treetops. Overheat! His strings rocketed toward the man in a spiral-like fashion, tunneling through the air at high speeds. The man moved slightly to his left, dodging the attack and releasing whatever technique was pulling him along. He had dodged the first attack, but he wasn't done yet. Keeping the overheat going, his fingers separated from each other, and his attack followed suit. Expand! The molten stings unraveled, spiraling outward and expanding to eclipse his enemy in red-hot death. He saw the man take a large breath as he floated away from the expanding strings, then release a large stream of water at his strings. There was an explosion of mist, but Daffy knew that the man was still alive. He dropped the technique, jumping off the air and toward the ground. He called upon his strings, making them spiral and whip from around his body violently, lightning chakra crackling through them all the while. He dropped into the forest, and swiftly changed direction toward the Akatsuki member, his strings cutting through the trees and dirt effortlessly. The man was looking at him, waiting patiently for his arrival. As soon as he was close, his strings changed from wild and erratic to focused and deadly, changing direction in midair and spearing directly toward the other man. Almighty push! That attack again, pushing aside the surrounding forest along with his strings. Whoever this man was, he had techniques that were somewhat similar to Fujitora's control over gravity, though it paled in comparison to the purple tiger. Still, it was a fearsome ability, and one that would be difficult to get around. He changed tactics, throwing his strings into the air and backing up for a moment. The man followed, rushing toward him at a fast pace. They met at the forest floor, Daffy throwing a string punch at his opponent. The man tried block the attack, but he could see the small look of regret as he felt bone crack underneath his fist. He grinned, a sharp knee being thrown into the other man's stomach, driving him backward several feet. His strings fell, charged with lightning chakra that rained downward near the man's position. He jumped around wildly, dodging the spears, and Daffy knew that those strings wouldn't be enough. He raised a hand, gathering large amounts of wind chakra into his palm. It began to spin and gain form, a shrill screech echoing through the forest. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken! He threw the technique, his strings keeping him connected to it so it wouldn't fall apart immediately. The man jumped away from the shuriken, dodging his spears all the while. His Raisin Shuriken exploded suddenly, created an expanding sphere of razor-sharp wind. The man splayed his hand outwards, and with a fierce cry, Almighty push! There was a small battle of forces there. His Raisin Shuriken fighting against the wave of force that his enemy created. Ultimately, his enemy won out, pushing away the attack and surviving. There was a lull in the battle at this moment, the two merely gazing at each other. Daffy looked into the man's strange, purple eyes, thinking of a new strategy to defeat the man quickly. Impressive, Naruto. But it is as I said before, you cannot defeat a god. He raised an eyebrow at the man in curiosity. A god? The man nodded slightly, as if that explained it all. Yes, I am a god of this world, I am Pain. And now, I shall teach you a bit about my namesake. Pain suddenly slammed a foot on the ground, the earth rising around Daffy suddenly, trapping him. Pain breathed in, releasing the breath a moment later, along with a torrent of white-hot flames. Daffy stood his ground, his strings already moving into a familiar seal in front of him, sealing away the flames before they could reach him. He looked over at the flames touching the earthen wall behind him, watching in curiosity as the earth bubbled and melted, the intensity of the flames being too much for them to handle. The flames had stopped, and Daffy jumped upward into the air quickly, avoiding several blades of wind that Pain had fired next. Daffy gathered his chakra into his palm, another sphere forming rapidly. Fire style, Raisin Shuriken! He threw the new attack at the ground, his strings increasing its speed and guiding it right in front of his enemy. Pain quickly let out a torrent of water to put out the flame, his raisin shuriken beginning to expand. Daffy made hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough! A blast of wind impacted the fiery sphere, enhancing its strength and making it expand faster and hotter than before. Pain quickly jumped away, trying to dodge the attack. Daffy couldn't see him anymore, the dust and mist blocking his view, but his haki could still sense the man. He saw a flash of light, and his instincts screamed at him a moment later. He moved quickly, jumping through the air as a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, meeting his former position. There were more coming, and Daffy sped through the air to get closer to his opponent, dodging the lightning arrows all the while. He can use all 5 of the elements as well, and not only that, but he can use such powerful techniques without any hand seals. Just who are you, Pain? He ignored his own thoughts, now directly in front of the other man. He sent out a fierce punch, Pain using his hands to deflect the attack rather than block it as he did before. He sent out a kick, Pain using the same strategy as before. He was getting irritated, this man was skilled. Daffy danced around his opponent, sending attack after attack, only for Pain to almost perfectly deflect his attacks every time. Suddenly, Pain thrusted a palm toward him, Daffy raising his arms to block the strike. The hand stopped an inch from his forearms. Almighty push! Another wave of force struck him. Daffy dug his feet into the ground, his strings wrapping around the trees to stop his momentum, which finally stopped a few meters away from Pain. Daffy looked up at his opponent, a manic grin on his face. Well, congratulations, God, you've managed to piss me off. Chakra exploded outward from his body, the surrounding trees and earth cracking and splintering from the pressure that the release created. Daffy slowly kneeled toward the ground, placing his palms onto the dirt below. His chakra focused suddenly, the pressure disappearing as he fueled his next technique. Ever white! Baki glared angrily at the other council members, infuriated at their words. He couldn't believe what they were saying, wanting to give up on Gaara already and elect a new Kazekage. It was ridiculous, not sending a single one of their own shinobi out to save their own leader, relying entirely on the Leaf, a village they had betrayed, to do their job for them. He slammed his palms on the large desk in front of him. I cannot believe what I am hearing. You would rather choose a new Kazekage than even try saving Gaara? One of the council members turned toward him calmly. Baki, you know as well as the rest of us that Gaara is not someone that we should rely on. We chose him as Kazekage because we were in a crisis, but now we have begun to stabilize as a village. With this, we need a stable leader as well. I trust one don't have to remind you of Gaara's dangerous habits? Baki bore his teeth at the man, clearly frustrated. Habits that he hasn't shown signs of for almost 3 years. Gaara is a changed person now, that much is obvious. What is it going to take to convince you that we can trust him? Another member, an older woman this time, spoke up next. Our decision is made, Baki, but if you really must insist, then we will wait to receive word of his death before electing a new Kage. Baki's breath calmed suddenly, a cold anger flooding his body. So that's it then? You'll refuse to send ninja after our leader to save him, just waiting for the Leaf to report his death? The room was filled with silence, answering Baki's question. He looked over at one of the guests to the meeting, a cold stare on his face. And you, Kankuro? Can you honestly tell me that you agree with this? Simply giving up on your brother, as if he's worthless? Kankuro had a conflicted look on his face as everyone's eyes were aimed toward him. He was silent for a moment, before speaking in a quiet voice. What I want or agree with doesn't matter. If a new Kage is what's best for the village, then that's that. Baki snarled at his former student, getting up from his chair walking up to Kankuro. He looked down on him for a moment, before calming down and turning away. You disappoint me, Kankuro. He walked out of the chamber, several people in mind for who to take on his mission. Screw the council and their decisions. Gaara had been one of the best things that this village had, even if they didn't realize it. He would take multiple ninja with him, and head in the direction Kakashi and his team traveled. It took a couple of hours, but he had managed to gather a small team of shinobi and got them ready at the gate. He turned around, facing the other 4 jonin, nodding toward them. All right, we'll have to move quickly to catch up to Kakashi and his team. Keep up your guard, we're up against multiple S-rank ninja here. Now let's MOV. He stopped, looking behind his team and seeing a familiar face walking up to them. He walked past the others, meeting the other man halfway. They stopped, facing each other for a moment. What do you want, Kankuro? Kankuro was silent for a moment, before bowing his head slightly. Baki, I'm sorry, alright? I don't want Gaara to die either. I know he's done a lot of bad stuff in the past, but you're right, he's changed. It's just, whenever I see him, or think about him, I can't help but think about Temari, and the invasion. Baki looked at his former student for a moment, before sighing. Kankuro, I know Temari's betrayal was unexpected, but we both know she wasn't betraying us, she was saving her family. She wanted to help Gaara and you as well. Kankuro adopted an angry look, raising his voice. That doesn't make it right. There's more than just us in this village, and by joining the Leaf, she was saying that she didn't care about everyone else in this village. Baki nodded toward him. Perhaps, but that doesn't matter right now, not anymore. The fact is that Temari is a part of the Leaf, but she is still a part of your family, Kankuro. But never mind that for now, we have a Kazekage to save. Kankuro nodded, Baki turning around and rejoining his team. They walked out of the gates, ready to leave before a voice interrupted them. Don't forget us either. He and his team turned around, stunned to see large groups of young ninja coming to join them. Baki remembered the one that spoke up, a short-time student of Gaara's, Matsuri if he remembered correctly. We want to help save Gaara too, Matsuri said, clearly nervous. Another ninja spoke up as well, she had black hair, and she was part of Matsuri's team. Yeah. There's no way we're gonna let Lord Gaara fight alone. With that, there was an uproar, the small army of ninjas singing Gaara's praises, and ready to join the fight. Baki couldn't help but smile at the sight. There was a small rush of movement, one of the Sans Umbu dropping in front of him, facing the large crowd of ninja. Hold it! This is an unsanctioned mission. You are not allowed to. Baki struck the Umbu hard across the head, knocking him unconscious. He grinned toward his new team, and led them to Kakashi's team, ready to save their leader. Hang on, Gaara, your village is coming for you. Itachi looked at Team Kakashi, or, more specifically, at Sasuke. His little brother had grown so much, but how much stronger was he now? Itachi had tried his best to fuel his brother's anger, to create a drive and need for greater and greater strength. He couldn't protect Sasuke in this shinobi world, so he needed to make sure that Sasuke could protect himself. He readied himself, preparing for his brother's enraged attacks to come flying toward him. Ready to see just how strong he was now. Out of the way, Itachi. We don't have time for you right now. Or not. He masked his surprise under a veil of indifference, wondering about his brother's words. Just a few years ago, his brother threw himself at him, alone, with no regard for his own safety. Now, here he was, with a team at his back and Itachi by himself, yet he said he didn't have time for him? Interesting. Well then, little brother, I suppose you'll have to make time. Itachi brought a hand to his lips, firing a large fireball at Team Kakashi. There were quite a few of them, so he would need to watch carefully in order to track them all. They jumped away, dodging the fireball, and the young woman attacked first, Temari of the desert. She moved in quickly, a pair of small metal fans in her hand. She swiped one of them at him, his Sharingan detecting the small blades of wind that she had launched from her fan. He circled around her, dodging the attack and lashing out with a kick. The girl blocked his kick with her forearm easily, slightly surprising him. She swiped another fan toward him, Itachi stepping in close and grabbing the offending arm. He threw her over his shoulder and into the air away from him, jumping backward to avoid the spray of kunai and shuriken that Kakashi threw from the forest. Itachi threw his own at Temari while she was airborne, watching curiously as she kicked toward him in midair. He had seen this attack before from Naruto years ago, but this was different. Naruto's was clear and obvious, an almost glowing blade of wind that sliced through the air. Temari's was far subtler, almost invisible, but judging by the way it cut through his projectiles, it was just as deadly. His Sharingan easily tracked the blade through the air, Itachi flipping backwards and dodging it, throwing wind-enhanced shuriken at either side of him, aiming at Sasuke and Kakashi as they rushed toward him. The two batted his projectiles with lightning-enhanced kunai, reaching him just as he landed on the ground. The two sent out a kick, Sasuke aiming low and Kakashi aiming high. Itachi grabbed Kakashi's leg, vaulting up and over it to dodge both attacks, placing an explosive tag on Kakashi's thigh and kicking him away. He turned to Sasuke, ducking under a swipe of his kunai and bringing up his forearms to block a kick, the explosive note going off a moment later. His eyes widened as he looked at Sasuke's leg, seeing lightning chakra run through it. He jumped backward, narrowly avoiding being electrocuted. He grimaced slightly as Sasuke followed him, his limbs covered in lightning as he attacked. Itachi tried dodging every attack, not daring to touch him in his current state, but he was too fast. He was forced to block a straight punch to his chest, lightning chakra running through him, keeping him locked in place. A pair of hands burst from the ground, grabbing his ankles and pulling him into the ground. He looked over toward the explosion, seeing a small, empty crate, a shadow clone then. He spat a small stream of fire at Sasuke, forcing him to dodge backward, and performed a substitution with a shadow clone he had prepared before the fight. He was in the treetops now, looking down as his shadow clone was embedded into the ground. Kakashi burst out from the ground and onto his feet, landing next to Sasuke. His brother charged lightning into his hand. A spear of electricity jetted forward an instant later, spearing through his shadow clone. He was about to leap off the branch, when he heard the sound of a tree falling. He looked over to his left, seeing a large tree rushing through the air toward him. He jumped upward, dodging the tree and now able to see the other girl, Sakura, jump after him in the air, a fist reared back to strike him. Using both his hands, he redirected the punch, grabbing her arm and shifting his weight, throwing her toward the ground behind him. He landed on the ground, quickly jumping backward as the girl was already rushing back toward him. Her hands were glowing with chakra scalpels, swinging toward him with intent. Chakra scalpels with enough strength to tear a tree out of the ground and throw it were a dangerous combination. She would tear through him with a single strike if he let her. He dodged her punches while jumping backward, preparing for the rest of her team to come rushing back toward him. He watched as Sakura's feet shifted a bit strangely, his Sharingan eyeing the earth chakra rushing through her. He hopped upward, the ground at his feet turning to mud as he did so. Sakura punched at him while he was in the air. Itachi created a shadow clone to grab him and throw himself out of the way. The other three had joined Sakura by now, Itachi still in the air and just about to land on the ground again. Just before he did, he felt something grab him, pulling him and throwing him toward Team Kakashi. Looking behind him, he saw several chakra strings attached to his body, the older woman no doubt being the cause. He cut off the strings with a quick swipe of his hand, watching as Sakura sent a fist forward toward him. The strike was made early, Itachi creating another shadow clone to throw him out of the way once again. He soon realized that the strike wasn't made early, it was timed perfectly, the chakra surrounding her hand extending outward suddenly, the chakra scalpel slicing his left arm clean off. He grimaced at the loss, but he kept going, firing several bullets of water at his opponents. They scattered, dodging the attack, but Sasuke rushed toward him instead, taking to the air. Itachi made several one-handed seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu! The array of fiery bullets launched toward his brother, and Sasuke seemed to move in midair, a small explosion sounding out as he kicked off the air itself, another of Naruto's moves it would seem. He rushed through the air toward him, lightning chakra crackling off his body as he moved, now rushing at his position. Itachi jumped upward, his Sharingan watching as Sasuke's body suddenly stilled before it impacted the ground. The earth ruptured instantly, the combination of his speed and lightning-enhanced body letting him carve through the earth effortlessly. Sasuke changed direction quickly, carving large fissures into the earth as he moved. It was bizarre, his Sharingan gazing at Sasuke curiously. All of his brother's muscles were tensed, and the earth was giving away easily to his movements, as if he were made of steel. Whatever Naruto had taught him had made Sasuke dangerous. He was like the Raikage, almost dangerous to the touch because of his lightning, and with a body that was fast and powerful. Wind style, great breakthrough! A tornado of wind was released from Itachi's mouth, sending Sasuke flying backward for a moment. He turned to look as Kakashi rushed him from behind, his Chidori in hand. He was starting to get sick of seeing lightning. He ducked under Kakashi's jab, sweeping his leg under Kakashi's to try and trip him. Kakashi used his other hand and placed it on his back, jumping upward to block the sweep of his leg. Small spears of stone erupted from the ground, piercing through Itachi's legs and holding him in place. Kakashi finished vaulting over him, landing on the ground and turning quickly, the Chidori heading back toward him. Itachi leaned backward, the spears of stone holding him in place but still allowing him to dodge Kakashi's Chidori. His remaining arm reached over and grabbed the arm using the Chidori, pulling Kakashi and throwing him slightly further away. Itachi pulled out a kunai, enhancing it with wind chakra and cutting wildly as more stone spears appeared, trying to cut through him. He looked upward suddenly as a large explosion sounded out, seeing Sasuke rush toward him at an extreme pace. He brought up his kunai, trying to block Sasuke's attack, who sent a lightning-enhanced punch toward his chest. No, it wasn't a punch, instead, he had a single finger raised and rushing through the air. There was a small clash as wind met lightning, but the outcome was obvious, Itachi's remaining chakra beginning to wane, and Sasuke cutting through his wind chakra and kunai, spearing into his chest. He looked down at his older brother, as his current body began to cough up blood. He smiled lightly. "You've gotten stronger, Sasuke. I'm looking forward to the next time we meet." At his words, Sasuke jumped backward, probably expecting a trap. Itachi smiled as his consciousness left the puppet he was controlling. He opened his eyes, his full concentration now on the ceiling of the One-Tails. Guy and his team moved across the rocky terrain quickly, trying to meet up with Kakashi's team. He looked over his shoulder at Katsuyu, who was traveling with him. How much further now, Katsuyu? The slug turned toward him slightly and gave him a brief nod. It should only be a few more hours now. You all are very fast. Guy laughed at that, giving the small slug a thumbs up and his signature smile. Ha ha! But of course! Did you expect anything less of Team Guy? Katsuyu didn't get the chance to answer, as Guy and his team saw a wave of water travel across the landscape, rushing toward them all. He and his team jumped up, landing on one of the many pillars of stone around them to avoid the rush of water. He felt Katsuyu crawl back into his backpack, looking around at their situation. Whoever had caused this, they were going to be a tough opponent. They had just turned this area from a dry wasteland to a small lake. They had to have monstrous amounts of chakra. His team jumped onto the water, grouping back together as someone approached them. Heh heh heh. If it isn't Konoha's green beast of prey, or whatever the hell you call yourself. I must say, I'm excited to get some payback for making a fool out of us 3 years ago. Guy glared at his opponent, his team tensing as well as they prepared to fight. Do I know you from somewhere? He watched as his opponent looked at him dumbly, before adopting a smile and shaking his head. I see you have the intelligence of a beast as well. No matter, it'll be simple to remind you of who I am. The blue-skinned man rushed toward them, skidding across the water with his sword raised into the air. He was in front of Guy a moment later, the sword coming down upon him. Guy circled around the man, dodging the sword as it impacted the water and jumping into the air, releasing a heavy kick. The man used his other hand and grabbed his foot, stopping the attack cold. Guy maneuvered his body around, lashing out with his other leg. It impacted his opponent's face, making him reel back from the impact. Guy jumped back as his student, Niji, rushed in, his palms glowing with chakra. The man jumped backward to avoid Niji's strikes, swiping his sword at his protege. Niji flipped backward suddenly, the sword narrowly avoiding him, and landed next to Guy. Be careful of that sword, everyone, it can absorb your chakra from you. Guy narrowed his eyes at Niji's words. This guy sounded familiar, but he just couldn't place where he knew the man from. Lee walked forward to join them, with Tenten hanging back to provide long-range support. Guy looked over at his other student. Lee, do you think you can distract him for a bit? Lee nodded, pulling out a stick of bamboo to fight with. Guy gave further instructions. Tenten, cover Lee. Niji, the two of us will look for an opening and get that sword away from him. Lee nodded, rushing forward to meet his enemy. He and the Akatsuki member clashed weapons, bamboo meeting one of the legendary swords of the hidden mist. Tenten began throwing her weapons, blades that appeared from seals that she had on her wrists. Guy watched the fight intently, eager for an opening for him and Niji to exploit. Lee pushed the larger weapon aside, lashing out with a harsh kick on the man's chest, sending him flying back a bit. He saw Tenten rush in after him, the man soon stopping his momentum. She jumped into the air, her hands behind her as if she were holding something. Another puff of smoke, and in her hands was an enormous blade, soon crashing down on her enemy. The man brought up his sword to block the attack, Lee rushing in to take advantage of an opening. He jabbed forward with a single finger, piercing through the Akatsuki member's side, causing blood to flow. Guy and Niji started moving forward, watching as the man pushed and threw Tenten away, swinging his now free sword at Lee, who jumped backward to dodge the attack. Guy reached him, wrapping one leg around the legendary blade and using his other to kick at the wrist holding it, then swiftly kicking off the man's chest, pulling the sword away from him. Niji moved in next, ready to block his chakra points, but the man took a deep breath, blowing a torrent of water toward him, forcing him to jump away to avoid being crushed by the pressure. Guy grabbed the sword by the handle, rushing in to use the sword's chakra-stealing properties. He yelped out in pain as he felt something pierce through his hands, making him drop the sword. Throughout the handle, large blue spike had formed, and the sword was now swimming through the water, heading back to its wielder. The man laughed, scooping the sword back up into his hands. Heh heh heh. Nice try, but this sword only accepts Kisame Hashigaki as its master. It won't let anyone else wield them. That was a problem. The sword was dangerous and taking it away from Kisame was going to be extremely difficult. Guy looked over to Tenten, who nodded toward him in understanding. The only way they were going to get that sword away from him was to seal it away, something that Tenten was more than capable of. Alright then, enough playing around. Let's get a little serious here, shall we? Kisame placed his hands onto the water's surface. Water style, 5 hungry sharks. Guy looked into the water below them, seeing multiple sharks made of water erupt from Kisame's hands. Guy and Tenten jumped into the air, away from the shark that had burst from the water after them. Tenten threw her weapons at it, trying to dispel it, but the weapons merely passed straight through it. It reached him first, Guy using his legs to hold the shark's mouth open. He opened a couple of the gates to enhance his strength, landing a powerful punch on the shark's snout. It burst into a mass of water, falling back to the lake below. The two of them landed, watching as the shark reformed a moment later. Guy looked over, seeing Lee and Niji fighting the other sharks, two of them trying to skewer each of them. Wait a second, where is? His thoughts were interrupted as an explosion of water occurred behind him, making him turn around. Kisame had burst from the water, swiftly kicking Tenten away. Guy punched forward, grimacing as his fist was met with the hard scales of Kisame's sword. Water rose around him quickly, forming water clones that had their hands in a seal. Water style, water prison jutsu! Guy tried to jump away, but he was too late, the water enveloping him and holding him in place. He couldn't breathe, and the water was as hard as steel, the three clones working together to hold him in place. You just stay right here while I deal with your friends. Kisame's real body walked toward his team, who had gathered together after fighting off the sharks for a moment. The sharks gathered around Kisame for a moment, circling idly below his feet. Well, who should I kill first, I wonder? How about the girl? The water exploded, Kisame rushing towards his team. Niji stepped in front of them, a palm rushing through the air. 8 trigrams air palm! A shockwave of air hurtled toward Kisame, who swiftly changed direction, just barely dodging the attack before resuming his chase. Lee stepped forward this time, swinging a fist at the man, with Kisame swinging his sword at his student. There was a shriek of pain, surprising everyone on the watery battlefield. Kisame jumped back, a frown on his face as he stared at his sword. Guy's eyes widened, seeing several cracks run up and down the steel-like scales. Now isn't that impressive? Never thought I would see someone be able to hurt Samehate. But you shouldn't break people's things, it's very rude. Kisame rushed back with a grunt, meeting Lee once again. Lee swung his bamboo, which Kisame swiftly ducked under, sending a fist at Lee's stomach. Lee brought his other hand toward the attack, catching Kisame's fist in his hand, stopping it cold. Niji attacked next, his palms moving quickly as he made to seal away Kisame's chakra points. Kisame tried to jump away, but multiple chains wrapped around him, Tenten holding them and pulling them tight to hold him in place. Kisame cut the chakra off at his feet, making him drop into the water below. Guy, meanwhile, struggled against his cage, unable to escape. He considered opening the gates, when he realized he wouldn't need to. A pillar of earth shot up from beneath him and the clones, making them stand on dry land. Spears of stone shot outward soon after, piercing through the clones and making the prison dispel. Guy landed on his knees, swiftly getting back to his feet as he coughed up a bit of water. Looking over, he saw Lee standing next to him now, helping him up. He looked back to the fight happening with Kisame, seeing the man shatter the chains with a burst of strength, the sharks appearing once again to attack Niji and Tenten. He looked over to Lee. We need to take down Kisame immediately, otherwise those sharks are going to wear us down. If you can distract him for just a moment, I can take care of him. Lee looked at him for a moment before nodding, pulling out the stick of bamboo. Guy dived into the water, heading toward the ground. He looked up as he focused intently, preparing to open up to the 6th gate. There was a small shockwave in the water, Guy seeing Lee fire something at Kisame. It seemed to be a sharpened stick of bamboo, and it was traveling through the water at a frightening pace. Kisame saw it as well, swiftly bringing up his sword to block the attack. It didn't work. The arrow pierced through Samehate, Kisame turning at the last minute so the arrow would only go through his shoulder, instead of his heart. Guy saw his chance, the gates opening and a surge of strength and chakra flowing through him. A vortex began to form, the sheer energy released by the 6th gate view making the water swirl around him. Guy burst off the ground, the earth shattering underneath him as he entered the water, appearing to teleport directly in front of Kisame. He fired off a powerful kick, launching Kisame out of the water and into the air, where Guy swiftly followed. Guy began to punch wildly, punching faster and faster until the speed of his attacks caused his fists to ignite. He pummeled Kisame with all the strength the 6th gate granted him, performing one of his signature techniques. Morning Peacock! When he was finished, Guy fell toward the ground, watching as Kisame fell too, unconscious. He landed on the water, stumbling slightly before Niji caught him. You all right, sensei? He grinned at his student, feeling the water below him begin to recede and disappear. But of course, I just need to rest for a few minutes and then I'm good to go. The water disappeared, the rocky landscape returning as his team gathered together once again. They began to walk toward Kisame's body, to make sure he was finished. Tenden spoke up as they did so. You didn't have to go that far, sensei. We could have handled him without you tiring yourself out. Guy nodded as they approached the body, Niji helping him walk for a moment. Yes, probably, but we had no idea what other tricks he may have had. It was better to just take him out in one attack. They reached the body, Katsuyu crawling out of Guy's backpack. Guy stared at the man's face for a moment. The hell? This wasn't the person he was fighting. In fact, the sword he was carrying had changed too, becoming a regular claymore with several cracks in it. Katsuyu began to try and explain. It would seem Kakashi's team ran into something similar. They had fought Itachi Uchiha a moment ago and upon defeating him, their body transformed into someone else's. Lee knelt and examined the smoking body, still hot from Guy's attack. They're trying to delay us, using a type of clone technique that creates perfect copies of themselves, at the cost of a living sacrifice. We should get moving, and quickly. Who know how much time we have left? Guy nodded, shaking off the pain and fatigue that the sixth gate had brought him. His team began moving faster than ever, though his body disagreed with the endeavor. Still, they didn't have time to waste, they had a mission to complete. Pain watched as the wave of strings rolled towards him, knocking down several trees as it approached him. He floated into the air, the strings rising to meet him, coming together to form several spears with blackened ends. Flap thread! Naruto's voice called out the name of the attack, hundreds of arrows rushing toward him. Pain dodged in various directions, the sharp strings cutting into his skin as he was unable to dodge them all. They coiled around him, soon spearing toward him from all directions. He thrust his arms out to his sides. Almighty push! The threads bounced off the wave of force, giving him a moment to breathe. Naruto appeared a few meters before him a second later, making his eyes widen in surprise. Naruto raised a palm at him, preparing to attack. Overheat! Pain dropped to the ground to dodge the attack, only to look in confusion as it never came. He felt something spear through his chest, making him look down to see the familiar beam of red-hot strings come from behind him. Looking up, he saw the Naruto in the air disappear in a puff of smoke, a shadow clone. Pain moved as soon as the beam disappeared, feeling his body begin to die. Lightning chakra formed in Pain's palm, forming spears that he threw at the real Naruto, who was rushing into the air after him. Naruto sent several strings imbued with wind chakra, slicing through the lightning bolts that he had sent toward him. He grimaced as Naruto reached him, sending a punch toward the blonde. Naruto swatted it aside, grabbing his head and pulling him into his knee. Pain could feel his body's bones crack and splinter at the attack. He thrust out a hand, eager to push the blonde away from him. Almighty! He lost the arm a second later, string coiling around it and tightening, the fire chakra coursing through them, searing through his skin. Pain fired a ball of flame, and Naruto followed it with a blast of water, a heavy mist saturating the area as Pain jumped back. Pain cut off his levitation, wanting to get back to the ground, when he found himself suspended in mid-air, something holding him up. His Rinnegan saw what was happening, Naruto's chakra still permeating the mist, creating new strings from the vapor to use against him. He struggled against the strings for a moment, feeling them begin to snap. These ones seemed to be weaker than his usual strings, but they were still deadly, and he needed to escape them as quickly as he could. He tried to get away as a water clone formed out of the mist, sending a harsh kick toward his stomach. It didn't work, the strings snapping as he was thrown down into the forest. He landed with a crash, the earth separating at his arrival, the trees being blown away formed the force of his impact. Pain looked up, quickly rolling away and jumping as Naruto came down from the sky, slamming down into his previous position. Pain began to fly back into the sky, but felt something tie around his body, pulling him backward. Naruto was back up, his strings wrapped around him and pulling him closer. Pain was about to use his almighty push once again, but couldn't when electricity traveled up the wire, shocking him and paralyzing his body. He felt Naruto's fist land into his stomach, having finally been pulled back toward him. Pain fell to the ground, his body not responding correctly any longer. The strings unraveled, Naruto looking down on him as he lay there. So, this is a god? I must say, I'm very disappointed. I was hoping you would be more of a challenge, really. Pain said nothing, merely looking back toward the blonde. Well, so long. Naruto stopped, surprising Pain, looking as if he were deep in thought. On second thought, I have a question for you, Pain. Tell me, where did you get those eyes of yours? Pain didn't answer him, there was no reason to. Naruto, you really have gotten powerful. Itachi was right to worry about you. However, your strength will only delay the inevitable. I already told you, I am a god of this world, I am Pain. Through Pain, I will create an entirely new world, and these eyes will help me see that through. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him, crouching down towards him. Through Pain? You intend to bring a new era through a bit of pain? He tried to nod his head, but was unable, he simply responded. Yes, it is through pain that we can understand one another. It is pain that binds us all together. I will show this world what pain really is, and with that demonstration, the world will know peace. Tell me, Naruto, do you know pain as well? He watched Naruto's impassive face curiously, before he finally spoke. Pain? I don't give a damn about pain. I've only cared about justice, about vengeance. If there is anything I can't forgive, it's those that hurt my family. Those that do, will know pain through these two things. Pain closed his eyes in understanding. He opened them, feeling his vision fade. I see, then you don't understand true pain yet. What you speak of is an endless cycle. Justice breeds vengeance, which only furthers the need for more justice. But do not worry, Naruto, I will teach you to abandon these things. After all, life's greatest lessons are learned through pain. Naruto began to laugh at him, placing his heel on top of his forehead. Oh really? So, this isn't really your body, is it? No matter, I look forward to our next meeting, Pain. Let's see who is right in the end. The truth is decided by the victor, Pain, and the weak never get to choose how they die. He slammed down his heel, Pain opening his eyes back inside the cave. He looked around, seeing that the ceiling was almost complete. Kisame and Itachi were back as well, the former making himself heard. So, you're finally back, huh? Pain simply nodded, Zetsu voicing his curiosity. So? How did it go? Pain looked around, seeing everyone eager to hear his words. The Nine Tails has gotten powerful. I do not want any of you fighting him alone. If you happen to run into him by yourselves, retreat immediately. He was able to defeat me with 10% of my maximum chakra, meaning he is more powerful than most of you already. He heard Haiden scoff loudly. TCH, so what? A quick ritual to Lord Jashin and he would be as dead as anyone else we've fought. Quiet, Haiden. Focus on the ceiling so we can get back to work. Haiden was visibly irritated at the words. Oh, screw you, Kakuzu. I'm getting tired of going around fishing for more money. Seriously, we've been doing it for a couple years straight, don't you have enough yet? That's enough, Pain said, trying to get them to focus back on the ceiling. We must take advantage of the time that we have bought. Finish the ceiling, then you can argue afterward. They didn't respond, Pain watching as the first eye of the ghetto statue began to open. This was the first step, one of 9 that would begin world peace throughout the elemental nations. Naruto, we will meet again, and next time, I will show you the true meaning of pain.